right, we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by Adam Newman of Round the Decay, which is a cool name, and we'll talk about this movie momentarily. Thank you for being here.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Yeah. What's on your hat, by the way? I should have asked this before.
Well, you can see it's a little bit worn, and it's also been chewed up on my dog, but it is Everwinter Night, which is our previous movie, which is currently streaming on Tubi and Amazon Prime. I have to shamelessly plug. So
no, that's cool. That's good for everyone to know.
Sure.
And Tubi's both are great, but Tubi so much cool. Tubi's great because you have like classic weird stuff, and then you have a lot of cool, independent horror films up there. And
I love Tubi. They also are the one of the streamers that pays the best. So we like them. We like them the most, and obviously, I don't mind watching ads. It reminds me of growing up in the 90s, so I don't mind it. And like you said, there's a lot of older stuff on there. They keep adding more content. It's a great service.
Yeah,
it's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Older stuff and crazy stuff. Things that I've never imagined would exist. I didn't know they made so many horror movies on this planet. Keep seeing yours.
So, Round the Decay, which is coming this Halloween, which is a perfect time for a horror film. So, can you give people an idea of what Round the Decay is? And Terrible Troy.
Sure. Hello, Terrible Troy. So Round the Decay is a monster movie that's coming up. Like you said, Halloween is when we're going to be premiering. We're expecting a January theatrical. It is the story of a young woman named Kenzie who goes back to this sleepy tourist town called Newport's Valley, where years ago something terrible happened to her, tragedy, and she's kind of trying to come to terms with it. And once she gets there, she ends up meeting this eclectic cast of characters, but also kind of uncovers this dark secret that the town's been hiding for many years.
So you said it's going to premiere around Halloween. So is that going to be like a festival premiere? Or?
So we always do a premiere for ourselves and, for the cast and the crew. We try to do it in a big theater and we open it up to the public. It'll probably be somewhere in that Boston area. We like to hang around there.
That's where we are. So yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, great. Okay, so we're not so far away.
Yep.
So yeah, we're looking in the Boston area because Boston's great. It's where a lot of our actors are either based or can easier get to than, me. I'm up in New Hampshire, but yeah, it's that's the goal, and then we're potentially going to unroll it a little bit. We're planning to go into Vermont for 1 month, maybe November, maybe do something in December, and yeah, kind of do this soft rollout before we get to that theatrical run.
Excited to know which theaters you'll go to.
We're still talking. We're still talking right now, but we're in talks with a lot of them. So.
Yeah, there's some cool ones there. You got the chain ones, AMC, which the AMC in Boston does show a lot of weird stuff. And then you've got stuff like the Brattle and the Coolidge, which even do midnight movies and stuff. So yeah,
I can tell you that they we've spoken to both of them. So
excellent.
It could be one of those. We'll see.
All right. Well, that's very exciting. And does the movie take place in New England?
It does. We shot almost all of it in Waterville Valley, New Hampshire. And then the last week of our shooting was at Ruggles Mine, which is in Grafton, New Hampshire. Yeah, and it's kind of an old historic mine that was recently purchased for it's about 20 years. It's been closed down and nobody's been allowed to go back in. But the new owners just bought it and have reopened it. And we got lucky. We got in there right before everybody started showing up. And I said, hey, can we shoot a movie here? Nice. And they said, hell yeah. And so we did it. It was insane logistically, but we did it.
Yeah. Does that like the New England feel? Does that come into the movie? Like,
I wouldn't say directly, but I grew up in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, so it's certainly there. Subconsciously at least, we want to show off the scenery. That's for sure. I don't know if you guys have been to Waterville Valley before, but it's a beautiful little town, and we kind of got to shoot in that town square. We're very lucky that we own a couple businesses in that area, and at the time we owned a hotel which took care of all of our lodging. So
wow.
Yeah, no, it actually worked out quite well. But yeah, the scenery is awesome. And then we actually went and we shot in a mine rather than getting into a studio and building a lot of this stuff. We said, you know what, let's let's get into a real one and see what comes to be.
Mine sounds awesome.
Yeah,
no,
it sounds pretty
really
wild.
cool.
Yeah,
I hope you guys watch
go
it.
visit it.
Yeah, please do. The owner, his name is Joe Bodge, is great, and he's doing tours every weekend. He's living up there in a right now.
wow.
Please go check it out. Yeah,
yeah.
No, it's
send me. Adam Newman sent me.
Yep.
Yeah, no, please do, because he's doing a great job of getting that place back operational,
Awesome.
and like I said, we got to shoot there, which is a dream come true. So
yeah. And that saves money from building a set, but I also think that adds like an atmosphere to the movie having a real mine.
Oh, certainly. We still ended up building little pieces that were in the cave. There's a chute that comes into play in it, so we kind of got to mix both. But you are right, and I can tell you it was absolute hell to get in and out of it. Bringing gear in was brutal. But the first time we kind of lit up the cave walls, we went, all right, it was worth it. So hopefully you guys will all feel it. When they're running through a cave, they're running through a cave, which is great.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about what it was like to shoot in this place. Because I know a lot of places have moisture and that's a whole thing. And
no, you're right. And that's something I just failed to pay attention to when I was writing this thing. We shot it in April, and going in April, it's like, oh yeah, it'll be warm. It's gonna be great. It was freezing. It was definitely cold. Yeah, and so we ended up having to set up 3 warming stations. It doesn't help that the entire mine is downhill, and therefore there's the snow is melting, and so all of our feet are soaked. And we still believe, all the producers still talk about it. We still think we're there. We're stuck in the mine, and we're gonna wake up and we have to continue shooting the movie. But
that'll be the next movie.
Exactly. It's scary. Almost all of our days were overnights. So we're doing 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Wow. And so, we're doing it in the pitch black, and driving our truck down without seeing a whole lot. It was certainly something.
So it's one thing for you as the filmmaker. How did the cast respond to this?
Oh, they'll never work with me again, and I'll like it. It's so hard to say. It's funny because I do think this about all of films. They're all hell. You get on set and it sucks. But then you end up getting out of it, and a couple months go by and you kind of like miss it. And it's like all your war buddies, and so it'll be great when we see each other across the party, and then we'll kind of give that nod, be like, I know, I remember the mine, so hopefully they come out of it positively. And we tried like hell to make it the least miserable experience for them. Like I said, we had to spend lots of money really quickly to build these heating stations so that people could be okay. And we're cooking food up at the mine because, so our producer, who's also one of the actors, has to rush off and cook all the food for us. It was a lot, but hopefully they don't hate us.
There's no way. You seem like
I hope so.
Guy, so.
You said it's a monster movie, and
right.
you don't see the monster in the trailer, which I kind of like because I'd like to see it first time in the movie. But can you give us, without spoiling too much, I guess, like what the monster looks like, or like the mythology behind it?
I will give you a little bit. I don't want to spoil it, like you said, because it is an original monster, which is kind of one of the things that we're hanging our hat on. It's obviously inspired by so many other monsters from movie history, but it's kind of its own unique creation. If you do pause the trailer at certain points, you will see a little bit of something, which means watch it over and over, everybody.
Reduce speed.
Yep. Pause it at random times.
Just keep doing it over and over. You'll
Nothing
get there.
I
can tell you that because in our it is. The monster is created in the opening scene of the movie back in the late 1600s. And it's this monster that's been hidden for a while. I can tell you that it is very practical. We had a suit made by Greg McDougall from Anomaly. And if you go and look up his credits, I think he's done every movie in the history of movies. It was pretty great. When we were talking to him, he was sending me pictures from the set of Dr. Sleep. It's like, oh my God, this guy's another level. He just did Suitable Flesh. I don't know if you guys saw that movie.
Oh, yes.
I love that movie.
The movie rules.
Awesome.
And so he does incredible effect work. And, I was talking with him 9 months before we really got going on the movie so that we could be developing that. I can tell you that Rachel Pizzolatto, she's an influencer, but also an acrobat. She's the one that's inside the suit.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
So I can tell you that it's feminine and she's quite tall. So those are the only other things I can really give up. It has some cool powers and stuff like that. That's inspired by a lot of other stuff. But I think once you guys see it, it's going to be really, really cool. Yeah.
And acrobat. So I'm really curious about how that. There's no way that would just go to waste. Like, she's an acrobat.
I can say that it was certainly planned. We wanted to make sure, in our last movie, Ever Winter Night, there was a monster, and we just didn't have the time to really take care of it. And we did the best that we could, all things considered. And I like some monster movies where they hide it for as long as possible. But I said, you know what, if we're gonna make a monster movie, let's show the damn thing, and and let's tease it. We'll tease it early, and I want to be twisting that knife, you guys going like, please, will you just show me that damn thing? And then once we show it, we just give you a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And by that ending scene, I think you guys will all think it's a really unique monster. And, we sit around talking about like, what if this becomes the one? And, fingers crossed, because we planned about 7 sequels while we're on set. So
Wow.
Perfect.
Are they going to be shot in April in a month?
Oh, no, never again. Never. we keep doing it. We're trying to find that month that exists where movies should be shot, and they don't exist. I think the answer is we should all be shooting things in San Diego, because it's either too hot or it's too cold. We shot an entire feature in February, and it was brutal, so obviously in New England. Yeah. So one of the we'll find a better time to shoot it. Maybe we'll shoot it in Florida in winter or something.
So I like that because we did a series on the show, the Men Behind the Monsters, or however I worded it. I definitely did not use men, because I was trying to find some women behind that played monsters and that are known, but I really had a hard time finding them. So this is very interesting, because a lot of the people who play the big monster character in movies, there's like 5 or 6 of them, and they're in everything. And
they're all 6'8", 6'9".
Yeah. I mean, it would have been
thin.
great. I really love to work with Doug Jones. Obviously, everybody wants to, but I mean, one of the things was I wanted the monster to be tall, and so that was one of the things, because we wanted it to be a little bit more slender and intimidating when it has the height. And then the monster is a female. It's created from a female, and therefore we wanted to have that femininity when it has its movements. So what I'm saying is, get Rachel onto your podcast sometime and chat with her about some things. Yeah,
that's very exciting. Has she played? Was she ever in a suit before?
No, she wasn't. It's so weird. So I've seen her on Instagram mostly from this acrobat stuff. She's always flipping, and it was trampolines, people that do crazy trampoline tricks. And she was kind of like a guest on one. And I went, that girl looks incredibly tall, and then I ended up following her. And then one day, it was a year later, and I was thinking about who could we have to fit in here. And she has a big following, which is absolutely a plus. And, I've done this several times where I just reach out to people to try to get in touch. And, 90% of the time they, say nothing. And, 9 other % of the time they say, screw off, dude. But this 1%, she immediately responded, said, this sounds so cool. It's like nothing I've ever done. So I'd love to hop in and do it. So it's very exciting. And hopefully I think it should lead to more roles for her, hopefully as monster and, as herself too.
Yeah. And I think that's good advice. People have asked me over the years about like how to get someone on the show. And honestly, you just ask them. The worst they're going to say is no or not reply. So
which is the same answer right now. It's like, so
you
may
don't
as
have
well
them now. And
no, it's I've, making a movie, making all of these movies, you have to be able to self-start, and you also have to be a little bit available to make an ass of yourself. And you can ask, and maybe they won't get offended. If anything, they probably should be flattered that you're asking. Right. And worst case scenario, like you said, they just say no, or they don't. And then what you do is you just put it as a chip on your shoulder, and you say, I'm going to show them. They should have been in my movie, that type of thing. So,
yeah. Damien, how do you say his last name?
Maffei, yeah.
Maffei. Who I should know because I talked to him earlier today. He's going to be coming on the show sometime in the near
hell
future.
yeah.
But he's in he's making quite a career for himself. So he's in your movie. He's in Black Eyed Susan, which is playing Fantasia Fest. Wow. He's in Mutilator 2, which is premiering at Scream Fest. I don't know, big festival. So was he someone you reached out to in a similar way?
Yeah, and he's also, he's the baghead dude in Strangers Pray at Night. That's where I went like, oh hell yeah. I'm very lucky that my AD, who's also my editor and colorist, and the two of us just beat the hell out of stories together. His name is Topher Hansen. He knows Damien from working on another project, and he said, if you ever want to use this guy, he's really great. He's great on set. He shows up, he does his job, all that type of stuff. And he doesn't have an overinflated ego or anything along those lines. He just wants to be part of good shit, And so he ended up getting me in touch with Damien. I reached out to Damien. He's one of the coolest dudes in the world. Too cool, It's like he talks very slow, very lackadaisical, and it's really, and my God, he has a knowledge of movies. He watches everything from the past too, and which was great. We got to talk over his character and where he sees it, because he plays, with air quotes, the hunter, in a lot of these movies. And he started going into the history of the hunter. And I'm like, Damon, I watch a lot of movies, but I got no idea what you're talking about, man. But yeah, and he adds a lot of swagger, to the performance. And he's one of those guys that very quiet, like I said, but easy to talk to. You just say, you come up to him, you explain the direction, and he thinks about it for a second, goes, yeah, okay. And then that's that. So yeah, he's great. And I'm sure he's going to be a great interview for you guys to talk. Just get him going about movies from the past, and the guy won't shut up. So
no, that sounds good.
Yeah.
So before we went live, I was talking to you, Adam, and you started watching horror movies later in life.
Yeah, I was afraid of everything as a child. When I was very young, I had this image of somebody breaking into my house and killing us all with an axe. And I told my dad, and I said, "You would save us, right?" And he goes, "No, I'd save myself." And I went, "Oh God!" And so I was terrified. I was terrified for years. Yeah, and so I was horrified by anything remotely horror. Didn't want to try it, and so I grew up watching sci-fi and fantasy, and
nothing wrong with that though.
Yeah, no, I mean it's great because I've got all the genre conventions, and I want to bring them all into things. And then eventually, it was I went on a date to see. I was at the Coolidge Theater actually, nice. And I went and saw a packed showing of It Follows. And I remember I came out. Yeah. It was one of the first showings there, and I remember I was like, "Oh, this movie is not that scary. This is cool. Like this is a cool experience. I'm enjoying the feeling of dread." And then I remember I had to make the hour-and-a-half drive home, and I kept looking in my rearview mirror.
Oh no!
And that's when I went, like this isn't so bad. I kind of like that feeling, and so I started watching a lot more horror. I mean, it helps now that my wife, like, all she wants to watch is trashy horror movies, B horror movies all the time. So it's great. And the funny thing is, like, nothing scares me now. I'm not a big fan of very particular types of gore. I'm squeamish in like very odd little ways. But other than that, I bring it on now. So
nice.
Yeah, luckily I'm catching up now. I'm trying to get all the classics in. I was talking with Neal before about how I finally saw The Shining and was not a big fan. Okay. And
I told him that neither is this guy over here.
Yeah, do not get it.
Stick with the book. You're better.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. And then I'm finally starting to catch up. The sad thing is though, when you do catch up and you've seen things parodied so many times, you start to.
Oh yeah.
I went into Texas Chainsaw and I was expecting so much, and then I didn't get what I was hoping, and so like I feel terrible saying that, but every now and like I eventually saw The Thing, and I was like, this is the sickest movie I've ever seen. This movie rules. It rules. So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah. No, the thing rules, and so I'm been what I think is I like a lot of the new horror stuff now too. There's a ton of it, as we see. You have to wade through a little bit of the sea of it, but there's a lot of cool original ideas in horror, and at the same time you can go back and watch, all this stuff. Obviously, I watch things like Pumpkinhead, right, in
nice.
Preparation for
one of my favorites.
So yeah, it's a fun movie.
Troy does I hate to put him on the spot, but he does a good impression of the of the
Yeah.
You gotta let it run its course, said Harry.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yep. I when I got the email about the movie, and I saw Pumpkinhead was like a movie that they used to like inspiration or compare it to whatever, and I was like, oh, this is
I'm
something.
sold. You had me at
Yeah,
that.
I'm interested right away in.
Oh, well, I'm really glad you said that. I'm going to be completely honest. I had not seen it before I wrote the movie, and it was a
wow.
movie that I was pointed to, and I went, "Oh, damn! Like this is eerily similar in some ways." And especially, I love that opening, like 30 minutes of Pumpkinhead. That is a very good opening, and like how they set up character, and kind of the teenage characters, and
then
obviously Lance, so good, yeah, so good, and so. That's my favorite part of Pumpkinhead. And when I saw that, and I'm like, all right, if we can make it feel even close to that, how they made me feel about those characters that quickly, then if we're doing 50% of that, we've got ourselves a good movie. So.
Yeah, because when you said earlier about like watching trashy B-movie horror movies, and we all love that stuff.
Sure.
And Pumpkinhead could be that, but the performances are so good and the characters are strong. It elevates it from. Yeah, it's fun to watch, Pumpkinhead, but it's a really well acted and made movie, above all that.
Oh, it's a B movie, but they just they instill so much, Lance instills so much life into, and like him carrying his dead son.
Oh, that's the worst scene ever. Yeah,
and it takes it so, and like we need to face it. Like Pumpkinhead looks a bit silly, but because of that opening 30 minutes, it makes it work. And I kind of
and you're instantly sympathetic when you see him with the kid in his arms. You're like, oh my god!
And you can understand why he makes
anything he does.
Yeah, it's not really any villain in it.
Yeah, well, then you understand the decision that he makes and why he would make it, and then also it's still a terrible decision. That's what I love. I love conflicted main characters who are difficult to deal with, and I think that maybe if there's anything negative about today's cinema, sometimes our good guys have to be good and our bad guys have to be bad, and I kind of like when we work in that gray area, and so it was great when I finally did watch Pumpkinhead and went, okay, like kill teenagers, that's fun and whatever, but this is the stuff I came here for the movie for.
That's exciting that's the vibe you're getting into, trying to picture in my mind and imagine what this film experience will be like, and that you've said that's
well, thank you. I mean,
me in.
I do think that I can't remember who said it, but somebody said movies aren't what happens, it's who they happen to. And so, you can throw a monster in, or you can throw space in, or you can do whatever it is. Ultimately, most important thing is, are you giving somebody that you can sympathize with or empathize with? It's Ebert that said, these are just big empathy machines. They only exist so that you can experience other people's stories. And once I found out what the core of Around the Decay was, that's when, it really got unlocked, when it was like, okay, what am I talking about when it comes to what the main characters are going through, and how is that tied to my life? And a monster can just be the greatest way to work your way out of a problem, or a lesson or whatever you need to get through to become the best version of yourself.
I think
just having a monster is cool anyway.
Yeah, no, man, you can add that part in too. Monsters are sweet. Yeah.
Well, you said The Thing. You said, John Carpenter's The Thing's the same way. Like you can watch it when I was a kid, I watched it as like, oh, this is just a wild monster movie. And I still love that about the movie, but as an adult, like everything, I think it's like a perfect movie. Honestly, there's really no flaws.
It's my buddies and I, we like to. They're basically the producers of this movie, and we talk about that. There is no such thing as objective. We all agree, subjective. Everything is subjective. However, we like to say, if there was an objective, what are perfect movies? And I think The Thing would be one of maybe the 10 that I would put into that bracket,
Not to put you on the spot, but what other movies might fall into that list? You don't have to give a perfect 10, but
I can give you 2 that I have talked about in that list for sure. So they're not horror movies, so be prepared, everybody. I think The Princess Bride is perfect.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. That's the movie.
And The Matrix is damn perfect. So like those are movies that I'll go, you know what? I'll watch it again. I'm sure it's good. And every time I watch The Matrix, I go, no, this is the best movie that's ever been made. And it's the same thing with like The Princess Bride. I get the same feeling for. So I don't believe in objective good and great, but sometimes there are movies that hit you so right. And it's like movies are walking a tightrope, and oftentimes people are, they're losing their balance. The Thing just walks it so confidently.
So what were some of the new ones you mentioned? It Follows. What are some of the newer horror movies that you're into?
Oh boy, I should break out my list in this case, because I keep track of every movie that I do watch. But of course, you put me on the spot, and now I'm. I really from. I think it was from. Is it from this year or it's from last year? I'm losing track now of time. I really liked Talk to Me. I thought that was great. I thought that was great. I really enjoyed Barbarian. The movie written by Zach Kreger. I watched it again recently, and it didn't do as much for me once you knew everything going in.
Right.
God, now it's all slipping my mind. Hopefully it'll come back to me. You guys start listing good ones, and then maybe I'll be able to jump in.
See, I'm the same way. Put me on the spot and get it.
Right.
Midsummer, I think, is really good. Modern.
I like Hereditary a little bit more.
Midsommar,
though. Yeah, Midsommar's again another just banger of an opening, though. What an opening. And I like the Astor stuff. It's weird. I really like The Witch. I loved the Eggers movie, really The Witch. Yeah, that one has just a killer ending. I don't know how I felt about the rest of the movie, because all I think about is that ending, So yeah, I mean, I should get my list up.
Did you ever see the original Wicker Man? I think
I've seen the original.
Okay, that one's so good. That one's such a great.
I finally saw it. And it's great. It's absolutely great. The Nicolas Cage one, it sucks. It sucks. However, I think that if we want to talk about perfect in cinema, Nicolas Cage punching somebody in a bear suit might be the perfect scene. So.
I'm sold on that too.
The Wicker Man was great. It's great when you do catch up on some of these older horror movies, and you end up finding out that I kind of understand why everybody said this was great. It's just a shame when it doesn't happen that way. I'm getting my list up. I'm so sorry. I have to go through.
Do it, please.
Okay, ready? Here we go.
We're all scatterbrains here.
So,
don't worry about
okay.
that.
I'll just kind of go over some of the ones that I have watched. So I watched. This is going to be sad. This probably about 2 months ago, I watched all of the Evil Deads. Evil Dead 1, 2, and Army of Darkness. So I saw them first time. I think Evil Dead 2 is my favorite of the three of. Yeah, it was so much fun. And
did you watch the two newer ones?
I have not yet. I really want to see Rise. Rise looks cool.
I enjoyed both the new ones too.
Really?
Yeah, sometimes people
they're different
remakes, but these are different vibe.
Which I think you kind of have to, because you can't, if you try to redo Ash, it's just not going to work. So
that's exactly right. You know what it is, because he walks such a fine line of comedy and horror. Why would you try to? Exactly. So why not go? It sounds like they went in very, very horror ways.
It's much more horror.
Yeah, I know that I'm too afraid to watch the one that was before Evil Dead Rise, because I've looked at the IMDb.
Probably a good idea.
And it's a little bit too gross for me.
Crazy.
But so those ones I have seen. Let me see. I did see Longlegs recently, but I was not the biggest fan. I don't want to blast on movies, but I was not a big fan of it. Abigail was fun. It was okay. I do have to shout out my good friends made the movie Founders Day. I don't know if you guys saw it. But
we had the director on the show.
Yeah. Oh, you had Bloomquist. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I had dinner with Eric a while ago, and the guy who Mike. Yeah, he's such a good dude. And Mike McGillnick, who shot Founders Day and She Came from the Woods, his other movies, shot Everwinter Night and Round the Decay. So we have this nice bleed over, which is great. If we count Rare Exports was fun.
The Christmas horror movie.
I gotta say this right now, because I get in fights all the time. I'm so pumped about Alien Romulus.
It looks tremendous. I got a bad feeling it's going to let me down, but I love the trailer.
Terrified.
The trailer is awesome, and I you know what? I don't care. You guys can hate me all you want. I love Covenant. I love it.
Oh.
I love Alien Covenant so much. And so,
Adam, you seem like a wonderful guy, and I love you. We'll stop on that one. I'll let you have your opinion. But that's okay, because I just saw Longlegs today, and I loved it. So
did you?
I might be the only one out of them.
You're the only one.
So,
yeah, I'm really.
We
there's a lot of cool stuff in Longlegs, you know, and like I love the tone of it, and I love the color palette, but sometimes there's it may be just the director, because I saw Gretel and Hansel, the movie he made years ago, and it really did nothing for me. And so maybe sometimes we like to say that my filmmaker buddies say, like, sometimes a movie just doesn't agree with you. You go in right away and you're like, oh, we're speaking different languages, and Covenant was speaking my language, is what I'm saying.
I had this.
I think back to Prometheus, and I'm just like,
did you like? I recently rewatched it, and it's still not good. Yeah,
that was the movie I was thinking about. I apologize.
That's a sequel to Prometheus.
Oh,
yeah, terrible.
Prometheus has the C-section scene is cool. It's because it's real gross, but I don't know why it doesn't work. And I tried it again, and I was like, maybe I've matured, but I guess not. You know,
an old dude. Just hire an old dude. Why are you gonna put makeup on some dude to be an old dude?
This is the same thing I thought about the that new Batman movie, which is really good. Matt Reeves,
Penguin.
However, just hire Robert De Niro. You don't need to put Colin Farrell and a bunch of makeup. Just hire De Niro, and we'll call it. You know,
the guy who played the Riddler was awesome.
Everybody else loved
great
it.
take on the Riddler,
Dana's great.
Yeah.
I do have to shout out. I did see the movie The Empty Man, which nobody else in the world has seen, and
that sounds familiar.
It's a slow burn, and the ending doesn't quite work. But it's made by this guy named David Pryor, and he's basically like he's a little Fincher clone, because he came from Seven. He worked on Seven, and he took years to make this movie. It's a cult movie. Like I said, it is a slow burn. It takes its time.
Right? Is there a glass bottle and a bunch of kids? And they're crossing the bridge?
Yep. The trailer's really good too. But I really, really like that movie. Obviously, I said Suitable Flesh, which was great.
Great. So
fun. I thought the first 30 minutes of the movie Dark Harvest were awesome, and then the next hour was less awesome. And then I finally saw The Faculty. That movie.
That's a great one.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah,
it's a very eclectic list here. I like it.
I've just been
all over the place.
I've been firing through them, and then the one thing I do have to say, I'll stop talking about all the movies I've seen, but I do have to say, I don't. Besides the first, I just do not understand the hype with the Scream movies, and I feel so bad saying that.
I am with you as well.
Okay,
I think the first one's fine. All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the rest of, I don't think any of the sequels, they're just like kind of there to me. They're all kind of the same movie, and like it kind of always comes down to like it's one of the other people from one of the other movies who's the killer, and after a while I'm like, who is this person?
It's kind of like I Know What You Did Last Summer. It's the same way. It's like just stop at one. We don't need any.
The last one, like I didn't even know who they were. It was like someone's dad. I was like, I don't know who
from like the first one.
Like,
and one of the things that I wish Scream would do a little bit better. Like I said, the first one is really good. I saw that on a plane when I was like 13, and it scared the shit out of me. But I really wish that they would. One of the things, if the movie's not going to be that great, give me cool kills. And I'm just so sick of seeing like people get stabbed.
Someone getting stabbed.
What would he do? The best parts of the Scream movies are when the ghost face falls down. That's my favorite part.
The first couple minutes when someone's just going to get killed, but it's
exactly
some cameo and they get murdered. But
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that I'm not alone.
No, you're not the only one.
I'm generally not a big slasher. That's not my deal. Same. That's fine, and I'm not hating on it for the world, but not my jam.
I'm kind of in this. I'm in the same boat, and I finally saw Friday the 13th as well, and I felt the same thing. I was like, oh, I understand why this was popular for its time, but I'm kind of the same way. A killer doesn't do it for me. Maybe that the way a monster does, or something a little bit paranormal, or something along those lines. I like It Follows quite a bit. I know that seems to be a controversial statement, but I love when you have no real understanding of of the thing that is evil, you know, and
Do
like
people dislike it, fellas?
I mean, I'm in a lot of groups, you know, on, you know, Facebook
There
and
is
things
like
like
a
that.
backlash towards the movies that have like the
Yeah.
quote unquote elevated horror title to
Yeah.
them, which
It's
I think that title I'm not a fan of.
it's a
but,
gross it's a gross
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
It really is. It's
Yeah.
gross because they're all just movies and they're all
Mhm.
like stop with your pretensions. Like
Yeah.
we're not curing cancer. We're
Right.
just making things that are fun for people to digest. And whenever someone throws out elevated horror, I roll my eyes. What are we talking about?
I find the people that usually say that are the people who don't like it.
Really?
They will they'll be like,
right.
oh,
It's not
your
so much
elevated
that people
horror.
use the not many people into those movies actually use it as a phrase. I think
it's probably that it's oftentimes a little bit slower for them, and because that's what we've kind of learned. You know, Everwinter Night, our movie, it's a little bit longer. It's an hour and 45, and it takes a while for stuff to get going. And so if you are somebody in your horror movies who wants a kill every 10 or 15 minutes, you're going to despise our movie. It's just not for you. And I think that might be the case, is that these things are sometimes being pitched as horror and they think, I want my horror to be this particular thing, you know, and so that might be where the elevated thing comes from. However, I do have a group of pretentious friends who would admit they're pretentious, and they love to use the term elevated horror, and whether to piss me off or something else, but they do it all the time. They go, well, yeah, I like elevated horror, and I go, get that.
Are they out in the audience like, is he talking about me?
You know, I certainly hope not, but one of them right now is wondering if it's him, and it's not. Adam, it's not you, but you're thinking it. I know that.
We're going to get back to Round the Decay. I just don't want to bring this up because I was going to bring up later in the show. I have the picture up, but this was at the Alien Romulus panel at Comic-Con and just this week, and they gave out face huggers to all the to everyone in the crowd. I was like, this rules.
I love it, and I love how many face huggers are in that trailer. There are just so many. It's so good. It's so good.
So how about the name Round the Decay? Because it's a catchy title. It's not like generic. It's weird. It's interesting. I think it, like, as soon as I hear it, I'm like, what does that mean? So
sure.
How did you come out with the title?
Yeah, so I can tell you that originally it was not titled that. It kind of came to me over time. It was originally going to be called That's Just the Off Season. And eventually, you know, it didn't feel right. It was kind of just like a working title when I wrote this movie back when I was in, I wrote basically the entire outline when I was in Wales. And then what ended up happening was there's a speech in the middle or later in the movie where one of our villainous characters is speaking, and I knew kind of what I needed him to talk about, but I wasn't sure exactly what the speech was, you know. And so all I did was I said, I know what the vibe of this is. I know what they need to be talking about here. So I looked up the poem Ozymandias by Percy, I think is what it is, which is also brought up in Alien Covenant, and it's the poem Ozymandias, which is also the name of considered the best episode of Breaking Bad, and it's about Travis is walking through the desert and finds this broken down statue that says, "I am Ozymandias, King of Kings," and inside that poem, you know, it's talking about how there's this grand person who thought he was going to rule everything, and now he's just among the dust, round the decay of this broken. So it comes from the poem, and it works perfectly for what's going on within the story. And I brought it up to my producers, and immediately they went like, "That's the name." And so that's kind of where it came from.
I like it. It's very catchy, and I like to know the whole background here of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we mentioned some of the cast, but can you talk about the rest of the cast of the movie, and like were there anyone you knew beforehand, and you know how did the casting come about?
Yeah, thank you for asking, because this is probably the thing I like talking about the most, because you know, being a filmmaker is cool. It is, and when I first got into it, it was, I'll be honest, when I was first writing, it was all to just serve my ego. That was it. You know, I wanted everybody to think I was a genius. And over time, you know, you start learning a lot more about yourself. And I started understanding that's not what I'm doing this for. I'm doing this to communicate with people and all that jazz. We can, diagnose that at some point. But one of the great things, obviously, that has come out of that is that you get to collaborate. And that's what I love about it, is that you get to work with other people who are so much more talented than you are. And they get to bring so much more to a project than what I bring. I wrote the script, and then, you give it to somebody, and you have Jamie Dufault, who reads the speech I was kind of just talking about. You give it to him and you go, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Like, that is so much better than I could have ever imagined. And so it's the best process. It's so incredible when they get to say the words that you had in the moment that they say them. It's theirs. It's no longer my movie. And at least I get to take that burden off myself, and also stop, feeding that ego, thinking that I'm some type of genius. I'm not. They're doing the incredible work. And so I'm very lucky that I have a crew or a cast that I've worked with a lot. Victoria Meir is the lead, and she's been in just about everything I've done for the past 8 years. I'll cast her in everything for the rest of my life. She's the greatest actress in the world. And the biggest crime in the history of this planet is that not more people know about her. And they will soon, because she's just that damn talented. And Jamie Dufault, who plays one of the characters in the movie as well, same thing. Worked with him on the same project 8 years ago. We brought them back again. I'd cast Jamie as the shark in Jaws. He's that damn good. So, and then there's a couple others that we have worked with over and over. Jay Voichness is my executive producer, and he dove into acting for this. Alexis Safoyan, who worked on, a short I did years ago. So we brought all of them back, and then we brought in some of these people like you guys mentioned. Damien, Rachel, who plays the monster. Melody Kay, who is in my favorite 90s hijinks movie, Camp Nowhere. And so I am obsessed with that movie. And I reached out to her, and, she came on board. And then one of the coolest ones, obviously, the one that has starstruck everybody on set, was Roger Clark, who's the voice of Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption. And it's funny because, half of our crew, they've met so many actors, but my DP said he didn't know what to say. And he's like, I've spent 200 hours with that guy, like I played 100 movies with him. And so, yeah, we've been lucky that we've gotten a bunch of these. We always want to bring in, 25 or 30% new people that we haven't worked with in the past, but we also want to keep that core crew cast kind of going along. And I write things with them in mind. I wrote,
that was gonna be the next thing. Like, since there's a lot of people you worked with before, like, did you have in mind when you're writing those characters?
Yeah, I mean, Victoria, especially when it came to the lead, who's named Kenzie. I originally, the very kernel of idea was that she was going to play a set of twins. I think she's so good, I wanted to earn it twice. And so, I wrote with them in mind. And then somebody like Jamie was someone like, I know that I want to work with him over and over, but he wanted that role. And I said, I don't think you're right for it. I don't think you're old enough. And he said, yeah, give me a second, give me a little bit. And he ended up showing me some pictures. I went, okay. And then, like I said, he showed up on set and knocked out of the park. And I did have somebody, my AD is not known for giving the most compliments, but he turned, he went, yeah, that was really good. I went, yeah, no, I know. So yeah, I do write it with certain people in mind when it comes to these things. And also the thing is, we still kind of have like not a backlog, but we have so many actors that worked other stuff, and I can't wait to work with them again. And it kills me that they weren't in Round the Decay. I wrote 2 parts for 2 people that I knew, and the parts got, the characters got cut. There was nothing that I could do about it. We're running out of time, and I write movies way too long anyway. So yeah, I will, I'd throw myself, in front of traffic for a lot of these people. And I'm part of it is because I force them to go into a mine with me, but also because they're talented and they're great people too,
Yeah. So how long does it usually take you to write a script?
The actual screenplay portion, or are you talking about like story?
Well, I guess they are completely different things, coming up with the ideas, but the technical writing of it, I guess, is completely different than coming up with all the ideas and putting it down.
Yeah, I think that breaking the story is kind of what we call it, is the longest part, which is, I have to be able to note card it out on the table completely. Okay. So I need to have, and I know an idea works when I have a beginning and I have an ending. That's it. So I have to have an understanding of my main character, where they are at the start and where they are at that last image, so I can connect the two. And there has to be a want and a need. And I'm always what I think is the want and need. If in a good movie, they're typically against each other. So the character wants something, but ultimately they need the opposite. And so that's kind of where I start. That's, that takes a little bit of time. It depends, but actually, boarding out a movie, that typically takes me a few months, I'd say. I talk it over and over and over. I have 3 producers, and by producers, I just mean 3 friends that I've roped into this. And I'll send them hour-long voice notes, and I'll just tell them the story. And they will be like, then you understand pretty quickly where the holes are. So you start going like, and I'll say that while it's going on, I don't know where this goes, but it leads to this. And then it starts to get the juices flowing. And they're so good at just asking small questions like, oh, I'm confused about this. You're right. I need to go back and investigate that. And then once that's all boarded out, it takes me a month to write a script once it's boarded. Now, that's just a first draft. I believe in drafts, and I believe in constructive criticism. And I think the best people for that are people who can be nice, but at the same time, they only care about the story, and they don't come in with anything about, hey, I want to drive this in a certain way. They say like, I think this is failing you in a certain point. So that process typically takes, it should take 6 months. With Round the Decay, it was a lot quicker, just because I really wanted to get going after we shot Everwinter, and Everwinter was a little bit of a nightmare to make because we had to make a movie on the fly after we got shut down by SAG. And so I wanted to be able to make something that I could actually write, from beginning to end. And I was going through something at the time, and it's therapy, it's great therapy. And so you end up writing through that. And so, yeah, that's the long-winded answer as to what my writing process is for a script.
No, well, I appreciate the answer. So, you said you want to premiere it obviously in Boston somewhere, and then January you want theatrical release.
Mm-hmm. That's the expectation. Our executive producer Sean Ward, who's my boss at Dreamscape Productions. Dreamscape put in most of the money for this movie, and this movie is going to be between. When it's all said and done, it will be over $250,000 movie, which is the biggest thing we've ever done. I know it's still small potatoes in terms of
great.
it's much bigger. Last budget, we worked almost 60,000. So it was a huge jump. And we one of the things he said is we want to be getting to a place where we can get into theaters. And, we've started those conversations. It was so cool to see Bloomquist, the guy who made She Came from the Woods and Founders Day, that they got into 975 theaters across the country.
Yeah, that's the best. You loved it.
Yeah. And they did that very independently from, a lot of legwork, but it's the time for independent films. We can do it. Theaters are going to take us, especially because people are making less movies. And I do believe that the audience is screaming for original content at this point.
Oh, without a doubt.
I go every week. Annabelle and I go and see a lot of horror movies together up in Boston and stuff. And
so
besides like the giant, Wolverine and whatever his name is, Deadpool. Besides those kind of movies, what comes out a lot that gets in theaters is independent horror films.
That's one of the reasons I'm in the genre too. One is that monsters are cool, right? We said that monsters are cool, but you can talk about a lot of stuff that you want to talk about, and you can put it into a horror movie, and it doesn't feel like it's heavy-handed. You can still have great emotional arcs. It's also a place where there's a lot of originality, and whatever we want to say about what's going on with the theatrical experience, which it's changing, and I'm hoping it will still survive. It's going to evolve, and I think that people like you guys who continue to go to the movies are going to end up keeping the thing alive. But I think people are looking for original stories, and they want horror movies, and also nothing will ever stop teenagers from going to see horror movies in the theater on dates. And so I think that's why horror is such a good way for indie to get into theaters, because they know that.
There's really no there's not like dramas that cost under $1 million going to the theater. There just really isn't any. So
Yeah,
But-
there's almost no dramas being made anymore,
Right.
because what you just brought up is, Deadpool and Wolverine. Oftentimes, those movies have kind of taken over. Like, we don't have comedy movies anymore. It's Marvel movies. They kind of operate as those big, wide things. And the tough thing about selling a drama, oftentimes, is that they believe, and it might be true, that you need a star. You need somebody that's an A-list, because it is tough. Even though the actors I work with, I know are great, nobody else knows that yet. And so the best way to potentially get into a theater, I think, for a run is something in that genre range, of that horror or thriller or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Would you want to go somewhere else beyond horror? Not in a like horror is lesser, but what else are you thinking about doing?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to diss horror. I love horror, and I will write horror things all the time. Like I mentioned, I came in with sci-fi and fantasy and all that type of stuff. The next thing I'm writing personally for myself is, it's kind of dressed like it's going to be a home invasion movie, but it ends up being a bit of a drama. And there's, every time you think you know where it's going, we twist it. And so I want to play around with a lot of genre convention. And then Dreamscape Productions, we're working on a slapstick Western comedy, we're diving all over the place. We want to make a thriller. We have an adventure movie that we're working on. After seeing Longlegs, we kind of went like, I hate saying this sounds rude, but we kind of went like, oh, we could do that, right? And so we started thinking about, because there's good stuff there. And so, I want to be diving all over the place. I did not get into this for any particular genre. I do have a fantasy script that I've been sitting on for 10 years, and I come back to every year and rewrite. And that's, kind of my baby, but it's, it's a fantasy movie. It's going to cost more money. I want to dabble in every single genre, and I'm certainly not running out of ideas. I think, if anything, it's kind of the opposite. I feel overwhelmed. Great. Yeah. So it's sad. It's the Stephen King thing. He said, at some point it just kind of felt like a window was opening. It was open, and it just, ideas are flowing in, and you just can't stop them. And sometimes you just want to be like, shut up. I would like to focus on one. But yeah, I hope we get the opportunity to make more movies with these people, and in a variety of different genres.
Yeah.
A fantasy movie.
Yeah. That one's it's called The Crystals and the Corn Girl. I've been trying to get it. It's just so tough to get off the ground, because the bare minimum we could do it for is $10 million. It's got a lot of, I've dabbled in action, an action, sci-fi, romance, comedy, short film, which everybody can check out. We just released it online. It's called Carolina Shag. But I know how difficult it is to shoot big action scenes after we did a small action scene. And so I know it would cost a whole lot, but fingers crossed that one day we get that off the ground.
Some top fantasy movies.
Princess Bride is obviously, like I said, is a big one. The Lord of the Rings, it's tough. I think the Fellowship of the Ring is pretty damn close to a perfect movie.
Yeah, that one could be up there with the perfect movies.
Yeah.
That's the first one or the second?
The first one. That's first one. Yeah,
that's my favorite as well. So.
Yeah, first one is, it's got the two most interesting things that are in Lord of the Rings.
The second one, if you watch them all together, it's cool, but I think the second one doesn't work as well as a standalone movie.
It's the only one that has like it has one of the most emotional moments I've ever had in a theater, which is when Gandalf falls, which is like in the theater, and when that music starts. I just got goosebumps thinking about it. I'm going to cry. Yep. And then Boromir is just Sean Bean, one of the most interesting characters in that movie, because he's the one real conflicted character. So I think
his little speech when he's dying is amazing.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Sean Bean is just perfect in that.
Yeah. That's one of those, like, if we wanted to go into perfectly casted actors, there's one for you right there. So true. I love all the, I like Willow, and I like stuff like that too. But I also have a lot of what inspires me too is video games. I'm a big video, especially now, and with what they're doing with storytelling in video games now. So a lot of the fantasy elements come from stuff like that. The original idea came from, they'll never let me make Zelda into a movie. Why don't I make my own Zelda? So it's kind of been something like that. And so, there's a lot. And, I wish there was more there's just not enough. The new Dungeons and Dragons movie, though, by the way,
So
It's
good.
really
it's
fun.
so
my
good.
God.
Yeah.
It actually they really captured the feel of playing D&D for the first time in a D&D movie.
Yep.
I,
Hugh Grant just steals the movie as he kind of does now.
that dude,
He
that
just
dude
sneaks
is,
up and steals your movie. That's what he does.
he's chewing on scenery every
Yep.
time. Yeah, no, he's really good. And I mean, the movie it's one of those movies I saw in the theater. I went, oh, that was pretty good. And I just want to keep putting it on. So
Yeah,
like,
it's a really fun, good time. Yeah.
Yeah,
then-
when you finally see a gelatinous cube on the big
yeah.
screen and you're just totally geeked. You're like, oh my
Gelatinous
God.
Cube and the Displacer Beast.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. You see the tentacles coming, you're like, ah.
well, it's funny because that movie plus I play a disturbing amount of Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes!
Wrong with that.
But
Yeah.
because of that, and I just bought 100 figurines, and I'm studying to be its dungeon master for.
nice.
Yeah. So I'm
grew
really
up
excited
with
about it.
Our brother here, Troy, playing old school D&D.
Oh, no way.
He used
Oh,
to
so
be
you know,
the DM,
okay.
the dungeon
Yeah, we
master.
can
and,
relate.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so great! I'm so
Yes.
looking forward to it. It's
As far as
amazing
painting
and
figures, I can,
Hey,
yeah,
I can
very
relate
cool.
to that too. You know?
that one kind of looks like you.
It is me. That's me as an ogre, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's great. So I think those are kind of some of the good fantasy. It's a shame that there's not more of it being made. And I remember renting I had to have worn out the VHS of Dragonheart with Dennis Quaid.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah. I loved that movie.
I think
growing up.
they're playing that in Coolidge.
Yeah, I think you're right,
They do like
actually.
a whole fantasy month.
Yeah.
Oh
That is
yeah!
incredible.
Check it out. It's
Yeah.
a
Well, I was
midnight
gonna say
movie.
I'll see you guys there. Yeah,
Yes.
that's great.
And if it ever happens, if they ever do make, because there's always been talk about it, and then I think it was Amazon was going to make the series of Michael Moorcock's Elric, and then some genius was like, "This is awfully familiar to The Witcher." It's like, yeah, because that motherfucker stole all of Michael Moorcock's stuff and turned it into this thing, so it should be familiar.
Right. I'm happy that at least I'm not a Game of Thrones fan. The TV show was not for me. But I do love that it kind of sparked some more interest.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, that's so nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, not necessarily great fantasy like Wheel of Time, but it has at least
I'm liking
started it.
Wheel of Time. I wasn't really sure.
I love season.
Yeah, I've not seen it. I
first,
don't know.
Oh,
but
that was a tough one for me.
I'm not all the way in.
Okay.
The first time I was watching, I thought this is bullshit.
one.
Forget it. And then I tried again. I'm like, all right.
I was just happy to finally see the Aes Sedai, on
Yes.
the screen. I was just,
Right.
pretty cool.
sometimes you got to take your little victories,
Yeah, that is fair. That's fair. Well, I'm eager and waiting for, I'm basically preparing for making one of the Final Fantasies into a TV series. So Amazon, whenever you want to come at me, or Tubi, let's do it, Tubi. We can make a TV series together right now. Mark it down because I'm ready.
That would happen.
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah, I love
I'm tuning in right now.
Thank you. There we go. All right.
Yeah.
it.
So you have 3 people in your corner for that.
There we go.
A similar thing we said about Game of Thrones, that it builds interest. It's because some people don't like the Terrifier movies, and that's fine. But I think independent horror filmmakers really owe a lot to that, because it made so much money. The second one, it really led to more independent horror films getting released in theaters, and a lot of stuff that probably would have not got released.
I think you're absolutely right about, especially Terrifier 2. And
Terrifier
2 all of a sudden. And I remember I didn't know anything about Terrifier, and I could tell, I will never watch those movies. They are
Definitely wouldn't be.
they're not for me.
Way beyond the some of the
And in terms of gore, I'm not. That is not my cup of tea. However, I remember when Terrifier 2 was coming out, and people there was a buzz about it.
Yeah.
And then I also feel the same way about the movie that I haven't seen, and my wife is obsessed with, is the Winnie the Pooh movie, which has whether or not it's good or not, the point is that it has exploded.
Yeah, I've heard the second one's really good.
I have heard that same thing.
But I heard the second one's actually a really good movie. I want to see it.
And I guess that they even recognize their issues in the first. I believe the first movie is the movie within the second movie or something like that.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then Terrifier 3 too, is obviously coming out, and my entire crew had they left the end of Terrifier 3. They came on and shot Round the Decay.
Oh, cool.
So all I was hearing about was what's
Wow.
going on in Terrifier 3. 2 of them were late because of it. So no,
Wow.
it's not my cup of tea. I have no interest in ever seeing those movies. But I want all movies to exist. Especially something like that. It's only helping the community.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's things that we don't love, but other people do, and they should have things that they can enjoy because they're maybe won't love the things that I love.
It's the internet now, where some people just seem to think if something is bad, it shouldn't exist.
Oh, yeah.
But the internet's also great because it makes it so that we can communicate. We would
we
have never have any idea
exactly.
each other exists. So
Right.
It brings people together, tears people apart. It's both.
Yeah.
It's a gray area. Like we like our characters. So.
Exactly. Yeah. It all goes back full circle.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, because when I grew up in the 80s, I didn't know there was other big fans of Basket Case and Halloween 3. But now with the internet, oh wow, other people love these weird movies that I grew up watching.
And it's such a weird. I tried to explain this at one of our premieres where every time we make a movie, I have no idea. I talk a lot, you guys can see, but I have no idea how to truly communicate my feelings with people. And so every time I make a movie, it's me reaching out and being like, hey, do you see me? I'm here. And anybody that reacts and responds to the movie, they're reaching back and be like, yes, I'm witnessing you. I'm connecting with you. And it's the same way in the community when you say, hey, I really love blah, 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 this particular movie. And then somebody else goes, oh my God, I love that movie. I watched it over and over. You've just bonded with somebody. Now you're feeling something and you go, something about that person now. You have a feel, you go, oh, okay, I kind of get the gist of what they're all about and what they're into. And so that's what I kind of think is beautiful about the internet, but also about cinema and how we can connect over.
That's how I found that Neal guy.
Yeah, that's how we
that's great.
I didn't know him.
It's so great.
Dude. Yeah.
It was over. It was a strange movie to bond over. It was.
Oh, I need to know what it is. I need to know what it is.
I'm going to tell him the Human Centipede. So I had Annabelle did a painting of Dieter Laser, who plays Dr. Hyder, and I saw it. I was like,
doctor.
Yeah, and I was like, I just interviewed him. This is great. And then we started talking, and then
and then we had the same really dark sense of humor.
The Human Centipede literally bringing people together.
Exactly.
How about that?
I did a little drawing cartoon of a circle of people. The last person was had a little heart holding hand. Oh, this is adorable. They were cute.
I do need to see them. I will need to see the painting because it does sound great.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, please do.
And how can people follow you to see what you're up to?
Yeah, so me personally, I'm on Instagram. It's at Director Adam Newman. Newman is spelled as it sounds. Dreamscape Productions LLC is our production company. And then we do have round_the_decay for the movie. We're also on Facebook and stuff like that. It's the same names, except for you'll have to search for me a little bit harder because my name is Adam Newman, as is everybody else's. Yeah. And so it's a little harder to find me there, but please do. We also have the Dreamscape page there as well. And we're constantly making announcements. We're starting to unload our back catalog of shorts and stuff like that, which is great. Cool. So you guys can see that we've been, dabbling in a whole bunch of different genres for a bit now. So yeah, I'd say check us out there. Follow if you're just like we've now connected. If you're into movies and you want to talk about movies, just shoot me a DM. Or if you want to be part of a movie, get on set. That's what we love doing. Every time we make a movie, we bring on interns. And yeah, it's great to have labor, but a lot of times it's because they love movies, and then we just bring them on. We call ourselves the Merry Band, and we just kind of wrap them into the thing. So it's always
people
great.
On the show who said that was their film school was working on movie.
Yeah. I didn't go to film school. So much of it was just learned by doing. And when you get people on, you have to pay it forward. That's the rule. The only reason that we exist and create art is so that the art can be taken and that and it be expanded on. Right. That's it. When I put something out into the world, it's no longer mine. I have Everwinter Night doesn't exist for me anymore. It's all for the rest of you. And what is, you could take it and you go, that is the biggest steaming pile of shit I've ever seen. I can make a better version of that. That's fine. Because now you've branched off and made some more. And it's the same way when it comes to our community, and it's if somebody is willing to give you their time to work on the thing, then you need to give your time back and you need to help them. And I think it's the same way with all independent filmmakers. Sorry to get on my pedestal, my high horse here, but there's been so much
Good
gatekeeping.
philosophy. I like it.
Yeah. And in Hollywood, there's a lot of gatekeeping, and all of us have been banging on the door being like, please let us in. And I do believe that instead of that, we can all go like, hey, if I lend you my hands and you lend the next person their hands, we can get over the gate. We can all start climbing up. And so, yeah, no, I want to connect with people. So please give me a follow. And if you want to DM and chat about movies, as you've all seen, I can talk all day about them. And
no, yeah, well,
nothing wrong
What
with
the show
that.
is about.
yeah, we'd love to have you back.
please.
Well, it'll be cool when Round the Decay's actually, you know, when it's being released. That would be fun to have you back on. And
I'm expecting you guys,
about...
if it's at the Coolidge or the Brattle or something like that, I'm expecting you guys to be there for the premiere.
I
So.
will.
Oh, hell yeah.
Definitely
We'll
be
be
there.
Okay, good. Late
Definitely.
October. So I'll see you guys
Very
there.
good. That's
All right.
perfect. Yeah.
Good.
Perfect.
Well, thank you for doing this. It's been great.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm really
Adam.
looking
Come
forward
back
to seeing
anytime.
Round the Decay.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me, and thanks for promoting independent film. And yeah, everybody, please please watch the trailer for Round the Decay. It's on YouTube now. It's pretty cool. It's very solid. So please do enjoy it, and yeah, watch the rest of our stuff if you can.
I'm gonna play actually the trailer right now for Round the Decay, and then we're gonna have Chad Ferrin on to talk about his movie. So we'll be back in a couple minutes here.
Great. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're in shock right now, but you're safe here. I know that you're exhausted, but I'm going to ask you a few questions. Is that all right? What happened?
What brings you to the valley?
The mountain?
It is my pleasure
Come take a look at this view!
That is alarming.
to introduce you all to a new resident of Newport's Valley.
Leave the valley before something really terrible happens.
So the rest of us wanted to get away, so we went to some cave.
Did you see something?
Monroe! Why? What is she doing this? She's supposed to save us! What was that?
Scared.
It's all right. You can scream now.
Boom. All right. Well, that's very cool. And now we are back with Chad Ferrin, director of a lot of cool things, including Unspeakable Beyond the Wall of Sleep. It's good to have you back.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
No Joe Castro? Did he flake on us?
He's going to be on sometime soon. He's at dinner, but he's going to jump on.
I gotcha.
Yeah. And I also have Unspeakable trailer to play later on in the show.
Sure.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't get us kicked off YouTube.
The movie's crazy. It's so crazy. I loved it. It's nuts.
I had an amazing time watching it as well.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
So, before we get into it, can you give people an idea of what it's about?
Oh, wow. Gee. It's about a scientist played by Eddie Furlong who basically is studying the dream patterns of a man who's been institutionalized for 25 years, who now has this split personality that's come to life, and it's based on H.P. Lovecraft's Beyond the Wall of Sleep. It's crazy, insane, and it was a lot of fun to shoot. I mean, it was one of those things where, no money, no time, no whatever, but everyone was just so excited to, be working on a Lovecraft film with Eddie Furlong, Bai Ling, and Ginger Lynn, and so it all kind of came together, and it was just a blast to make.
So can we give kind of like right away, gets going. I I was so shocked and surprised. I don't want to take that away from people. I was just like, what is happening?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it takes anything away. I don't, it's for me, it was one of those things that, the original idea of the film was going to be a sequel to my first film, Unspeakable. That's how this all kind of came about. And the lead actor of that film, Roger Garcia, I kind of reconnected with him and put him in a couple of films like Scalper and the old ones and whatever, and we were kind of at a good time. And he turns to me and he's like, why don't you make a sequel to Unspeakable? Hey, I'd love to have the lead again and do all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, Roger, that movie didn't make any money. I mean, if you can find investors who are interested in doing it, I'll gladly write the script and we'll make it. 6 months later, he calls me up. He's like, hey, I got an investor. He wants to put in $100,000 for Unspeakable 2. Let's do this thing.
Wow.
Okay, I got some ideas. Let's have lunch, and I'll buy lunch, and we'll talk about it. I'm like, okay, Roger. And I sit down, and he's yammering and yammering and yammering and yammering and yammering, and I'm like, okay, so we need a prison, we need this, and that, and the other thing, and I'm like, first let me draw up a contract, send it to your investor. Once he signs it, I'll start writing a script, and we'll go from there. Signs the contract, $100,000. We're ready to go. I'm like, hey, great. This money's going to be pouring in. And I start whipping out the script. The only problem is I'm like, you know what? I don't really like this sequel, but I love Lovecraft. Let me think, I remember this Lovecraft story that dealt with dreams and whatever, and seeing the original Unspeakable was all in a dream in his head, even though the audience hated that. I took that whole thing and made this, okay, Unspeakable 2, pulled some characters from that, go into this, and the script just wrote itself. I was having a blast. I'm like, this is crazy. This is amazing. I call up Roger, and I'm like, Roger, you're not going to believe this. I'm done with the script. It's a week later, and I just want to make sure you've got this guy's money, right? Chad, this is amazing. He just sent me the check. I've got it right here in my hand. And my gut was telling me, wait till I get that check in my hand and deposit it. But, I'm like, hey, this script is so fucking good. I'm going to send it to Roger. He's going to love it. He's the lead of this movie. He's doing crazy stuff. He's biting dicks off. It's everywhere. It's crazy. I send him the script, and, one of those guys who, I'm an email guy. I'm not a phone guy. I don't do any of that stuff. I write letters, whatever. I send him the script. I'm like waiting patiently. I'm like, he's going to call up any minute. He's going to love this script. 3 days goes by. I'm like, he's not going to love this script. No. He finally calls up and he's like, yeah, no, there's no way. You've got dicks everywhere. There's dicks off. There's all this stuff. There's all this stuff. I'm like, Roger, this is great. That's what sells. This, the investor's going to love this stuff. Fuck no, he wouldn't even touch this damn thing. I'm like, Roger, trust me, this is Lovecraft. Lovecraft sells. It's going to be great. It's better than a complete just sequel to Unspeakable. No. It's not going to work. It's not going to work, Chad. I told you in our meeting, no dicks. And I'm like, Roger, what are you talking about? Well, when we were having that lunch, I was telling you all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, man, all I heard was yammer, yammer, yammer. And he was actually saying no dicks, like your other movies. I don't want any dicks. I don't want any nudity. I don't want any of this. But all in my back of my mind, I was hearing more dicks, lots of dicks, space dicks, so that's how that kind of came about. And I'm like, Roger, well, your guy signed a contract. He owes me $100,000. So we're going to have some trouble if you don't, whether you like the script or you don't like the script, we're fucking making it. And if you don't want some legal problems, send me that goddamn check right now. I'm happy to rework it with the guy because I don't want a jaded investor. I want to make sure everyone's kind of copacetic. I'll take out the space dicks. It's no problem. But I got to make sure my effort and time, and we're going to go do this, like you said, give me the money. That ain't going to happen. So I basically had to threaten legal action. I got the money basically from them for writing the script and released it, everything. And then I went to Susan Prever and I said, hey, Susan, what do you think of this script? I love it. Let's do it. So that's kind of how it happened.
Amazing. So for the audience, it's not just regular dicks. It's not your everyday penis. These are special, unique, something you've never seen before in your life, even if you've got one. Very different. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for you to have been able to make this.
I pinch myself. I can't believe it's been made. Actually.
It's we'll talk to Joe when he comes on about them. But I wanted to say, it's one thing writing like space dicks and alien, whatever monster piece. But once you saw them, what went through your head? Like, oh, this is what I imagined, or
no? It's kind of one of those things, when I write something, I kind of, there's a moment where it's in my imagination, I guess, but I kind of let go of it the minute it's kind of, the scene's written, because I know everything changes, whether it's your budget or Joe's effects, whatever it might be. It could be better than what I'm thinking, or it could be, more limited or whatever it is. So I'm kind of just more open-minded to whatever it comes. And when, we had mentioned, H.R. Geiger and things like that as inspiration, and, Joe started doing some drawings and he would send them over, and I'm like, oh, that's amazing. That's, far beyond what he. Working with Joe, it's usually, I'm way more impressed than what it could have been just in my head or on the page with what he comes up with.
Joe's amazing.
Yeah, he did it. And, well, I'll ask him when he comes on, but was he on board right away? I imagine this is something he was like,
he's probably all like, with that.
I've actually seen similar Halloween costumes he's made, so it's
yeah, no, he's always on board. He's not only great to work with, he's just one of those guys that it's just inspiring being around him with the energy and the enthusiasm he has for what he does. It's just, if everyone on the crew and cast had that same kind of enthusiasm, you'd be making Citizen Kane every week. It's amazing.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know Joe, very passionate about stuff that he loves and stuff he doesn't love, but very passionate about both.
Right. Man is a ball of energy. When he's on the show, he's like everywhere. He's asking other people things. Like, he becomes the show. It's awesome. He's a world.
Oh, it's great.
Pepe says
he's like a force of nature. That guy
he is.
You had me at severed penis. So Pepe is
you
into
don't even
this.
know Pepe.
Yeah. The opening scene in the prison, like where was that filmed?
That was filmed at David Lynch's Twin Peaks redo had a few scenes in that, so it's it's filmed a lot of stuff. Rob Zombie's used it. I mean, it's really a neat old police station that with the real history behind everything in there. It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
And Robert Ryan, one of the producers, he deals with them all the time with the different police charities and to get us a nice deal with them. So we filmed there a few times.
Yeah, and it's so the opening, for people haven't seen it yet. It's black and white, or not black and white, but it's the colors muted, and then but then you have use of color in there, which I think really works, like the bright blue eyes and
sure.
I don't know what, just like the thought process with that. It's very artistic while you're seeing some.
I love black and white, and I love film noir, and it was just one of those things where the color was, Sin City was an inspiration for that. I guess it's one of those things where you kind of. I can't remember if it was written into the script that it was in black and white, or if it's just one of those things you kind of discover in the editing room, where even like Ed Kemper, the film I'm editing. Black and white was not the idea for flashbacks, but it works and looks so good that you're like, okay, we're going to use black and white for the flashbacks, because it's one of those things that you kind of find it in the editing room sometimes, or sometimes things that you thought of black and white in the script, when you actually film it, it's like, oh, it's better in color or sepia tone or a saturation or whatever it might be. So it's just kind of finding it in the editing usually.
Yeah, having that flashback to these two beings. It's just great, and this landscape looks great, and I can see it's not like this big giant set, but it's got the look. Was that used in the deep ones?
Yes, or no, old ones.
No, that swampy area. Yeah, the old ones. Yes.
Yeah. No, you find a good location, and you find Jared Irons, our location coordinator, he basically has these places that he's like, here, well, you filmed here before, there's not going to be any trouble with permits, police, or whatever. And it's just like, yeah, when writing the script, I keep it in the back of my mind, okay, that and that, and try to make it look different for each film.
Places over and over again, so
right.
It's just the site where strange things happen in the chapter.
Yeah, I like that. It could be literally the same thing. And
then So I mean, these movies. I mean, this one was an $80,000 budget, shot in 9 days. So I mean, it's one of those things of, you know, it's time, money, and one of those things that you just kind of got to figure out. And it's like, but at the same time, you want it to be big, and you want it to be special, and you want it to have all these things on a limited budget, and it's just kind of learning through, you know, trial and error of what, after how many films doing it this way, of what it's going to and make it seem like a much bigger film, you know, with our limited means.
So it's playing this Sunday at the Valley Film Festival. Will this be the first time you've watched it, you know, with an audience?
Yes, first time I've seen it on a big screen. It's I'm pretty excited. It'll be the U.S. premiere, actually. So it's cool.
That's awesome. And I think this is going to be an amazing experience to watch with a group of people.
Yeah, I think it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You know, playing is crazy. I mean, everyone, and no one's going to expect it, you know?
No.
Now, has it been I don't know, I guess, has it been an issue with anyone, the content so far? I know it's early, so you know, this is the premiere, but I don't know if you've submitted to other festivals or anything?
Yeah, no, a lot of, mainly the problem has been with distributors. They're like, hey, can you cut this out and that out and this out and that out? And I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm open to cut anything out if you're going to release the unrated version at some time. So it's just kind of navigating that. I mean, I guess, you know, it'd be a 50-minute movie if they cut all this stuff out. So it's a matter of finding something, a medium in between that works for everybody.
Yeah. And how about Robert? Because he's you know, I think pretty brave guy to go through this whole movie. He's naked a lot of the movie, and was he just totally on board the whole time?
Oh yeah, no, he's a trooper. I mean, no complaints, no anything. He'll get down there and get dirty. I mean, we're in this church, and he's, you know, screwing Elena, and, you know, he's got the prosthetic penis, and he's walking down the aisle, and, you know, the cross is there, and I'm like, oh my god, it's
freaky teeth.
And the
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, those teeth are great.
That's a great scene with the nun. I feel funny saying that, but also what I really like is when I'm listening to her talk, and she brings up the staff and the rod, and I'm like, he had to known he was putting this actual verse into the movie at this point. It's pretty great. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Well, growing up Catholic is one of those things that it's your dream, I guess, to defile a nun and get back at all those.
And for people not aware, she's very defiled in this movie.
And then some.
Yeah, the aftermath.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So there is the use of the sound from The Shining.
Oh yes.
How did that get in there?
Well, that's just one of those things that's such a great moment in The Shining that sticks with you as a kid, and it's just, you know, when I was editing it, and then there's that moment, and when I cut it together, I'm like, oh, and I told Matt Olivo, who does all my sound mixes, I'm like, we need something, you know, Shining-esque for that moment there, and so it was one of those things that he was like, oh, of course, I get it, you know, so it worked its way in, because The Shining is just so beyond amazing, but it's one of those things where when you hear it, you know it, and it's a great thing to have a little nod to, you know, a film like that, no matter how perverted it may be.
Hilarious.
Right.
So I just got a message I have to mention from Joe. Unfortunately, they're just now leaving the restaurant. It's his husband's birthday, so happy birthday, Stephen.
Okay.
So he's probably not going to make it. He's going to try to hop on if he gets home in time, but if not, we'll get Joe back on soon, and we'll talk about it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
But we appreciate you trying, Joe. And he sent a nice picture with a big smile on his face.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, Joe is a great guy. So I know we talked about Joe last time. When did you start working with Joe?
I guess it was on Exorcism at 60,000 Feet. Robert Ryan, the producer on that, had worked with him on a few other things, and brought him onto that, and we had a great time, and I've been working with him ever since.
So I assume you had him. You knew right away going in Unspeakable that we have to have Joe on board to.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where it's kind of a given. I'll send him the script. And I say, look, it's another low budget. Give me the best deal you can. He writes back a quote. And I'm like, okay, let's cut this, and that. Can we get to this? And he's like, yeah, that'll work. And so, it's one of those things that, he knows. It's seamless. He knows my work method. I know his. We get along. He's no budgets. And, it's a lot of fun to work with him.
Yeah.
So the casting, you've got some. You mentioned this when you stepped in here. There's some amazing people involved in this. So how did you bring these people on? I saw it, I'm like, who is this crazy Asian woman? I didn't know who it was at first. I'm like, she's nuts. I don't know what's going on. But she's crazy, and I love it. And then I was like, whoa! Now I know who it is.
Well, it's again, working with people I love like Robert Miano, Elena Madison, Sylvia Spross. Bobby Furlong was kind of always in my head of being in that role, and it was just a matter of getting in touch with him. And Robert Miano had worked with him before, so he's like, here, let me get a script, see if he'd be interested. For a crazy Crispin Glover was in talks with playing the role. This is how crazy all this is. He was dating or going to the actor's studio, which Robert Miano was a major role at. And so Robert Miano basically got him an audition at the actor's studio or got him to sit in or something. So they kind of had this connection going. And I said, hey, Robert, you should see Crispin Glover would want to do this just because you're crazy. You finish a script, you throw everything against the wall when it comes to casting and see what happens. So he's like, oh, I'll get him the script. Crispin read the script, and Robert's like, hey, can I get? Hey, it's always a good sign when someone actually physically wants to talk to you. I'm like, this is great. So he calls up, and he's going, hey man, I love the script. This is great. We could do, this is really something. And I'm like, oh wow. He's like, but Robert's telling me you make these for like $80,000 in 10 days or something like that. How is that possible? And I'm like, well, you shoot 10 pages a day, and you make sure you know your lines, or make up good lines that'll work, and you just make it happen.
Yeah,
man. I just can't, I'm really, it takes me, like a long time to memorize stuff and to get into this character. And I'm like, well, don't worry about the lines, man. Just make the shit up. Man, I'd love to work with you. Let's read some Lovecraft books, get in there, and we'll just make this shit up. And he's like, oh, man, I don't think I want to ruin your vision. I'm like, I don't have a fucking vision, man. If you want to do it, you got to go do it. And he basically, went back and forth. And I said, look, this is how much I can give you. I can give you, $10,000. We can do it. We'll shoot it in 10 days. It'll be fast. It'll be fun. It'll be great. And he's like, oh, man, I'd love to do it. But, I'd really like 100. And, it kept going. Then I'm like, well, if it's not forget the money aspect. Let's just say if you wanted to shoot this in 10 days. And I'm like, well, that's the other problem. I'd want to shoot this in like 80 days. And I'm like,
who does that?
What the hell are we doing all day long? And so it just kind of, fizzled out. And then, Robert calls up. He's like, hey, how'd it go? I'm like, this guy wants to fucking shoot this thing in 80 days, man. I don't fucking want to this guy crazy. He seems neat. It'd be fun to make something happen, but I don't think it'll work on this film. And he's like, yeah. No, I totally understand. So, but I'm like, hey, how about Eddie Furlong? You still in touch with him? Oh, let me check, Send Eddie the script, and Eddie's like, yeah, I'll do it. And I'm great. And I'm like, oh, great. He doesn't even want to talk on the phone. This is even better. Let's just show him. And that's what happened. He showed up. He was great. He, knew his lines, and, he was fantastic. For me, it was kind of, he brought this almost angel heart element to it. There was something, there was a thing where, when we were doing the wardrobe, I'm like, well, he needs like a Columbus coat, that's for sure. So that was one of the things. And then when he got there and he put it on, that one didn't work, this one worked. And then I'm like, oh my God, it's very angel heart to me. This is great. So it was, again, one of those things that, you may in your mind or in the script have a completely different vibe. But then when you get there and the actor puts this on, and okay, it's not Crispin Glover, which was in my head for a brief minute. Now it's Eddie Furlong, right. Terminator fucking 2. This is really cool. And he's, got angel heart vibes. So it was one of those things. And exciting. And then you throw in Bai Ling, and you throw in Ginger Lynn, and sort of the casting that wouldn't necessarily be your first choice for his wife to be Ginger Lynn, someone who's, much older than him, but still attractive. And they can, but when they were together, I'm like, on screen, you're looking through the viewfinder, I'm like, they totally have chemistry and they look like they could be married. So it's kind of one of the, when you first tell people that that's who your idea of casting is, they're kind of like, give you a look, but then when they see them together, it's like, oh, it works,
Yeah, because they look like a real couple.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, Steve Railsback is great in it too, by the way.
His delivery was so fun because he's the scientist, but he's just like, man, he's saying all this stuff. I'm like, oh my God, he's just this likable guy. And then he ends up accidentally shooting someone. And his reaction, I'm just like, oh my God, this guy's so funny. He's great.
Right. No, and that's again one of those things when, with the script, especially, certain things wouldn't be craft, or you get there and the actor's doing it, and it just kind of becomes, I guess, what it's meant to be. But at the same time, it's having kind of a free style with it, and kind of going in and saying, I have no expectations of what this is going to be. I hired the best people that are for this, and we kind of come together, and kind of, if we're all into it and having fun, it usually turns out great and better than expectation. And this is no exception. It was a lot of fun.
That really comes through in the movie, that everyone's on board and all the craziness and having a good time doing it. And
right.
I'm a big fan of the Nazi character, which maybe sounds like a weird comment, but he's awesome.
His acting is awesome.
Yeah.
No, he's amazing. He's actually we just shot Ed Kemper, and he plays Ed Kemper in the.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, because he's just so good, and it was one of those things where he was also in Scalper, and I've been working with him on a few films, and he just has such a great not only professionalism toward his craft, but he's also just a great guy and very intellectual and very smart and really just a great actor. And it was one of the, and trouble-free. And that is one of the biggest things when we were casting Ed Kemper. Everyone's like, well, we got to get a guy who's like 6'10" and all of these things. And of course, that's you. But at the same, but I'm like, you know what? Brandon's like 6'2". We put some lifts on him on camera, and I'm trying to explain this, and everyone's like, well, no, we got to audition other people. So we auditioned like 20 guys, and they were all like 6'9", 6'7", giants. But when we're you're sitting there in the office, and they come in and they audition, and you're looking at them, I'm like, it doesn't seem that tall. Any of these people, and I'm like, the camera, it's the same thing. Alan Ladd was like 5'6", but on camera he looks like he's 6'2". So all these guys auditioned, and then I'm like, Brandon, because he was out of town, I'm like, you're going to have to audition, send us your tape. He sent in like 5 audition tapes. They were all fantastic, all with different things. You'd send him a little direction in an email. He sends another tape, spot on. And I'm like, you know what? We're casting Brandon, great. And he blew everyone away on set. I mean, he was Ed Kemper. I mean, he had the voice, the mannerism, everything. And his chemistry with things that I think no actor should ever be insulted that they have to audition or whatever, because then when they win a role against 20 other dudes, even it's something even more special. And I think that's he was great, and his Nazi character in Unspeakable is one of the main reasons of like, what, this guy is so committed and whatever that he would make an amazing Ed Kemper, and that's kind of what happened.
Nice. So,
a slightly tragic Nazi. It's very, when he's
definitely.
like fumbling underneath his little blanket, he says his line, it's like, oh, that's a little bit sad. a little bit.
So not to get ahead of ourselves, because Unspeakable, premiering this weekend, but the Ed Kemper movie, like how far from that being released are you?
I'm hope to lock picture this weekend. We'll finish the music score and all that stuff in probably a couple months, hit the festivals probably hopefully in October, and then release it early next year.
Oh, very cool. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's really neat. A period piece on a nickel. I mean, it's everything really is top notch. I'm blown. Which I rarely, I rarely am blown away by my stuff. Not that I do, I put in as much as I can, and effort and whatever. One of those things where kind of everything fell into place, and it was a script by Stephen Johnson, who had written Ed Gein and a slew of those, speaking of Steve Railsback, a slew of, those Lionsgate's true crime thrillers in the late 90s, 2000s. And the script was fantastic. And, it was, we worked out a deal that was perfect for everybody. And then Susan Prever's like, I love the script. Let's make it. And off we were going,
Not to spoil Unspeakable, but what's like the vibe like when you're filming like the literal cockfight scene? I mean, I would assume like everyone's gonna. I don't know if everyone's gonna start laughing or just like, well, what's going on there?
Well, I think that's one of the things where you don't know when you get there, and it's like these guys put this stuff on. It was kind of Joe kind of kept it hidden. The guys would had robes on and whatever, and then when they finally got out there and they're doing it, and I'm like. It was hilarious, but at the same time, both actors were so committed. And Corey
makes it even funnier when I'm watching it.
Right.
That everyone's very serious. And yeah.
Corey, the actor who plays the young Jim Phillips, was he studied like bear fighting. He was watching all these YouTube videos of bears fighting, and he's like, do you mind if I choreograph this? I'm like, yeah, sure, go for it. And he and Ellie got together. They choreographed the whole fight scene. They got there, and they were growling and scratching and whatever. So the on them kind of dissipated because they were so serious, and they had this whole thing down with this alien, fighting an alien kind of thing that really was again, as a director, when you're seeing these things come to life, it's really either one of those things where you're like, hey, this is great, or God, this doesn't work at all, whether it's on the script or the page. Let's figure this out. They came to it and knocked it out of the park. It was neat.
Yeah, if we ever did like our favorite scenes of the year or whatever, honestly, that's going on my list of. I think it's a fantastic. This is a really
not the nun scene.
Both of them. The nun scene's shot really well too. Just that he's in the back. It's very artistic because he's in the back and he's a little out of focus and. Both scenes are great for me.
Well, I mean, that's the great thing. About horror films, I guess and you can bring other genres like perfect example of that always stuck in my mind of the nun rape and those all these things that you're kind of when you're writing a script filter through your head and you're kind of like, oh, that's a great thing. Let's add that nun scene in this and with aliens and you kind of cherry pick things of your childhood that kind of stuck out cinematically, and you kind of try to breathe new life into them.
Yeah, this is we are watching Chad's childhood here on
Exactly.
Battling alien penises, splitting open nuns. That away, but yeah.
Babies.
Crazy.
Yeah, we didn't even bring up eating babies. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I have some people on my Facebook here will they'll lose their mind if I say that eating babies. Some weird people out there, but so not to get ahead of ourselves, but where does it go after the Valley Film Festival?
It's out to probably 20 other film festivals that we're kind of waiting to hear on, and usually if one. Like if the Valley Film Festival does well, word of mouth kind of carries it to other festivals. But, and I'm talking to a few distributors and, it's hopefully, finds a sale. Again, it comes down to a lot of them want it cut. And then when you say you'll cut it, then they kind of go, well, like I said, it'll be like 50 minutes long. So it's kind of figuring out a way of making the cuts artistic instead of just having to blur stuff. Because I guess Amazon and a lot of these streaming services,
full front veil is like the main thing you have to cut.
Right.
So a new part of horror is the X-rated horror films that are actual horror films and not just porn films.
Right. No, and I think that's one of the funny things that the Valley Film Festival kind of ran with the X-rated stuff, where it's just like I just pulled that off, off YouTube or whatever, and stuck the X rating on the thing because it was,
It's a good selling point. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Now he's really frozen.
Yeah, we may have...
not just mostly frozen, he's really frozen.
Right.
Oh, there we are. You were frozen there momentarily. Yeah. Can you still hear? I don't know. I think he may.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Breeze?
I hear you.
We can hear you. All right, there we are.
Okay.
So you, we kind of lost you there when you were talking about the X rating. So you pulled it off the internet. And...
Well, the X rating kind of thing was like, this is a great thing for the trailer, and I'm cutting this together, and I'm like, this trailer is great. I used the film The Dark, and pulled the audio from that and kind of put it together, and I'm like, hey, this works visually and thematically and whatever. And then Valley Film Festival saw it and they loved it and they put it up and they're like, oh, this is X-rated, this film. And I'm like, well, it's not really X-rated. It's that great trailer thing. So, it's, again, I don't know what the ratings, of course it would be unrated, but YouTube is, or Amazon and all these different streaming services demand that you don't have this, that, and the other thing. So it's figuring that out with the distributor, what works, and, releasing an unrated version down the line.
Yeah, it worked though. When I got an email originally from the Valley for doing press, and it was right in the in the line. It was like X-rated Lovecraft film. I was like, what the hell is this? And then I was like, oh, it's a new Chad Ferrin movie, and I was like, oh, that's cool.
No, it is a great hook. You mentioned it that way. I'm like, oh, I'd run out to see an X-rated Lovecraft movie. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, when Neal mentioned it that you were coming on the show for this, and I was like, oh my God, what is this? I had to know. And I found out. And yeah.
And by the way, the trailer is amazing. You did a great job with it. I love the trailer.
Oh, thank you. No, it's one of those things when those voices, they don't make them anymore. You couldn't, and even if you found an actor to try to emulate it, it's just not the same. That shit was recorded in mono, and they had this great voice, and they put these things together, and I'm like, you just can't recreate it. So I just repurposed that trailer, and some people notice, some people are upset. Hey, are you going to pay Paul Frees or whoever the hell the voice actor was? I'm like, since when do people know the fucking voice actors' names? Trailers that are just so great. Oh, that guy's voice. I never wanted to find his name, but someone's going to put on a thing. You stole the Dark trailer. That's Paul Frees' voice. And I'm like, who the fuck? Fuck you.
I love this now. But I thought you did hire someone, because I was telling our previous guest before we went on air, and I was like, they really just nailed the voice in this trailer. Like, I was like, it really sounds like something that was filmed back then. Yeah.
Yeah. It is authentic.
It is. That's why it's authentic. Yeah.
We need to figure this out.
Yeah. Maybe Chad, if you hear us, try leaving and coming back in.
Okay.
All right. And then hopefully that will work for Chad here. But and Troy's having some cat issues.
Oh, cat.
His cats. They're not. There's nothing wrong with them, but they knock things over and.
Cats.
Yeah. All right. So we'll add this Chad in, and we'll take this Chad out.
Bye, Chad.
Hopefully. All right.
Where were we? The voice.
Yeah.
The voice. Yeah. Yes. No. One of those things. And the film's obscure enough where no one remembers it. So, that was quite the task. But I had remembered, I'm like, wasn't there this film that Tobe Hooper directed, but he got fired from? And it started clicking. And then I'm like, oh, with Crosby, in The Dark. And, I searched on YouTube and I'm like, there it is. Yes, that's perfect. And, the voice and the thing, just finding the images that kind of fit in there. And it worked like a glove,
Yeah.
I will be very happy to rewatch this and have that in mind.
I'll play it again after the interview here for everyone to check out. It's pretty amazing.
But that's one of the hardest things is cutting a trailer and figuring out the thing. Same as synopses or anything that kind of sells a film. I really am no good at that. So it's one of those things of when you find something like this film that kind of fits that mold or those older films that you're like, oh, this will work perfect for, and you're able to kind of pull from some like the voice again is just something that can't kind of this quality that is really kind of special. Even if you think the movie's shit or whatever, you can at least go, well, that trailer's neat. The bright side of every film. I try.
Right. You mentioned Tobe Hooper. Who are some of directors that you emulate? Not emulated, but you looked up to, or that you were into that made you want to become a filmmaker?
Oh, Toby Hooper, of course, George Romero, Bava. I mean, John Ford. I mean, everything from, like I was saying, westerns to noir to, samurai films are really kind of something, and everything that inspires me. It's just, love for cinema, and even, a Woody Allen comedy, or, you can find all these great things in all, films that can inspire you or whatever, not necessarily just horror, but kind of anything and everything that has, like Polanski's Macbeth has some really just terrifying things in it. And, it's just one of those things where it's not necessarily a horror film, but it has, horrific elements or amazing camera work or things that, inspire me for other films, or you just kind of keeps you, excited about films and, and life in general. So it's, anything old I'm into, and old cinema and, golden age of Hollywood, all that kind of stuff is really near and dear to my heart. Modern film, I don't, even stuff that they, has a great reputation or is doing well or an audience finds, for me, it's kind of, it's got to be something really good for me to be like excited by something new these days.
Are there any films you could think of new that you have really said that I like this?
Oh gosh.
Any?
Oh my.
The past 10 years. Doesn't have to be new. Oh, is he gone again?
I think he may have froze. He's trying to think about new movies, and it's just it killed his computer.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, we may have to wrap it up soon with Chad, just because of the connection up. But Chad's always got some cool stuff out, so we can always have him back on.
Oh my goodness, you don't know.
No, I absolutely love Unspeakable Beyond the Wall of Sleep. This is a nasty Neal thumbs up all the way.
Thumbs up.
Possibly other things up, who knows? But yeah.
I was just thinking Monster Ween up.
There's a
no,
glitch
y'all
in
don't
the
know. It's just like these prosthetics are just nuts. You will, if you're watching the show and you like us, you gotta like this. You gotta. Oh no, Chad.
Yeah. Troy's probably not going to be back. He's got to clean up a mess from the cat. So, that's unfortunate.
Won't be back at all.
I guess not for
it's
tonight.
Early. I can stay up late. I already told you guys this.
All right, I'll message him quick.
Yeah, make him come back. We want Troy. Is Chad just like gone?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So we're gonna play the trailer for Unspeakable here, and if Chad comes back, if not, we'll come back and we'll talk about some horror here with everybody. All right, let me grab the video. I just realized something.
Oh, Joe's home. No link. I just got a message. Joe Castro is in the building. He just doesn't have the door.
All right. Well, we'll get Joe on here. I'm going to send it to his regular thing here. Chad is back. We'll add him back in here.
My dial-up internet got angry.
All right. It was, we thought maybe it was... you had enough of asking about modern movies, but looks like...
You just hung up. Joe sent me a message. He's home.
Wow.
Getting the link. He would like to join.
Wow.
Yeah, if I send the link to this one, it's going to go to everyone that has the invite. Is my only thing. So, all right, we're going to chance it here, and hopefully, some weirdos don't just log into the show. But we'll find out. I guess I don't have to add them in. So. Or maybe we will, just to see what happens.
Why not?
Yeah.
Party.
Yeah. So did you think of any modern movies here while Joe's connecting? If not, well, it's fine.
No.
Have you ever been to the Valley Film Festival before with the previous film?
She was saying I had, but I don't remember. I mean, I don't think so. I usually remember every festival I played, and I don't think so. My friend Evan Richards, who directed a film, Cognitive, he had played there a couple of years ago with another film, so he recommended them to me, and then that's why I submitted Unspeakable. And Tracy has been great, you know, and it's a great venue, and you know, I'm excited. You know, it's one of those things of, I think the last LA festival I played was Shriek Fest in 2016, so it's been a long time to have a nice LA premiere.
All right, we have Joe Castro on here, and happy birthday to Steven.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hey, Chad, how you doing? Annabelle, Neil, good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What a wonderful show to be on. What a wonderful, this is wonderful.
Yeah.
To be here with Chad. Chad doesn't realize this, but I'm probably one of his #1 fans. He doesn't realize it. So to get to work with him is just amazing and such a pleasure. And,
wow, thank you.
Yeah, no, Chad knows how to tell really amazing stories, and I'm always very grateful when I get to read one of Chad's scripts. Yeah.
You definitely contributed to this amazing story. My goodness.
I am simply an instrument of Chad's imagination.
Don't lay all the blame on me, Joe.
Oh yeah, no, this is fun stuff here. Yeah.
So what was Unspeakable specifically like to work on, Joe?
Well, you know, I just, like, a lot of people don't realize this, but I have a lot of back history in my special effects stuff. Like I've been able to do a lot of unusual things throughout my career. So like gluing up like a prosthetic on someone's groin, I know how to do that. Like I know how to do it like really well, and I know how to do it like so they can easy on, easy off. You know, no pain. People just follow my direction.
Well, that's something I didn't think about. Very good. Yeah, right.
Most people don't realize that. It's like it's a little bit of a skill, and you know, I hadn't done it for a long time. So when Chad's like, we're gonna make some monster penises, I was like, I got it. Yeah, I got it. I know exactly what we need to do here. And it's getting the actors on board to, like, you know, shave. I think that, like Robert, like Lily Robert, we're like, we're gonna glue it on Robert now, and Robert's like, I'm not shaving yet. And like, no, you got to shave. I'll just put it on him.
You will not enjoy it if you don't.
No, you're gonna shave. Robert's like, no, you're gonna shave. And we sent Robert off to on a new adventure that he'd never experienced before. You know, it's not something you see every day. You know, a very well seasoned, full grown man with a H.P. Lovecraft creature attached to their groin. You know.
And it was seamless. It came up
Yeah, it looks
earlier.
great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I was just like, I was amazed. So I don't know what your trick was, but these people are moving around and they're nude. So this man is nude. So it's not, I don't know.
Well, you know, like I said, once again, I've had a little experience in the past. You know, making like synthetic skin and like gluing prosthetics to people's genitalia. I have had a lot of experience in my career doing that, and so I've kind of gotten accustomed to, you know, being a special effects artist that cares. You know, like I sympathize with people's skin and, you know, the actors' performances. I kind of want them to feel cool when they have makeup on. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to like put makeup on somebody. It's another thing to put makeup on somebody and then they feel even better as an actor with it. You know what I mean? They should want to feel like cool. Like if I put like a scratch on a girl's face, an actress's face, I want her to still feel sexy, even though it's really gory. I'm like, do you like that? Like, they're like, oh yeah. I'm like, is there anything about it you want me to change? And Chad understands this, and that's why I love working with Chad, because he knows how to really delegate authority to the departments that he has very professionally put together, because he knows that we can just take care of it. He can focus on story and making sure that it's not campy and this kind of thing. You know, it's very hard to take something that has this like an outrageous storyline and not make it campy. And Chad has a very good gift of doing just that. You know, I mean, it's some crazy stuff there, but it's still not campy, not silly. It's like, wow, what is this? You know, I love that.
Have you seen the finished film yet, Joe?
I have. I don't think I've watched it from beginning to end, but I have seen a cut of it because another thing I like working with Chad with, he allows me to do. I do all the visual effects in the film as well. So it's nice when you can turn the director and say, "Hey, I think this looks great, but I'd like to kind of shoot it like this, so then I can add some CGI here and do this to it and that kind of thing." And Chad understands that it's not always one. Even though I think that Chad and I are both purists when it comes to practical effects, like we love practical, but there is a time and a place for digital that accentuates the practical. And so as I love doing that. I kind of like taking each thing to that little next level to make it to be like, wow, how do they do that? A little something more than what you would expect. So I haven't seen it yet, but I have gone, I had to go through and kind of break it down and say this and that. And sometimes I'll watch like a rough cut of it with all the stuff in it, and I'll be like, no, we have to put something here. We gotta put another effect there, no. And it can't go out like that. It needs to be like this. Yeah. So I appreciate you, Chad, when you allow me to do it. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, but like you've both seen the trailer, the scene where
trailer's amazing.
Where the nun reaches over to put her finger on the tip of the H.P. Lovecraft penis, and it just needed a little, like in the film, it's just there, like looking at her, but I needed like a little intimate animal like reaching out to her. Kind of thing.
What was that sound?
like an innocent thing creature. So yeah. And I think it was great that you got Edward in it involved in this too, because he's had such a colorful career. You know what I mean? Like to put, he's madness all on its own in a wonderful way. He's probably one of the kindest human beings I've ever met in my entire life. But to put him in amongst this H.P. Lovecraft madness was just pure genius on your part.
He's amazing, and you can see Joe in the trailer.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing. I'm always feel so great, so honored to be able to, be on camera with like such an amazing group of people who have had such amazing, colorful careers, And yeah. In fact, when we were reading the script, I think I even told you, Chad, like this is my favorite script that you had written because it was so outrageous. What do you call it? Gonzo? It's like,
yeah, Gonzo.
Well, and what does that actually mean again? I know you explained it once before. What is
crazy?
Crazy.
Crazy kind of thing.
But the thing about what differentiates from what I think that you do than what other people do when it comes to, like, I don't want to name any specific titles, but just like pure camp, is that it all makes sense. There's a reason behind every single portion of the madness of where you go through the maze to get to the end. There's always some sort of motivation for each maddening twist of the plot point, So, and it makes sense. And it's like, oh yeah, that's
and everyone's playing it straight,
right.
Yeah, which I think adds to the movie. Yeah.
That's it. It doesn't matter how crazy it gets. You just play it as realistic as you possibly can, and go from there. Yeah, and I think Chad works well to get those performances out of people, and it shows. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So this is your third Lovecraft movie. So are you going to do any more from here?
You never know. For me, it was kind of like the trilogy was a great thing to accomplish once in one's career. So it was just one of those things that, fell into place, and, knock on wood that if something else, Lovecraft, creeps my way, I'll of course do it. But, I'm happy to end it here if that be the case.
Yeah. It was I like all three, but it is my favorite of the trilogy.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
things in threes. That's what I think is fun.
I love the enthusiasm for fake penises, John.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. There's a real market for absolutely realistic synthetic penises that people can appreciate. Can appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not one thing just to make a fake penis, but to make a fake penis that people want to look at is another.
It's very captivating.
It is, isn't it? Like you see like a fake penis like in a horror film, and you know, they've cut it off and they throw it on the floor with blood or whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. But this is different. This is you know, this is an H.P. Lovecraft creation.
And Annabelle said it was seamless. Now, you know, it's the penis stuff's not like hidden in the shadows. It's like really well lit and stuff. So
they're out there like fighting it out.
Yeah. So if you could see like, you know, if you could see the makeup around there and stuff, I think it would take you out of the movie.
Yeah, you know, I'm just going to be. I mean, people. There have been some very, very prominent people that have made amazing careers out of doing adult-oriented filmmaking kind of things. You know, you got the Kardashian, right? Paris Hilton, right? Paris Hilton did a porn tape, and Rob Lowe, and even I think Francis Ford Coppola used to direct porn. I think it was one of the, I think I heard about that. He did some porn, and but my point is that doing the seamless genital stuff. And hey, if you're gonna do it all the way. Do it right. Make it look like something you want to look at. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I remember having to make the little teeth on the mouth of it. You know, it's basically the urethra, right, of the thing. And I tried to make a mold of something I had sculpted, and it was so delicate I just couldn't pour it up. And so each one of those teeth had to be hand rolled, hand sculpted, and then carefully glued together. There's only two sets of them. In fact, I think I have one of them.
Yeah.
A lot of love went into those penises.
That's one of my prized possessions. Let me see.
Is this spoiler alert?
Oh my God, that's amazing.
That's so great.
Yeah, each one.
Oh my God.
It has an armature in it, so you can.
Oh my God.
So, well, the more will be revealed. You have to watch the movie to see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bring him to the screening.
I am going to bring him to the screening.
Yes.
Well,
maybe you can make versions for Halloween coming up.
And just wear that.
Yeah.
Okay, now I know what my Halloween costume is this year.
It's cold in New England, though.
And also it was great working with Ginger in the film. You know, she is amazing. I love working with that woman. Will she be at the screening?
I don't think so. She's in Vegas these days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I would love working with her. She's a doll. I love her.
Are you going to be there, Joe?
I will be there. Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
I will be there. Yeah.
Well, that's the real way to see it from beginning to end in the theater on the big screen with a group of people.
Yeah, and the film has a lot more in it than just
basically
Lovecraft penises, but
it does.
That is definitely something that you don't see every day in a.
I almost totally forgot the
you got Nazis,
baby eating until Chad brought it up.
It's got Nazis, and it has everything that I. Another thing I like working with Chad about is when he writes the script, he writes it as if there's no budget limitation. You just kind of just write it, and then I get to come to Chad with like ideas about the special effects. He's not like one of these directors that's like, it has, I want it like it has to be like just like that. And I love Chad's input on it, but if we can even go even bigger, that's kind of like the way that that you get like these new kind of cool stuff happening. So I really like that. And I think that's what you do with the script too. Like you got the Nazis, you got the H.P. Lovecraft penises kind of thing going on, and then you got the main creature in the film, which was kind of cool the way it came about. And I try to do some different things with that too, but just trying to, there used to be a time when you make movies and every movie made, they tried to do something that was truly unique. It wasn't never really like an offshoot of something that's been done, or it wasn't like, oh, I want to be famous now because of something else that's similar to it. Everybody was trying to make something completely special and unique. And I really think that that's what Chad does with his films. Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that, like, big monster. Share more about that, because it's easy to just sit here and talk about monster pieces. That's easy.
The big monster. Well, I like I said, I'm a purist when it comes to practical effects, and I knew that originally we were going to do something where one of the actors was going to have his mouth open up, I think, really big, and the person was going to go inside, and it was just going to be like a live cast of the actor, and there were some challenges with getting the specific actor to sit still. Let's just sit still. So I used I fed some prompts into AI to create some imagery, and I thought, why can't we move in this direction? That kind of thing. And of course, once again, as a team, we come up with an effort to move forward in another direction. That's how I came up with that. It's just bizarre. It's like very David Cronenberg kind of weird thing with this giant mouth and no eyes and little teeth and it's just, it doesn't even have arms. I think its arms are kind of stuck to the side of its body.
Lovecraft is all about.
Like they
grew up out of the ocean.
Yeah.
Cellular form of life.
I think I fed like worm skin man nude something into the computer, for that, and to see what we got. And there was like a whole plethora of things that we wanted to do. Like I got a whole bunch of really cool stuff, but we settled on something that was more recognizable, because how AI can do some really weird things, and I love that. The weirder the better. But if it's one thing that we can do with or the one thing that Chad does with his films is takes this extreme bizarre and somehow channels it into like a mainstream story, like a regular mainstream kind of thing. I don't know how he does that, but he can do that. He does that, which works, I think, very well. Especially when you're trying to feed an audience something that is so not familiar. And people, it's very hard to feed someone something that they've never eaten before if they don't want to try it. And then you get kind of like the whole like, it's a surprise, man. Everything should be a big surprise. You don't want movies that are predictable are boring. They're boring. That's why when we watch a movie and we see the story before it's even coming, it's boring, and you don't get that with one of Chad's movies. You never know what you're going to get. It's true. It's very true. I want to mention the performance of Ellie Ron. His performance at the end. I made this like machine arm, and I put this thing on his head. But that guy's performance, and once again, we're talking about like the performances in the film. I think his performance was just amazing. I just want to give a nod to that young man for bringing that whole scary element to the very end of the film. And you know what, Chad? I don't think I ever read the entire script. I don't like to read the dialogue when I read the scripts. Sure. I only read the action, because that's where you've written the special effects. Because when I watch the film, I want it to be a surprise to me too. I want to be able to enjoy it. So sure. I don't think I ever read the end of the movie, or was it always written that way? Because I don't remember how it. I don't remember reading any of it. So when I finally got the chance to see it, or whatever in the rough cut, I was always surprised at how well it ended. This kind of thing. But anyways, I kind of kept it. I always want to be able to enjoy it like a big piece of dessert too at the end.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think that's the funny thing, editing these films, the first cut, you're like, oh my God, this movie's amazing. And then 20, 30, 40, 50, you get so desensitized to what you're even doing, and then you never even want to see it again. But, because I'm editing Ed Kemper right now, I really remember nothing about Unspeakable, even though it was, not even that long ago. So I'm really excited kind of to see it again. Even though I've seen it a billion times, it seems very fresh to me now, because even when we're talking about it, I don't remember a damn thing about it. and except, space penises and the Nazi and certain things, and then I start remembering. So it's one of those things that, seeing it on the big screen with an audience will be like, for me, the first time, I've seen it. And that's what's really exciting for me, because the past month it's just been Ed Kemper. So it's kind of washed my brain of all the Lovecraft elements, and so I'm really excited to see this on the big screen.
And also your composer this time was different than the one from the old ones.
Yeah. Richard Band did old ones, and this was Matt Olivo did this one,
and he did a great job on this one as well. He was
amazing.
Yeah, did an amazing job. Yeah, I really like what he did with the music. And also, you are one of these directors that goes full on with the sound effects. A lot of people don't really kind of gloss over them and don't realize the importance of them. I worked on a couple of films where they didn't put any sound effects at all, even in the kill stuff. And I'm like, it's just an effect without any and blood dripping, whatever. But yeah, you go full force with that. So we appreciate that as well.
No, I mean, that's the whole other, you can cut a film together, and usually, when people say, hey, I really want to see the rough cut. I'm like, no, you don't. If you don't know rough cuts, oh, I know rough cuts. I don't want to see it. And I'm like, okay. I sent a rough cut to one of the investors, and they almost, puked, because they're like, they have no idea, to see it with no sound effects or rough music or the dialogue going all over the place and the picture looking like shit. They just don't. It's not a good way for a first impression. I mean, the first impression, for some people, they can see a rough cut and they'll be like, oh, I see the potential. Mm-hmm. I see this. That's why I get so excited with a rough cut. The Ed Kemper was 2.5 hours long, the first one, but I saw these great pieces in it and these great things that I'm like, this is going to be something really special. And, but the investor took a look at it and they, wanted to vomit. And they called me up and talked to me for 20 minutes of what a piece of shit it is. And I'm just like, I've reached a point where I used to fight over something like this or scream or go fuck yourself. But now I just kind of calm down. I listen and I'm like, you know what? You're completely wrong, but I'm going to send me all your fucking notes. Send them in an email. And I will look at those notes, and I've learned to instead of getting angry and throwing up and all that stuff, I look at it through their eyes, and I try to recut something. And part of me is like, maybe I should, because Pig Killer gets a lot of shit for being so long, but for me that was really a masturbatory film of I just wanted to throw everything against the wall and say fuck you to the audience. Fuck you. I just want to go crazy with this. And I did that, but I didn't want to do that with Ed Kemper. So I listened to all these notes. And I went from, okay, that's bullshit, but maybe there's something in there. They say, the acting of those girls are bad or whatever it might be. And I'm like, what are you talking about? But I'll re-look at it and through someone's eyes. And I'm like, well, maybe that line doesn't need to be there. Or maybe that. And we'll move it up. And then some things that you may have loved and you get rid of them. And it moves faster now at 93 minutes. And you're like, I don't miss any of those things. And you're like, even though those notes were harsh and they were whatever, and some of them were garbage, but some of them had elements in there that made me re-examine that scene and hone it down into something that I'm like, you know what, this is really good. And it wouldn't have gotten there without the person seeing the rough cut and spewing out this vitriol and me kind of stopping instead of screaming and saying, well, let me try some of these. And, and I think that kind of comes with age where you kind of just say, I can take someone's opinion for what it is, or I can, just throw it away. But, I think it's important, especially if you're making a film for an audience, to kind of take, everyone's opinion that might be there, whether it's someone on the crew or someone who saw it at a screening or whatever it might be. And they have an input and an opinion like everyone else, and you can listen to it and take from it what you will.
Yeah. 100%. I agree 100%, to be honest with you. I mean,
very sure of you, Chad.
Yeah. I mean, my husband works for CBS. He edits the television show Big Brother, and they got, network notes, and they take like 28 hours worth of footage and they whittle it down to like a 5-minute piece.
Right.
And there's how many? 16 editors? 17 editors that worked 24-hour shifts, because they have to produce one 45-minute show every 3 days, and it has to be edited, approved by the network, then sound mixed, and then uploaded and it's kind of a committee thing to make it more mainstream. And a lot of our ideas are outrageous and out there, but the real magic is consolidating it so it's nice package so we can feed it to the people that go to McDonald's. If we can figure that part out, you've got it. You've got it. And I think part of my job on one of Chad's films is not only making crazy stuff, but just making it blend better, just like blend into the film, blend into the story without having to like be so so different, or so out there. It blends right into what he's doing. I tried that so much, and I like to make sure that Chad is involved in every aspect of it. And I never really. I think I asked you once. Do you mind that I ask you so many questions? Because I ask you literally all the way along. Like, I mean, even if it's an eye color, or I send them a picture of like animal skin, or I don't know what it is, but I'm constantly asking him questions because I want him to be involved in every aspect of this. Because sometimes when like as an artist, if I have too many like tools to play with, it becomes a terrible soup, right? Like I'll be my own demise. And so I have to, I crave direction. I crave input from others because I can make whatever I want. I have the sky's the limit, but it's better when there's someone else is there to point me in the right direction. And we can look at it together, because I will miss the big picture if I'm looking at all the details, and I really like, that's one of my favorite things to do is to work closely with directors, and Chad gives me the opportunity to do that.
Well, it's very sweet here.
It's true, though. It's true. I said to him, I'll take video and email it to him at 2 a.m., right? You'll wake up to it. All right, what's this? Let me look at it. You like the way this is going? If you like it, I'm going to move over in here. Yeah, whatever, Yeah. Or put a little bit, make sure it's got a little bit more of that over there. Okay, yeah, sure. I just I take his direction, just go right with it. Because like I said, sometimes, especially when you're working under a time restraint, having a fresh set of eyes take a look at it is perfect. And that's how Steve and them do those shows so quickly. They have 18 eyes or whatever looking at it, all kind of molding it, fixing it together to make it CBS primetime television ready.
And I want you guys to know the written review for Unspeakable will be up tomorrow on the website on Without Your Head. It's the first one done by Aaron Barocas, which Joe and Annabelle know.
Yeah. He actually reached out to me and said, he goes, I just saw Unspeakable. That was it. I think it was just a whole bunch of exclamation marks afterwards. I just saw Unspeakable. He didn't say anything else.
It's a very, very fun review. I think everyone will enjoy it.
Yeah, I think you got a real winner there. I mean, it's going to be one of those films that will have a life long beyond its original release. And when people find it, it'll be finding a great hit song from the 80s that you never heard of. I remember this one.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
No, we all really enjoyed it, and I wish we could be out there for the screening, because I think watching with people is going to be a really good time. An interesting time, depending what they think of it, I guess. But
laugh with them or laugh at them.
There's also H.P. Lovecraft female genitalia in the film as well. I just want to let everybody know that there's both male and female. Just for those of you that don't
it's a diverse film. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Full opportunity.
Right.
Yes.
Alien genitalia.
So, where can people follow you or your films, Chad, to see where it goes? Obviously, want people to come to the Valley Film Festival, but if they're not in the area.
Well, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Just type in my name and you'll find me.
And your films, they're all on your page, or do you have
they're all out there, and and Vinegar Syndrome actually just released Nightcaller, Scalper, and old ones on Blu-ray.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
And deep ones they're going to do as well. So they've got a nice slew of physical media that people can still buy and take a look at.
So people are going to be able to watch the deep ones, then roll right into the old ones, and then right into Unspeakable. You'll have your trilogy, your full Saturday night into Sunday morning evening of Chad Ferrin and H.P. Lovecraft visual feast. Yes.
And for people who know Vinegar Syndrome, I'm sure they're chock full of cool extras.
Oh yeah, no, they're great. I mean, I was telling my girlfriend that they're the criterion of sleaze, So it's one of those things where, of course, they have some higher brow films, but they also just have some of the sleaziest, greatest things that you will ever see. One of my favorite films, Incubus, with of Eddie's, is really such an amazing film, and it's one of the great inspirations of almost everything I do. There's will be something of a little speckle of Incubus in every little film that I do.
People don't realize that, but that film is the inspiration for all of my Halloween costumes. People don't realize that, because it's the Incubus with that thing glued over his groin that looks like a shriveled up intestine kind of thing, penis. And people don't realize that. I saw that picture of the creature in Famous Monsters of Filmland, in 83, something like that, 82 or 83. And when I saw that, I said, when I grow up, I want to be that. And so when I started going out for Halloween in Los Angeles, I got to be that on Halloween night. And so every one of my Halloween costumes is kind of a variation of that makeup effect. Yeah.
I love it. You're gonna have to do Chad up for Halloween one of these years.
Every day is Halloween for Chad on set.
That's true. That's
we haven't got him in front of the camera yet, though. Have you? You haven't done a cameo yet, have you? When was the last time you did a cameo?
No, I don't. God, I don't know. I don't remember. When was the last time? Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I don't remember when it was. The Ghouls. I did a cameo on the Ghouls. That was 30 years ago.
Yeah, I love doing cameos in your film. We're gonna do something crazy soon.
No, he makes a great devil in Ed Kemper. I mean,
really? Oh, good.
Such an honor to do that. Yeah, such an honor to do that. So, yeah.
I can see that now. Yeah.
Steals the show. It's really, everyone is like, wow, that he really nails it.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. Very cool. And how can people follow you, Joe? They just put in Joe Castro.
Yeah, easy follow. You can just follow me on Instagram, Joe_Castro_director, or reach out to me on Facebook. I'm an easy find there, facebook.com/Joe.Castro. Send me a message and say hello.
And if you're a fan of the show, or you know me or Annabelle, you're more Joe will be likely to accept you then.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to check out any of my films that I've directed, you can reach. You can see all my stuff at www.terrortoons. That's TOONS, like cartoons. Terrortoons.tv.
Exactly. Maybe Chad can get a cameo on Terror Tunes.
Oh, absolutely. I was actually thinking about having Chad direct a portion of Terror Tunes 5.
I like
Terror Tunes 5. Yeah.
Put Chad on the spot here, live on the show.
Me in, I'm there.
All right.
I love it.
I got to be a big fan of Joe by seeing Facebook. Actually, it was for old ones that really, I was like, oh my God, like the big mouth in the guy's body.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we even showed it to some guests on the show. We're like, hey, check this out. So,
That's another one of the films that Chad's like, what can we do? What do we do here? And like literally collaborating with the special effects artist to do something that's never been done before. Try to create something truly original, which is, it's my motto, But once again, it's always difficult to get someone to take a bite out of something that's strange to them. But hey, come on. Someone has to try it, right?
Yeah.
All
right, we're good. And it was great meeting Joe in person. Was that last year now? 2 years ago.
It was for the screening of
Once in Future Smash.
Once in Future Smash, End Zone 2, yes. Were you there for that, Annabelle? I don't remember you being there. Oh, you were there.
I don't think I saw you. I was like, he looks great. But you were always doing something, and then
I see. Okay, yes. Well, and you have Arbor Day coming up as well.
Yes, Annabelle's going to be shooting Arbor Day, and I've written.
Are you going to be directing it, Annabelle?
I would like to direct more than, but I don't think.
Are you directing it, Neal?
Yeah, but I'm open to co-direction here. That's fine.
Very good. Very good.
Neal will have to let me tell him what to do. And I think he'll be like, no.
That could be good. Two different minds. Yeah.
Well, you got to remember, I've put you into all these great things. I've had you wore a kilt because of me. You were stone carving because of me. You learned to ride the subway.
I learned exactly. Yeah. Learn to ride the subway.
You do like a co-directing thing, like
I don't know how to get on this here subway.
You did.
Annabelle Lecter told me about the big city here. Oh my gosh!
Yes,
exactly. Was it the Wachowski brothers, or what are they? Is that who it is?
Now
they're sisters. Yeah. Now the Wachowski sisters.
Yeah.
They co-direct.
Yeah, Troy's going to be there too, Joe. It's going to be the three of us.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay.
The first thing I directed was that Secret Satan, and I made it up, and I said, "Here's the characters, and here's what it's for, and here's what we're going to do." And Neal, you're going to be quiet. He didn't like that. I did not like it, but how did it turn out, Neal?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, I was a big fan. Then evereveryone stole Krampus after we did that.
Is that,
He started
Krampus
it.
exploded.
have you made a Christmas movie yet, Chad?
No, not yet.
Oh, I mean,
Down the road.
Yeah, everybody's got to do it with at least one Christmas film. So that way.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Even like for Christmas horror, like I love like the great ones, even the really bad ones. I have like there's a special place in my heart for them. I think I don't know. There's something about Christmas horror that I enjoy.
Christmas, yeah.
Like
I don't know if
Elves
Chad
is
likes
not
any
particularly
Christmas
good,
horror.
but I enjoy it. What was that?
Sing Chad.
Christmas Evil is fun.
Christmas Evil.
Yeah,
Christmas Evil. That's the one with the Santa Claus that goes on a side.
Got a great ending.
Yeah,
And then he drives the van off the.
Yeah.
The end's awesome.
Santa flying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We saw that in the Steve and I saw that in the theater here on New Beverly like 2 years ago for the first time. There's so many amazing movies from the 80s.
Really good performance by the main guy in it.
Yeah.
He's like really
No,
good.
I was friends with the director. Was a mentor of mine for years. I met him through Troma, doing interviews with him for the DVD release of that, and basically we became friends. And he gave me his Betamax and his Beta collection. I mean, I remember doing cocaine with him in the Beverly Swing out there, drinking Maker's Mark whiskey and doing this fucking cocaine that smelled it was so cheap. It had this gasoline taste to it. And I'm like, get this shit. But we were up, all night, snorting coke, drinking whiskey, and talking movies. It was really, an amazing thing. And then,
Those are the days.
Now we know how he writes the script.
This movie has a very special spot in my heart because that's all I remember about it.
Is he still alive?
Oh yeah.
Oh, he should. That'd be
survived.
great. I'm sure the Christmas Evil 2 would be something to look out for.
Yeah, the star's still around too. Yeah, he's on my Facebook.
my
We had him on the
gosh.
show.
And that's
Really
Fiona
cool guy.
Apple's father.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that's a great film, and some of the kills are unique too. I remember it kind of cool in it, but I recently saw that one.
And it's a legit, like he's a really good performance. It's not like his performance, not like schlocky or anything. It's
No, you believe it.
Yeah, when people straight up do just a solid performance without, you shouldn't have to tell an actor play this funny or play this serious or whatever. They should just play it real, and the script and the story will.
Then that end, it's like, is he friggin' really Santa Claus? What's happening here? It's freaking great. Yeah.
He's pulling the beard, and you're like, oh man, it won't come off.
So, all right. Yeah, it's a good one. All right. So this has been a great time.
Yeah.
And we'll have you both back anytime you guys want on.
That'd be
do
amazing.
Kemper next.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in Ed Kemper I can't post on
Yeah, I'm
Facebook.
looking. Okay. Oh, interesting.
But that's the thing that's the thing. Some of
Excited.
some of the favorite stuff I do in Chad's films I cannot post simply because Facebook will take it down or I will get banned from Facebook. So I can't post some of my favorite stuff.
How hard is it for you to hold back, Joe? You're a very excitable dude. You're very huge energy.
He's all coked up.
Tell how excited you are about stuff. So how hard is it for you to do that? Hold it back? No.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm 100% like just pure adrenaline with creativity. I don't need anything else in this head here to make it go like this. I'm 100% on a creative vibe. But I like I said, I'm always trying to do something that's never been done before.
Yeah.
Like if you ask me to do the same thing 2 days in a row, Chad already knows this. I got to put the makeup on again, that same one, or whatever. Please do not make me put a makeup on twice, because it's like asking someone to paint a picture twice. Whatever. I will do it, of course, but I'm just saying it's like it goes against my. I forget. I read somewhere something said something. It goes against my natural instinct to recreate something twice. It's like having to do something that I shouldn't be doing naturally. But I'm always trying to even when it comes to something as simple as like cutting someone's throat, like trying to reinvent it each time. And I know it's just a cut throat. I'm like, no, let's try it different. Let's try it like this, and let's kind of do it a little different like that. It can be a challenge, but the results, you never know what you're going to get. You might get something something totally unique that you've never seen before. Which is back to making amazing original filmmaking.
That's right.
I'm highly excitable. Yes,
I love it. So, yeah.
It's
Sunday,
awesome. You have such great energy. It's so exciting to always have you here because you have so much energy. You're so passionate, always wearing a smile. You're lovely.
Well, it's because you and Neal do such an amazing job of providing such a huge service to the independent artist filmmaking community. And because of you, we get to really feel the gratitude and the fruits of all of our hard labors, which is a very important part of the entire process. Why we continue doing what we do and why we continue trying to do our very best,
Amen.
It's true.
So come out this Sunday, Valley Film Festival, the Valley Film Festival. Come see the movie. Chad and Joe will be there. It'll be awesome. And
Eileen will be there. Eddie Furlong will be there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, right on. Eddie's going to be there. Eileen's going to be there. Good. And Robert will be there.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody will be
Yeah,
there. Okay.
great.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good times.
We'll have to get a plane ticket to get out.
Come on down.
I'm going to FaceTime you from the premiere.
All right.
Say hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can say hello to a couple of people while we're there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Go,
you, everybody.
Chad.
Good to see you. I'll see you this weekend, Chad. Thank you, Annabelle. Thank you, Neal. Y'all have fun.
Anytime.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. We're going to play the trailer for Unspeakable. All right. And then we'll come back and we'll talk about, I don't know, but we'll talk about something.
Things.
Yeah, I do have the I just realized something.
Yes.
I do not have the third interview lined up. So I might just post that up as its own thing. Or
Does
I
it
can
have
have
to
it
go
ready.
up today.
No, I can just post
Go
it
up
as
next
I
week.
I
So
told
then
them that it would
part of
be
the
up this
show?
week. It would be up this week, but
Got it. All right.
so I actually could, I don't know. I'm gonna play the trailer right now for
Figure it out.
for Unspeakable, and we'll figure out the rest. All right.
Somewhere in the dark of infinite space, there is a form of life that man has reason to fear. It is as old as the universe. It is real. It is evil. And now it is here. After fear, beyond terror, there is
the flesh samples. They're consistent.
So, what are you getting at?
We have a creature that identifies with nothing known on Earth.
Once they have felt the terror of the dark, there is only one way on Earth they will ever see the dawn. Are you prepared for the terror? Not all alien encounters will be friendly.
Hello, I'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break here. I got some stuff lined up. We'll play, and then we're going to come back. We're going to talk about horror, and I think I will have the Kill interview lined up as well for the end of the show. All right, so we're going to watch some Psycho Ape stuff, and we're going to watch a music video, Psycho Ape, watch a trailer, Psycho Ape, and we'll be back here in a few minutes. Go. All right, we'll be right back.
I am so invested in finding this creature that I have written a rap about it.
Who's the ape that broke out of the zoo? Dr. Zoomer's watching everything he do. Hey, yo, that's Psycho Ape. Who's the primate that'll murder your crew? Take your head and stab a banana right through. Hey, yo, that's Psycho Ape. And who's the chick that was all on his dick on some straight up bestiality shit? Nancy Banana. And who's that wannabe Jane Goodall? Wife to buy an ape, not appalled at all. Nancy Banana. And who's that doctor that just won't die? Always close by like a private eye. Dr. Zoomer's. Who's the male psycho ape in the can? Dressed up like he's on safari in Pakistan. It's always asshole news, no matter what channel's on. I feel for the guy who died after being violently shat upon. Psycho ape, turn the body count up till the break of dawn. Dr. Zoomis was so obsessed that he wrote this song. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. He broke out of prison just to see your fate. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. Nancy gonna cheer him on while he eats your face. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. Dr. Zoomis stay hating, trying to crack the case. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. Shot him like Harambe, climbing the Empire State. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. He broke out of prison just to see your fate. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. Nancy gonna cheer him on while he eats your face. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. Dr. Zoomis stay hating, trying to crack the case. Go crazy, go bananas, go psycho ape. Shot him like Harambe, climbing the Empire State.
Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty. Blood.
Oh my God, we're such a happy
so
couple.
Happy.
Just like the best possible.
Yeah. Did you bring the bananas?
Yeah, you want to crack one open?
Oh yeah.
Let's enjoy a banana together.
That sounds like a great idea. What a beautiful idea.
Yes, I love it.
Oh, it's such a good time.
It's the most beautiful day of the year. 2:16 p.m. on June 7th. We're here in the park, and we couldn't be more safe and happy.
I couldn't agree more. It is 2:16 p.m. on June 7th, and there's no possible chance that we're about to be murdered.
Nope.
Oh my God, no! We can be polyamorous!
Gavel! Gavel! Gavel!
So you're saying that it's true that the psycho ape did in fact kill you?
We were murdered by the psycho ape.
We're here today in Hollywood! Can you say hi to my followers? Think about, oh!
Of course.
Nancy, I am your father.
Whoa!
And your brother and your sister.
Whoa!
And we've been sleeping in the same bed for many, many years.
Oh, that's so gross.
It's all right.
Oh, okay.
I want you to draw me like one of your French gorillas. Wearing this. Only this.
Psycho ape. It's okay. In no time, all three of us are gonna be loving each other.
The Once and Future Smash.
In 1955, the George Donner High School football team lost the big game. They beat freshman Jimmy Smazmov until he was hardly recognizable.
You people broke his goddamn jaw! Can't even eat like a regular person!
But Jimmy recovered. Jimmy Smazmov became Smash Mouth and got his revenge.
Did they ever find Jimmy?
Who, Smash Mouth? He died in the fire. I heard they never found his body.
Now, 15 years later,
It's really nice to be here with you, Nancy. We missed you. We should just have some fun. We deserve it. I've been coming out here for years. I've never seen that before.
What in tarnation?
You guys remember AJ? Him and Jimmy were always hanging out together, right?
Jimmy was like my brother. I kept him safe.
Smash Mouth is back.
Do you still have a thing for him?
Jimmy, it's me! It's me, Nancy!
This time, the cheerleaders who stopped him
I still remember the knife going into her.
will face their greatest fears.
You will know pain and suffering and blood.
Don't close your eyes. Don't cover your ears. And whatever you do, don't open your mouth. In Zone 2, get smashed.
Things you've read, things you've learned, the things you know about Arbor Day Lies.
Trees. Why did it have to be trees?
Steve, I need you to promise me no sap of an innocent tree will be spilled.
That has to be the dumbest thing I have heard in my entire life.
Beware the trees of Arbor Day! All right, and we are back here once again at the station
Again.
decapitation without your head.
Oh my goodness.
What's
what
that?
an evening.
Yes.
Some sweet trailers over there, Mr. Neil Jones.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. So if you guys send in trailers, we can't always play all of them, but if we have time, we will play them.
I mean, these are all Neil Jones things back to back just now.
Right, yeah. So there was stuff about for Without Your Head and then stuff for the guest on tonight. So that was it worked out, I think. Yeah.
I meant the trailers. Oh, you meant the trailer earlier. Oh my God, audience, what do you think? It's so crazy.
Oh yeah, but those trailers so fun. Once a Future Smash, End Zone 2, special edition Blu-ray, double disc Blu-rays coming out, and off topic to that is that there's some special edition double disc Blu-rays coming out from Horror Pack next month. So if you subscribe to Horror Pack, who knows what you might get.
So how did this come up? I'm all right. I got confused.
We can't spoil what's going to be the special edition Blu-ray in Horror Pack next month. But coincidentally, there is also the special edition double disc Blu-ray of the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2 also coming out very soon.
That is great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations to y'all.
Great.
Cool.
Yeah. And and when you get the Horror Pack, whatever it is from Horror Pack, it's a special one that you can't get anywhere else.
I think you've been getting Horror Pack for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed pretty cool.
Yeah, Horror Pack, good people. So yeah, it's good.
Isn't it like they send you a box and it's
so you get a box of Blu-rays. It's like a blind. Every month you'll get a collection of stuff. And coincidentally, we have a special edition double disc Blu-ray of Once a Future Smash and End Zone 2 coming out. And coincidentally, Horror Pack is going to have a special edition of, you don't know what it'll be, but of something coming out next month.
I love the intrigue you've brought into this moment of the show.
Right. Yeah. I think Michael Epstein may have made a post about this too.
Really?
Similarly
about this coincidental.
Right. So yeah, exciting. There's also other news about both movies, but I don't think I can mention that here. But in the near future, they will be streaming. I'll say that. But there's tons of extras on the Blu-ray. That's what you should get. There's interviews with everyone pretty much. Commentary. Commentary with the three of us. There's 2 different commentary tracks.
I hope, because I was a witness to some of the shenanigans of Bill Whedon and Michael St. Michael's, recording at AJ's house.
AJ,
right?
yeah.
I heard that there was quite a commentary from AJ, Bill, and Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Did they preserve that? Did they keep it? It sounded fucking hilarious.
Yeah. So it'll be on the yeah. So it'll be good. There's 2 different ones. There's going to be the cast and crew, which with AJ. Well, no, the cast commentary AJ, Michael St. Michael's, and Bill Whedon for the Once and Future Smash, and then there is the producer, filmmaker, commentary with me, Michael J. Epstein, and Sophia Cassiola, and for both films. So it's 2 different, I guess 3 different.
I'm gonna give the insider moment to the people who aren't aware.
Mm-hmm.
You know it if like we did. It was like cast and crew. Well, we had Michael Rappaport on, and he was having a hard time, and I was like talking to him, trying to guide him through.
Yeah.
People who've been around Bill and Michael may or may not know that there's like a sibling rivalry between them.
Right.
And it is fun for us. I don't know if it's fun for them,
I think Michael.
They're pretty adorable.
I think it's fun for Michael. I don't know if it's fun for both of them.
Oh,
yeah. Bill's. That's not against Bill. I love Bill.
Oh no, I didn't think so.
Yeah, Bill's out. Bill is right now preparing. He's going to be in the new Trauma film, the final film that will be directed by Lloyd Kaufman. Even though he said that last time he directed a film, but yeah, he's back and he's directing a. Perhaps his final film. I actually tried to get in this movie too. I did hear back from them,
and he said, "Absolutely not, Neal."
No, they actually were one. They actually
out.
No, that's not what happened. They wanted they wanted people that were
New York local.
No, they wanted people that had they were looking for a very diverse cast. So you had They weren't looking for a white guy. They weren't looking for a white straight guy.
Yeah, you're just the average white middle-aged man.
Yeah.
Could you be like, I'm short?
Yeah, I could have maybe.
Well, I'm short. I got that going for me.
Right, no belly button. That's what I should have put in. Belly button.
No belly button?
Yeah, I didn't
That's
think of
even
that.
more unique.
Yeah, I could have got me in.
Don't have a belly button.
Yeah, just me and Adam.
Can you write to him at this point? And
maybe I don't know. I still have the email. Yeah, they haven't started
like,
filming
hey,
yet.
Breaking news. I didn't know if it would matter. What can you do with a naval-less man?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm that man.
Yeah, and my friend Mike Boschetti is also in the movie. Who's going to be on the show here at some point in time.
Oh,
so
excellent.
Stand-up comedian Mike Boschetti, and we're also going to be coming up. So some guests lined up here. So when the Psycho Ape 2 Blu-ray is ready for people to order and stuff, we're going to have the cast and crew of Psycho Ape 2 on the show.
Nice.
Greg DeLisio, Asin Benek, Bill Whedon. And
I don't think I ever interviewed Greg.
He's been on the show, but I don't know if you've been here or not.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I've been around him and Addison on the show. That'll be great. Oh, I really enjoyed. Yeah. I've enjoyed getting to know them. It was fun to be there, and
I have the first time I ever talked to Greg. I have it around here somewhere. It might have fell off my desk. Was the for Hectic Knife, and I actually have the VHS tape here. but I think it
Can
fell
you
off my
find it
desk.
on Tubi? I know I saw it and it was really cool. I enjoyed it. It was wild. Fever Dream, as
Hectic Knife. I'm a big fan of the movie. So I had the VHS tape here. And how that came about, I was watching Nick Charles' film. What's it called? Be Real. It's a documentary about B movie filmmakers. And I knew everyone in it except for Greg Delisio. He was in it. And I was like, I like this guy, but I didn't know him. I didn't know this movie Hectic Knife. So I went and found it and I thought it was awesome. I was like, I fell in love with it, and then reached out to Greg and got him on the show. It was a fun interview, and then he came out for the Once and Future Smash premiere, and that's when I met him in person, and he started talking, and he was like, I would like to collaborate at some time, and then we did some Zoom meetings, and then he asked to produce Psycho Ape 2 and be part of that, and then things have gone from there. Perhaps perhaps he'll pop up in Arbor Day. We'll find out. But, yeah.
Ooh.
So it's Greg's a good dude. So and possibly and then Addison's been on. So Greg has been on by himself, and then Addison's been on when we did the whole Psycho Ape group. I think we've done that twice, a Psycho Ape interview, and I guess maybe you were not here for either one. So it was the first time, twice, because the first time it was Addison, Greg, Bill, and the name will escape me, but he played Psycho Ape in the first one. And then
no, I don't know.
And then we did a second one, and it was Addison, Bill, and Kansas, I think, and Greg. So anyway,
I feel terrible. What's the name of the effects person who I really like? She's so cute.
Oh yeah, she's amazing. Low
and Floyd, come on the show.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'll have to reach out. Yeah, maybe they would. Yeah, I'll reach out. I talked to Lo on Instagram, so she would do
I
this
need
too.
to find Lo on Instagram.
Yeah, I'll send you her name because it's not Lo. It's like Maiden of Horror, I think.
That's okay. Cool.
Yeah, she's a lot of cool stuff up on there. But I first met Lo when I did Kansas's movie, which is, I know the name of it, but I don't know if I'm supposed to say it because it's listed as untitled true crime on IMDb.
I guess you shouldn't say it.
Yeah, so I'm probably should say it. But Lo picked me up, and when I arrived in Boston,
picked you up and cradled you like
and walked me around Boston. So yeah, she's driving.
Tiny girl too.
Yeah, she's very little. So she was my chauffeur. Me and these kids from Emerson College. So me and Lo were talking just all about horror. She's clearly loving horror, talking about all these severed body parts in her abode. And we pick up these. They were friendly kids from Emerson. And right away, Lo asked them, "Oh, you guys love movies?" And like, "Oh, we don't really know yet." And I was like, "What the hell? Like you're paying like freaking fortune to go to film school? You don't even know if you like movies?" It's like this. So it was weird, but we had a good time making the movie. We filmed that.
So hope that happens. I have the inside knowledge that obviously I will not share, but it sounds so good.
Oh, the movie, yeah, it's
insider awareness that I will not share, but it sounded excellent. So if anybody out there has influence on that,
yeah. So
even if you just release Neal's.
Yeah. A little backstory here is the person who was gonna play the real life. It's based on. Well, it's hard to explain here. I can't give away too much movie because I don't know how much is out there. But I'll just say the person that was going to play my role dropped out literally the day before they were going to film the movie. And Michael Epstein saw this on Facebook and suggested me. Kansas knew me from doing the shows a few times, and she's like, "I didn't know you were in the area," and I was like, "Yeah." I was actually at the casino at the time, so I was texting with her.
In the moment.
Yeah. And she's like, "Can you come out?" It was like 9 the next morning. 9, and I was like, "I guess." And then she sends me the script. No, I was with my brother and my mom, and so she sent me the script. and I also had to get the costume together. So she sent me the script. I did not sleep that whole night. I stayed up all night reading the script and figuring out how to play the person, and just went up the next morning with no sleep. And also had to put together the costume. She gave me first she wanted me to shave because the real person does not look like me, and then eventually she's like, it doesn't matter, just do it. And I didn't play it how the real person. I came up with my own whole backstory, which maybe we'll do an interview with someday, hopefully, about the movie, how I came up with how I was going to play the character. And so a little backstory though, she wanted me to wear a hat because the guy had hair and stuff. She's like, well, just wear like a hunter cap. And so I had a few different ideas. And originally she wanted me to wear the backwards Bob hat, but she didn't know it was backwards Bob hat. And then I was like, I don't know if he should. So I was like, how about this? It was more like a cap kind of deal. And plus it was in summertime. I probably
you don't want to betray Backwoods Bob by
I don't want to be just a guy who plays, wears the same hat in every movie. And so that all worked out. So the kids from Emerson were nice, but they're fine. And then so the first scene we're filming, I get into character, and we film it, and in Kansas, and her boyfriend, who was a producer, whatever he is, on the movie, they're like, oh my God, that was so freaky. They were all ecstatic. And the kids from Emerson did not talk, and I'm not even making this up or exaggerating. They did not talk to me the rest of the shoot. And I didn't, after a while, I was like, I think I really creeped them out.
Then success. Now, film students, good.
Yeah. And
they got to learn.
And then on the way,
it's a tough world out there. So I know it, and I'm not even really involved in it. It's a tough world out there, kids.
And it's Jack Nicholson's daughter.
Are you supposed to say that?
Yeah, it's common knowledge.
Okay.
She plays. She's the lead.
Mm-hmm. Does she have an actual name, or is she just Jack Nicholson's daughter?
I want to grab her name here. She's very talented. Tessa Garon. And she was great in it. And she also stopped talking to me. But then she told me at the end of the shoot, she did that on purpose because she wanted to keep tension between us. And then, so that was really cool. And there's some other stuff I shouldn't say on the show, but it was really nice. It was good. I don't want to give too much away what happened or anything, but it was way darker than anything I've ever done, much more serious than anything I've ever done. And then when we met them again at in LA for Psycho 8 2, everyone who was involved told me that, and I'm not saying this to like, hey, I'm freaking awesome, but they all told me that that my scenes were like the most disturbing stuff that they've been watching during the editing. So that made me very happy. You're a
natural creep. So you just were allowed to let it come out.
And so so then after the move, afterwards, I actually found some audio of the real person from prison, and I was like, huh. And then so I started listening to it. I was like, thank God I didn't listen to this beforehand. He sounded like James Cagney or something. Nah, hey. And I was like, oh man, that would have been horrible if I played him like that. So I don't play him anything like the real person, but whatever.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Most people, well, I don't want to spoil things or let cats out of bags. Troy's not coming back. Speaking of cats.
Yeah, I texted him. So yeah.
Troy.
We were going to talk about Longlegs because he saw Longlegs today.
Well, we can talk about it and leave Troy in the dust.
Yeah, so Longlegs.
Us waiting.
So I did see most people loving it, but then I saw, some people.
Yeah.
I get if you like it, but I don't understand thinking that it's the scariest movie of the last, decade or the scariest movie of the last 20 years. I don't think it's scary. Like maybe it's a little creepy or whatever, but
what would they be scared of?
I think specifically of Nicolas Cage, and I actually kind of think he's the weakest part of the movie.
Yes. It's not good. And everybody, like we said earlier, talking with people, It's okay. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. Adam was there. It's not that it shouldn't exist, and it's fine for other people like it. I just put it out there because I know people come down on criticizing films. So calm down, everybody. It's okay to not like movies. It's not
especially if you pay to go see it.
Who did it?
Yeah.
It's we like movies and we don't like movies. It's not like a slam.
I think the opening minute of the movie, like the pre-credit scene, is I think the most effective part of the movie, and it's definitely the best part with Nicolas Cage.
Definitely.
So,
yeah, I had my hopes up when I saw that. I was like, "Whoa, this is gonna be creepy and awesome." What happens next?
And I don't know, I wasn't there obviously, but my feeling is someone needed to reel him in a little bit. Like, I think it was just like, I'm gonna do this how I don't know. I don't find it a good performance. It's him screaming a lot.
Yeah.
Looking as weird as possible.
When Color Out of Space came out, and my opinion is not changed. Well, I should watch it again. I'm still not gonna like it, but I'll try. Nicolas Cage in that Color Out of Space movie is just awful because he chews the scenery, and it's his excellent love. It's one of the absolute best Lovecraft stories in my mind. Very serious, very excellent story, and Nicolas Cage's performance just rips it up and throws it in the trash. And no, I'm not a Nicolas Cage hater.
No, I like him in a lot of it. I love him in Mandy. I like him in a lot of the newer things he's done.
There's a time and a place to be psycho Nicolas Cage, and this movie, I mean, maybe it could have worked, but it's when he acts like that, it's just is Nicolas Cage, and we all know it, right?
Yeah.
That's when I'm just totally taken out of whatever he's doing. I'm like, this is this is fun, crazy Nicolas Cage. Not in Mandy. Mandy, that performance was really good.
Yeah, because I think they ramp it up at the big. It's a slow burn, and then they know when to like unleash him. I think.
Yeah.
As opposed to like he's unleashed the whole movie.
Yeah. Yes, I think that's a good call. That they know how to harness it and shape it so it works.
But yeah,
Pepe, I think that would be great. Pepe's idea is good. We needed a movie with Nicolas Cage as a cult leader.
Well,
I think
kind
that
of
would be
what was supposedly was, I guess. But,
Longlegs?
Yeah.
A cult of one?
No, he had people that followed him, I guess, but it was like one woman or something. But
not like a cult.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what they hinted at, but I don't think the movie works on a lot of levels, honestly. Like
he's lame. He's a crappy villain. He looks
like
everybody said he looks like Tiny Tim rolled around in fucking flour, and it's not scary.
So at the beginning, and I don't want to spoil the movie. So this is only the first minute of the movie, and it's very creepy.
It is,
and it references why he's Longlegs.
Yeah, you just see him waist down.
Yeah, so and it's from the perspective of a child. And I think if they pursued that element of the movie, for me, it could have really worked.
Yeah.
Like this is a creepy person who's tall. So, they got the long legs and you only really see them from the perspective of the child until later in the movie. But besides that scene, I don't think they really, pursue that at all. And besides that scene, there's never really any reason why he's called Longlegs.
Yeah, they pull away from that entirely. And then he's a doll maker. And like the dolls, like possess children.
You're possessed the family, I guess, but yeah.
That's right. It's poor. I just don't understand. There's too many things jammed in that maybe that could have been really cool in another film.
Because people have said it questions if this is really supernatural or not. But I say that I don't think that's true because the stuff that's presented in the movie is presented as supernatural. I don't think it's presented in a way that are they really possessed or are they just believing whatever this person's saying. But I call foul to that.
I think that's the problem, is that it's inconsistent. So you've got him as this, serial killer kind of person, and then you've got the magical, mystical, evil dolls. Those do not match. It just doesn't. Maybe.
I think it would have been better if they did pursue that idea where he does influence people into doing terrible things, but you can't just have a guy just say it and then, because they leave a lot up to your imagination with the Hannibal character. He talks people into killing themselves or eating half their face, but he didn't. If they would show it and he just tells the guy to do that and they just do it, like, it would not be believable. It'd be like, oh, well, he's got to have some kind of supernatural powers. But if they kind of hint at that and you kind of think in your mind, wow, what did he do to do this? Then it's believable. But the way it's presented in this movie, to me, it's not even like it's a question if he's supernatural or not. These people are just following him for whatever reason. I think it's presented as he is supernatural. Now with the mom character, they actually, spoiler, but maybe a couple characters they hint at that. But some of the characters, there's no way it's even hinted at that. It's like they had to have been like taken over by some supernatural power.
Or magic dust.
Yeah, but I mean, it's supernatural. It's not like they were just suddenly talked into this.
Poison in the skin of the doll. It's not. It's so many ideas. It's all over the place. His acting is ridiculous. Just his look. Even if he did a good job acting, I mean, I'm not crapping on his acting, but he acted well for what they wanted. That's fine. But the look of this character is so pitiful.
Yeah, like how would, I mean, they're not going to blend into society at all, or even when they do the big manhunt, and it's like, here's a picture of the guy, and then the very next scene is they're just pulling in and arresting him. It's just like, okay, I don't know. I guess it's like the idea that he's so noticeable they could just find him instantly.
He's very noticeable. Well, the woman has like vibes, doesn't she?
Yeah, but still, she just knows exactly where he is. She's
got vibes.
He's at a bus stop somewhere.
She's also supernatural.
Yeah, I don't
really.
I don't really even like. I don't like the Satan element of the movie. I just think it's like kind of shoehorned in there and kind of cheap.
That part.
I think it's cheap.
Yeah, I didn't like it. You didn't like it. We don't like it.
Charles Manson. But the thing is with Manson, he's around these people for a long time. He doesn't just walk up to some, and there are people that are willingly trying to follow him. In Longlegs, there's some people he meets instantly. It wouldn't, Charles Manson just walk up to someone in the streets and like they instantly, bam, now they're under a spell. I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah. No way. No, it was just a bunch of hippies that did too many drugs, and he was actually mentally unwell. And
yeah, and they spent time with him. It was, they didn't go commit atrocities like the day he meets them.
Yeah.
So, the movie did not work for me. No. I was really wanting to like it, and I saw it a second time, and even the second time it didn't work for me.
Yeah, I didn't have any desire to like it. I mean, it would be great if I liked it. Of course, it's always good to enjoy things. It's better to enjoy things than not.
Yeah.
I prefer that every time.
It's doing great. It's the biggest money-making movie ever for Neon, independent horror company, independent production that put that out. So that's good. Yeah. And like was brought up earlier in the first interview, that does help. No matter what we thought of the movie, it does help other films in the future, like other horror films get out. Maybe it'll
help films.
Yeah. Another one I call foul on, and people have disagreed with me, and that's fine, is they're saying that the new Toxic Avenger they made it last year, and it played at Beyond Fest and did really well. I think it was Beyond Fest. It was a festival in LA. And they're saying now that it's unreleasable because the audience, it's too niche of an audience to go see it. And I'm like, well, okay, they've released Skinamarink and Terrifier 2 and these movies, and they've done really well. And then someone said, well, those movies cost a lot less. I'm like, okay. And then someone told me, and this is more niche than them. There's no way any movie that's come out in the last like 30 years is more niche than Skinamarink. I mean, that's kind of insane, I think. And there is a built-in audience. Okay. You have fans of Trauma. That is a big audience. Toxic Avenger was even a cartoon. And then the cast, you've got the guy from Game of Thrones. He's got,
Yeah, that's crazy.
So to say this is like the super, and okay, if someone thought that, okay, let's not put money into this movie because we can't make this movie for $40-50 million and make our money back.
Mm-hmm.
Then don't make it in the first place. If you've already made it, you're definitely not going to make your money back if you don't even release it. I don't understand. And I guess they've done this with other things, even bigger movies like Supergirl, I think, that cost hundreds of millions and they just scrapped it. So I guess it could be a tax write-off, but to me that's still different than it's too niche to even release.
Yeah, that's maybe there's other things behind the scenes and that's just a bullshit thing they're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe this.
Yeah.
I don't believe that is the reason.
Something else is going on. Something more nefarious is going on.
And how would anyone know who writes something on the internet? I mean, it's just them making up their just saying it, I think. But either way, I would like to see it. You made it. I've heard good things. Todd loved it.
Oh,
I want to see
Todd.
it. And
Todd doing nowadays?
Some of these weird horror movies have made a lot of money with way less star powers.
Well, I wish them the best. Maybe someday it'll roll its way out. Maybe not. Some good stuff in the chat, I think. Who is Tony A?
Tony A.
Tony A. Something Coast is bringing up. Is this an IYH guy? Above that. Way above that. Way above that. Like 5 above that. For your next, I'll just say it. For your next movie. Yeah.
If you make Tony A victim, I'll gladly help contribute to the Kickstarter. I'm not sure who Tony A is.
Yeah, because if we can kill him in Arbor Day, I think we'll take your money.
Yes.
Every bit helps. He has to die horribly. I like that idea for anybody.
Yeah, let us know. I'm not sure who Tony A is, to be honest.
Danny Trejo talking about Charles Manson. Pepe asks, I have not heard about that. He didn't talk about that when we met him, right?
No.
I don't think it would have come up. That's very interesting. I wonder about that story.
Yeah. That is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. Tony Atlas. Okay. Yeah.
Tony Atlas.
Coast is not a big fan of Tony Atlas.
I do not know enough about him. Yeah,
I'll tell you off air. I don't want to talk about it here.
Okay.
But
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Off air, we're talking about the monster penises.
Oh, I mean, I'll tell you here if you want. But
no, I mean, I don't want it to be like. I'll trust your judgment if you don't want to say it here. But
yeah, I think I think Coast should be the one to say it instead of me.
I don't know what it is, so it's cool.
Yeah, I don't think it's my place to say. People who know what I'm saying will understand. Yeah. Coast himself probably understands what I'm saying here. I think it's more in Coast. It's Coast. Coast should say it and not me. It probably comes off, or Jonathan Jackson. Jonathan Jackson or Coast could say it. If I say it, it comes off bad.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about this. I was trying to find at least a couple things to look at in the horror world. And on Bloody Disgusting, from the guy who will not add me on Facebook, John Squires. He will be introduced like that every time I read an article. He has great articles, but John, I will call you out every time I read one of your articles until you say, do not read my articles. I will say that. You won't add me on Facebook. I've given up. The hell with that. But great article. So this is exciting. We Are Zombies. Turbo Kid and Summer of '84 filmmakers.
Oh yeah, I got an email about
Undead
this.
Chaos trailer.
Yes, I got
those movies are awesome.
Yes.
So
yeah, we got an email about possible guests for this, and I was like 100%.
Yes, amazing. So article, when the dead are back, what do we do with them? The filmmaking group RKSS, the Turbo Kid, Summer of '84, offers a fresh take on the undead in the Screambox original horror comedy We Are Zombies, streaming everywhere on August 13th. In a city infested with the living impaired. The living impaired.
I like that.
Also known as non-cannibal zombies. All right. 3 slackers after easy money must fight small-time crooks in an evil mega corporation to save their kidnapped grandma. Oh. Watch the official We Are Zombies trailer below, which I don't think we can play. But you can find it. RKSS, the Canadian filmmaking collective composed of Francois Simard, Anouk Wissel, and Johan Carl Wissel, wrote and I might not get those names right. Wrote and directed the horror comedy based on the comic book series The Zombies That Ate the World. Alexandra Nashi, Derek Johns, Megan Pita Hill, Vincent Leclerc, Benz Antoine, and Carlo Mastroni star. We Are Zombies delivers laughs and bloodshed at Fantasia International Film Festival, Sitges Film Festival, and Fantastic Fest, drawing comparisons to such crowd pleasers as Shaun of the Dead, Zombieland, and Warm Bodies. Quote, "It is finally time we unleash. We are zombies," exclaims RKSS. We are thrilled as horror fans, as genre makers, to be partnering up with the good folks at Bloody Disgusting and their streaming platform, Screambox, to, John, you forgot the T, to bring it to your screens. We Are Zombies joins Screambox's extensive library of unique horror content, including Terrifier 2, RoboDuck, The Creation of RoboCop, Onyx, The Fortuitous, and The Talisman of Souls, Hollywood Dreams and Nightmares, Robert Englund story, The Outwaters, Living with Chucky, Creepypasta, Frogman, so good, and Pennywise, The Story of It. Find Frogman. It's awesome. Yeah. Oh, there's some pretty... All right. Whoa. Wow. This picture is sick. All right. I'm sending this to you in the Facebook.
Yeah. So I just checked the email. They actually sent us the screener for this already.
Whoa. Sweet.
And interviews are not available yet, but they'll be up later on. So
that's exciting. All right. Let me send this along to you.
They sent some pictures too, but I'd have to download them out of
you can get them from me. You still might have to download them.
Yeah.
I'm basically just sending you monsters, but the monsters are great. The poster art is awesome. This monster is great, and then I've got a picture of the monster. All the people who gives a shit. Okay. Oh, wait, this is another monster. I'm all about it. Not to criticize, obviously the actors are important. That's just a joke. I'm just being silly. Come on now. Before we get to the Coast Jonathan Jackson event, it's not an event, but their chat, we shall talk about this cool film. So that's exciting. Those are pretty... bold statements about comparisons to Shaun of the Dead. I actually don't know the... Oh, I just lost it. The other... Ooh, look at that. Can people see it? Do we need to get rid of us? Can we get rid of us?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, that's me. Hi. Oh, it's both of us. Hello. Look at that.
He couldn't hear us that way, so what is going on here?
Way?
There we go. Yeah, it's not letting me upload it, the pictures.
Oh, that's okay. So yeah.
Oh, I see, because it's saving it as some weird file for some reason.
Oh. So that sounds. Oh, I lost my article again. Yeah. So where are we at? Zombie. Okay, Warm Bodies. I have. Oh, look at that! So sweet. Have you seen Warm Bodies?
Warm Body. No, I know.
Sounds
the movie.
so familiar. I feel like this is a big deal, hence why it's mentioned. But I don't know. So I'm all about that. Let's see. Is it? Maybe it's only on streaming. Screenbox. That's where you get it. All over the place on Screenbox. Well, I'm pumped to see that film.
Yeah, it looks awesome. And I love the write-up. I love their previous stuff. So I'm all about it.
That is super.
Yeah.
Super.
So let's see.
What else we got over here? From the good people of Bloody Disgusting. What is this? Oh, it's about old movies. Have you seen Go ahead.
I don't know if I told you last week, but a Violent Nature sequel is coming.
Already?
Yeah, they got the okay. They're going to be making it.
Sweet. Good for them.
So
I really liked it. I'm glad it grew on you. I think it grew on you, right?
Yeah, I liked it a lot more. I liked it the first time, but the second time, like all the walking didn't bother me. And I think a sequel, like you could either go follow what happens after the first one, or it also sets up different timelines where they hint at, so you could jump around to different times, because the character's been at least like 2 other times he was killed. So I'm interested. Yeah,
definitely.
So what
all
you're
right,
about to say?
Before I jump in, let me see over here in the Chatland. Chatland's got there's some freaking loser virgin stick lamb. Sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion of your shit. No, you get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's
Nigerian
bullshit.
prince. Stop it. What am I seeing? Key lime pie. Coast's making key lime pie. It's probably not convenient to send it to me, but I do love key lime pie.
He's the pie man. During In Your Head this week, he was making pie a la mode.
I like it better than cake.
Pie?
Pie's good. Oh,
I'm probably more of a cake guy, but I will take some pie. I'm getting pretty hungry here, actually.
Pie's good.
Yeah.
Favorite pies? I didn't know until Lawrence Harvey. I don't know why I didn't know it, because obviously there's chicken pot pie. That Wigan, where he's from, Lawrence Harvey of Human Centipede and many other things, but that's his primary claim to infamy. Meat pies. He's from the town of Pies.
Right.
Many pies in England, and meat pies. So when I think of what are my favorite pies, I don't think meat pie. But then I remember when we were in Texas with Seth and Jason Minton, we went to the barbecue place and had hand pies.
Oh, yeah. They were really good.
Awesome.
There's a little coffee shop I go to every once in a while in Boston if I'm up there real early, because it's not open very late. And it's an Australian coffee shop, and they have Australian meat pies.
Interesting. Is that on the other side of?
Yeah. So if I'm walking, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, that place has been there a long time.
Think Cup or something like that, and Cuppa or something. And one of them, the last time I was there, it's been a couple months ago, that they don't always have, because they have like a few that they always have, and they actually had a kangaroo one, and I didn't even know you were allowed to sell kangaroo meat in the States. I was tempted to try it.
Maybe they say it's like spiritual.
Maybe
That's no hate towards like spiritual special things.
I was tempted to try it, but I think it was like $15 for a little pie.
15?
Yeah.
Come on,
It
man.
was like this big. Like a bite.
Eat fucking, I almost said raccoon. Kangaroo.
I had kangaroo one other time. A friend sent it to me, but it was jerky. And I think anything jerky just pretty much all tastes the same because it's just filled with salt and spices.
I had horse jerky in Japan, and it was fucking awesome and weird because it was tender. It was like big.
Oh, really?
Like,
I would assume it
piece
really
of meat.
tough. Yeah.
And it was soft in the middle, but it was preserved. I don't know how it got magical preserving techniques in Japan. I don't know, but it was fucking good.
Yeah, she also sent me emu, which was good, but the one that was not good was crocodile jerky.
I've heard it's very tough.
It was and it was just off-putting because it's clear, and you could see like the red veins in the jerky, and I was like, I don't think I want
that's.
So it's like dried blood. Like, I don't know. It was not very appetizing looking.
Thank you. And you tried it though, right?
Yeah, this was a long time ago.
Good for you. Good for you.
I'll try just about anything.
You did have bull testicles. I think.
Did
you eat them?
Yeah, I ate them.
Yeah.
I ate 2 because we did one, and then we didn't get the video. So then I was like, I have to do it again. And then I think we end up losing the video. So there's not even a video
That's
anywhere.
very sad.
Yeah.
I remember doing the research for that convention. What a great convention.
Yeah, Bizarre AC.
Yeah, I still got my tag over here in my place of all my tags.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's all my tags.
Yeah,
Bizarre.
the guy who ran that still on my Facebook, but he doesn't do horror stuff anymore. But he still does. Still does a lot of conventions and stuff in Atlantic City.
I was really excited to be included in their like brainstorming session, but it clearly didn't come to fruition. And
No, it's unfortunate
because that was a really nice convention.
Yeah, it was. It was cool. It was fun to go there every year.
Yeah, that's where Christopher Young like creeped on me.
Yeah.
He did, but it was cute. He's a good guy. When we had him on not too long ago for an interview, he was great. Very
that reminds me, I gotta send his people asked me if I could send like a hard copy of the interview. I get to do that.
Oh, nice.
Like I think he just saves them, which is cool.
Cool. Excellent. Meat pies. Pies.
I had a meat pie too when I was on Fleet Street.
Nice. How was it?
It's great. It was a lamb and apricot pie.
Oh.
You know,
I would have a meat pie with apricot.
It was really good. Jason was not a big fan because he thought
I don't like lamb.
Yeah, I like lamb. So
I'd eat mutton.
Yeah, mutton was I like mutton. I had mutton for
do that. That's fine. As an adult, just be done with it. But you're a little baby.
Really nice and
I
tender.
like more kind to get rid of the baby because it doesn't even know what life is.
I think we're
An
going
adult,
down.
it's like in the world, it's living its life, but maybe it hates its life because most animals that are in farms,
right?
Like,
Well, yeah,
I'm
it
going off
depends,
the
I
rails.
guess.
Okay, so
It might be a free range. I don't know. Which I prefer free range meat, especially game meat. Some people say it's gamey, but I prefer that because then it actually tastes different than if you get farm raised like bison or farm raised lamb. It actually doesn't taste much different than beef. Where if you get free range, it does. It has that more gamey taste, but it actually tastes like something different. Otherwise, I might as well just eat chicken or beef.
my younger years, I was in a relationship with someone, and he had a friend that was a deer hunter.
Yeah, I used to get a lot of deer when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was
because we
really
had friends.
cool and weird because he had like a shed with like a giant deer. And I learned that the gaminess is all about the butchering and the cooking technique. It's not that it's a deer walking out in the forest. It's the butchering and making sure the blood is drained in a particular way so it doesn't pool, and the way you have to sear the meat and all that stuff. So it was
I don't know
good.
if that's completely accurate, but we'll
I don't know, maybe the people who've done it for like their whole lives.
I mean, my family was did this stuff too, so I don't know. Yeah.
They seem very.
I mean, the comparison for me would be if you get farm raised seafood, it's very flavorless compared to wild caught seafood, and I think it's kind of a similar idea.
Well, I will definitely go with vegetables if they're just like mass produced vegetables, like fruit,
eggs, same way.
There's things that like don't have flavor anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all are interested in this conversation. A little off the rails, but food is important.
Yeah.
Pie is important.
Eating your meat pie on Fleet Street. Exactly, Jonathan Jackson. Jonathan Jackson!
I was waiting. Surprised you didn't do that in the interview. I was like, I wonder if it's coming or if he's going to be like a professional in this movie.
I'm a very professional man.
We're very professional. So Pepe let us know that the Toxic Avenger cartoon is streaming on Tubi.
Oh, cool.
Oh my goodness. Because you wanted to, Pepe? In Neal's situation, we didn't even get down this road. So convention, prepping for the convention, there is the horror convention, and then at the top of the building, which wasn't necessarily related to the horror convention, was this like gross, it wasn't called gross animal tasting, it was like exotic animal product tasting, and they showed the menu of what it would be and all this weird shit that you wouldn't normally have the opportunity
to eat.
It was like
tarts, kidney pie,
some real weird stuff.
With
weirder than that. There's some real weird stuff. So prior to that, seeing about bull testicles and building Neal was into it, and then finding images on the internet of like a bull testicle prior to being fried, and then it cut in half and it's like spongy on the inside. Ugh. Was it spongy to eat?
No. So taste wise, it kind of tastes like beef, I'll be honest. But the texture was very off-putting because it had the texture of damp sawdust.
Yeah, spongy.
So it was just not good. And then you start thinking what you're eating.
And that's where we met the Castagnello.
Yes. We shared a table with them.
And they gave us a book. Well, he gave us a book, and it was hilarious. Yeah. Whether or not he intended it to be.
Yeah.
There's a scene of like a demon woman who was in a bathroom, and one of the characters was in a stall. A female character was in a stall, and the door blew open from the demon, and the person's like all this whirlwind. Oh my goodness, it was crazy. Doug?
I'm not sure, but
they were really lovely people.
Yeah, they were. They are.
Let's see. Tony A. Jonathan Jackson mentions Tony
Doug,
A.
You're right. Douglas Vance Castagna.
Yeah. And Rafaela, I think, is his wife's name. Jonathan Jackson says maybe Tony A. wants to be a talking scrub that partakes in drug use.
Damn. Oh, in the movie. I'm not having any drugs in the movie, but I appreciate that.
Neal.
Huh?
What is this shit? You can't just leave us. Come on.
So Tony Atlas is a wrestler I've had on the show multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last few years, he's just like on his Twitter, on his all social media, it's all about his foot fetish. But it's not just foot fetish. It's a very specific. He likes, and he says this over and over. It has to be white women. And it's not just like he likes their feet. They have to walk on his face, kick him in the face, punch
Will he
him
take
in
pictures?
The face. He's got tons of pictures. And videos.
If he'll buy them, I'll send him pictures of my feet.
No, he doesn't want pictures. He wants you to actually stomp on his face and stuff.
Is he naked?
No.
Oh yeah, send me out, man. I'll step on your face. You can pay me money to step on your fucking face. Absolutely. I am there for it. Anyone out there wants to pay me if you're not nude and you're not a creep and other than you stepping on your face.
But yeah.
Other than that.
So
I'll be stepping on it.
So
let me know.
I find it funny and stuff. And he's put out like like a New Year video, and it's just this woman just punching him in the face over and over, and then stomping on his head, and then he's like, "Happy New Year," and and he puts out, "It's gotta be white women," and all stuff. So I find it funny, but Coast and Jonathan Jack, they have a little different view because they're like, it's taken our people back like decades. Like, it's not a good look for African American people to be talking about wanting white women to just like belittle them all the time.
That is, yeah. I didn't know who this guy was, whether he was white or black or whomever. So that's interesting. Yeah, I could see that being
one of his characters he wrestled as too was so he wrestled as Tony Atlas for years. Then he came back as Saba Simba, and he was a barefoot guy, literally with a spear.
Ooh.
Which, you know, and this was in the 90s. So, I mean, it wasn't.
Well, I mean, 90s was a while ago. It wasn't that.
Still, I mean, it was pretty. It was like, you know, it was pretty.
It wasn't the 60s. Yeah.
No, right. Yeah. So anyway, yeah.
Yes. Well, that's crazy. So Coast asked me about getting rid of hit points in RPGs.
Yes,
I don't remember this question. When did this come up, Coast?
I think he posted it in our group a little while ago.
Well,
so yeah, so
really not been around.
So is this like what does that mean? So like you can't die in a role-playing game? I'm not sure like how this happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm not always around on Facebook. I miss a lot of content on Facebook. I'm not intending to be rude or blow anybody off. I just can't keep up. Well, I don't know. In the meanwhile, before
it's on your Facebook, you said.
On my on my Facebook.
Yeah, it says on her Facebook. We'll just repost the question here, Coach.
Yeah, because there'll be notifications for years. I'm like, I can't. I'll be looking at the top 5 that show up directly in the drop down thing. I can't. Coast is really excited about Severed Limbs. Is that this weekend?
Yes, that's this Sunday.
Well,
I have the complete lineup if you would like to go over this.
Yeah, let's do that. Well, do you need to get visuals ready?
I have them all saved.
You do? Okay, perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
So how I could do this, if you would like, is I could send you the whole list too, so it's not me reading them all, and we could go back and forth. How's that?
Cool. Sounds good to me.
Otherwise, you know, it's just so there's going to be 24 films or shorts. The person who did who had they did ask me why it was not accepted, and I told them it was it was just over. It was 28 minutes, and they were very good about it. Like, oh, I actually did not read the rules. That's my bad. It's not yours. So that was nice. Mm-hmm. But it was not anyone who was not accepted that was over 20 minutes. It wasn't that I thought your movie was bad. It was just
Neal setting boundaries.
Implemented I've had it for a while, but I just kind of ignored it.
I know. I'm very proud of you. I know it's been a long time coming, and you did it. I'm proud of you. I don't mean to say that to be patronizing.
There you go.
All right.
I can send it. I can send it in the private chat, whichever is easiest.
Maybe.
I could send it both, and then
no,
whatever.
It's fine. It's fine. All right. So let me get this geared up over here. All right.
I can't. You can't do it in the private chat. It's too big. So
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So
we'll start with number 1 here.
Yeah.
You can do number 1. You'll do the odd ones. I'll do the even.
Okay. The D word. In the D word, a severely mentally distressed man, rejected by his wife, spirals into an affair grappling with his fractured sanity. As he navigates the complexities of acceptance and rejection, his subconscious connection to Frankenstein's monster emerges, symbolized by the haunting mask he carries, blurring the line between fractured relationships and the monstrous echoes within.
It's a
That's
great
a rad poster.
Yeah, it
Makes
looks
me
like
want ravioli and a huge
Oh, I
red.
was thinking pancakes, but yeah, I think you might
Oh,
be right. Ravioli.
raviolis. Maybe it is supposed to be pancakes.
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
saw
seeing
IHOP has but
nachos.
they have $5 unlimited pancakes at IHOP, and I was like, how many pancakes can you eat?
I am not trying.
So the D word.
Ravioli. I might try unlimited ravioli.
Me too. Yeah. So I often they don't give you enough ravioli if you order it, I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, this
There's
looks good.
never
Frankenstein and raviolis, and I'm on board. Peeping Patty. A stalker goes to the next level. Filmed in Westmoreland, Tennessee. Filmed in 9 hours and edited in 10 hours.
Dang. Set an example for Arbor Day.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I don't know. That'd be hard, but
Peeping Patty. Well,
I can go back to this. Here you go.
no, I'm just looking at her creeping.
Yeah,
Creeping
she's a
and
creep.
peeping.
Looking
Wonder
through
what she
it's
peeping
almost
at.
like Norman Bates there.
She could be peeping at anything. What if she's peeping at a murder? What if she's going to be a hero?
Yeah,
You
well,
don't know what
Headless Cat Productions, so that's
part of the Headyverse.
yeah, could be.
Perhaps.
By the way, I saw what was it called? It's a Spanish name. So I did a bunch of interviews for Fantasia Fest, and they'll be popping up over the week or so. And one of them was for this zombie movie about 3 kids. And unfortunately, it did not. No one saved it. It didn't save on my end, and it didn't save on Fantasia's end. So there was some kind of issue. None of us know why. They were very apologetic, but it wasn't anyone's fault. They didn't say whatever. But Isaac Esbon, who made it, is willing to come onto the show and talk about it. So we'll figure that out.
So hopefully I get to see it.
Yeah. So, but it's a huge trigger warning for people out there.
Oh, for real stuff?
No, not real, but they do kill a pet in the movie.
Oh.
But not in reality. I don't mind. I do. And when I talk to Isaac, we'll talk on the show again, because he was like, I didn't realize when I made there's even a website like do they kill the dog.com or something where people I find I have always found a little weird that people who are fine with just mutilation of people, but I understand that it's not like I get enjoyment out of this, but I just think if you're into horror at all, I think it's a little.
Yeah, I agree. I love animals. Neal loves animals. Befriending cats, like love of animals. They're wonderful creatures. Love them. But it's a fucking. If it was actually some kind of like stomping video, something like that, like
right, if the hero did it or something, right?
Yeah. But we also have a high tolerance for freaky shit. So
that's true.
The Forbidden Book of Sharks. You timed this on purpose. Bringing me into the sharks. I know what you're up to. A boy steals a magic book of sharks from the library and ends up releasing them in his bedroom. I may have seen this one.
It's by Troy It's by Troy Mikowski, who is a New England filmmaker. So you may have seen it.
I have seen this. It was good. Did we see this at Oh, I feel so bad. James
At Dead of Winter? It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible because, like I said, he's a local filmmaker. He's a good guy, Troy Mikowski. Oh, by the way, the new episode of Beneath the Umbrella came out today. And
Beneath the Red Umbrella.
Beneath the Red Umbrella, I'm sorry. And this guy's in it. So check it out. The Cabin, the Book in the Cabin. This is a nice poster. A traveler seeks refuge in a secluded cabin only to find out it's occupied.
I think it's supposed to be refuge.
Yeah, they did not spell. But yes, a traveler seeks refuge in a secluded cabin only to find out it's occupied.
by a dude with an axe. Oh. Right. I already like it. Halloween Enchantment, a hauntingly magical short film. This Halloween escape into a mystical pumpkin patch where shadows whisper and secrets lurk. That guy has secrets that he wants to share.
I like this guy. He's creepy.
Fucking creeper. I want to know more.
Oh wow, this is a nice poster. The Widower, an aging serial killer, a youth tied up in a cellar, a hint at a larger society of killers. We soon get to see what makes the Widower tick and what drives him to do what he does. Made on a budget of just £15, The Widower is the new micro-budget production from Slumberjack Entertainment. Written and starring Neil Gallagher, directed by Peter McKiernan, produced by Slumberjack Entertainment. The Widower is a segment from an in-production anthology movie, The Micro Killers, 15 short films, all shot on a budget of £200 or less from some of UK's leading names in indie horror. And we will have all the credits up when we're doing the...
nice. Oh, I like the little beard logo at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's cute.
That's the Slumberjack.
That's great. I like that name, too.
Mm-hmm.
The Lover. Oh, man. That's me saying that reminded me of the Tim Joyce song.
Exactly. As soon as you said it, I thought the same thing.
Seek it out, folks. What was the name of the band? The duo. Do you remember? Tim Joyce.
It's not TikTok. It's
No, TikTok was Barbie Wild.
Yeah. Well, no. I'm not sure.
Oh well.
The Lover.
So another time. The Lover. A jealous husband devises a plan to make sure his wife can never leave him. Please watch past the end credits.
Yeah. Well, we'll have the whole thing up on the thing. It's a cool poster too. I like it.
I like it.
Kink Killers. Sam and Hildy have a love for kinks. They invite over unsuspecting guests to indulge in their dark obsessions.
Like having the foot stomped.
Yeah, I was just thinking this is
stomped.
This is Coach.
Whoa!
This guy rules.
He looks adorable. He's like a giant baby.
He's all startled. He's like,
I love him. He's so cute. And he looks like he's got red hair. My fave. Scratched. Stuck at home during a global pandemic, boyfriends Liam and Devin have exhausted all forms of entertainment. Then Devin brings out a Ouija board.
Interesting. I like this. This one sounds interesting. Wasted on the Young. Matteo brings his boyfriend to a dinner with a friend from work, and dessert is more bittersweet than Matteo had expected.
That very much looks like some kind of what do you call it? Irrigation device for the butthole. Perhaps is. It's like a genie potion bottle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Mixed
like
thoughts, but
you just gotta.
It's from the movie.
You gotta rub it and something comes out.
Yeah. So Ultima Conquista, Last Conquest. Nina dates someone she met through the internet. Could Mr. Nice be the man she's looking for? Dinner starts okay, but things could end badly. I like the look in her eyes of like, I don't know about this shit.
Yeah, it's interesting. Could go many different ways. Piddle. I love this poster. A monster is created after man continually pees in his shower. Hell yeah.
Neil's waiting for his monster, apparently.
This is nasty. Neil approved.
You best not pee. We go to hotels. Do not.
No, I don't pee in the shower. I like a monster coming out of the pee. Okay. That's all I'm laughing at.
Peeing in the shared shower.
How about in the shared sink?
Well, I'm not standing in it.
Fair enough.
You know, I'm not, if I'm touching it with my body, that's a problem.
All right.
But I'm just washing my hands over it. So as long as you clean up,
all right.
Go ahead and pee in the sink. I don't have to see it, and I don't want to smell it. Clean up after yourself. Lucy, let's see. Oop, I just scanned a little too far. Lucy wakes up unaware of where she is or of the hell she is in, only for it to get worse. The film is an allegory for the levels of hell, and Lucy is making her way further down. Indeed, Lucy. Poor Lucy. Lucy looks a little bit like our friend. I feel terrible. She did the one woman show.
Oh, Naomi Grossman.
Yes, thank you. She's a similar little cute face.
Hilltop hike. Bob goes for a hike on the hilltop and sees something he didn't expect.
I'm so curious. That's a great write-up.
This one doesn't have a write-up.
Creepy. Clowning around. That is very creepy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not scared. That doesn't look like a clown. It's just, but it looks terrifying. All right, cool.
So there is no synopsis for this one.
That's all right. It doesn't need one. I'm scared.
Bay for Blood. James and Rob are hiding out in isolation to fix their mutual issues. As time progresses, the two reveal facts regarding their disturbing past relationship. An acquaintance of James, Jessica, finds herself in an uncomfortable position as she contemplates the best way to handle the situation. So that don't tell me a lot. Even though it's a lot of words, I'm not sure what's happening. Where's 17? Where's 17?
17, No Good Deed. Oh, I loved when you showed me this poster earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Inspired by real events, a homeless man named Simon wanders over to a parked car and accepts a bag filled from an anonymous man behind the wheel. Wandering away after the act of charity, Simon is tempted back by an opportunity at something that may change his downward spiral. All Simon has to do is complete. I'm going to start that one all over again. All Simon has to complete is one deed.
That one has me very interested.
Yeah. Inspired by, I thought it said real enemies. Inspired by
So yeah, we went over these last week, but we're going to go over the whole thing here. So within the frame, out for a morning walk, Sarah will face a world she had long forgotten, but has not forgotten her. Entering her forbidden place, she will learn that nothing is forgotten within the frame.
I love that poster. I love the contrast of colors, the like dense, scary, old classic New England home and the beautiful field, and then her looking confused and concerned. I hope that is awesome because I love that poster. I love this. It's automatically looks super fun to me. What does it say on the license plate? Double Drax. Nice. Nice. So, beyond the bleed limit, a group of monsters compete in a terrifying street race. Short and sweet. We get the idea.
Exactly.
Sounds very fun.
Let's see. This one is number 20. We have the Blair Richards Project. What happens when three friends go in search of a local legend? The dumbest shit you'll ever see.
I don't know. Troy makes a good case for the dumbest shit he's ever seen in your trailer.
That's very true.
Remains to be seen. Gonna go back in time. Trapped in Time. A Victorian fun fair comes to life with some nightmarish results. I like their look.
Yeah.
This guy towards the front, he looks like the dude. He's like,
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, he's not the dude, like from the movie The Dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. Ooh.
In the middle of the night.
In the heat of the night.
Job has lost his love for life. He wants to end it until he meets Betty, a vivacious, beautiful woman that has a bad habit of robbing graves. Together in the light of the moon, the two set out to find a lost amulet and fence the item to her animated corpse grandma.
Wow. That's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the middle of the night.
I like this Aztec looking symbol.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
All right. I'm interested in this.
All right. Welcome to Wonderland. Found footage of an investigative reporter's visit to an early 70s commune reveals a sinister agenda. As some people may be aware, I love movies about cults. Love it.
Last week when we showed the trailer for Pastor, this is made by the same man. So
this is a crazy trailer?
Yeah. This isn't the feature film. This is a short by the same guy. So
that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Because that was amazing.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. He's going to be on the show when the movie comes out. So that's very good. And we do not have a picture or a synopsis for this. And it is Don't Look Now. By
they really should include a picture because there's a movie called Don't Look Now.
Yeah, by the fine folks at Trash Arts Film. They had just finished it. So they got it to me after the deadline, and I accepted. I was like, all right.
Wow, they are long time contributors. So
they had literally just finished it. So
all right.
So that's very cool. We're looking forward to it. Don't Look Now. Boom. Yeah. So also the fine folks of Trash Arts Film, they're running Pompey Wood Film Festival, and that is in the UK. And
nice.
It is the final time you'll be able to see the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2 at a festival.
Oh, cool.
Coming up in September. And it'll be the last time you see it at a festival and the first and only time that the final cut of the film will be playing at a festival.
Oh.
It's a short film festival. That? No, you've not.
Oh.
I have, but no, you've not seen it. So
well, you are a part of it, so that's very fair.
Yes, there's some new cast members in the final cut.
I'm aware of at least one of them. Very cool.
Yes,
a good person. I won't even genderfy them.
Mm-hmm.
Good person.
Yes, I agree. All I got was a moldy loaf. That's Coast. That's his short film he's making.
That's a good title. I love it. Juliette Lewis is getting a piece of pie over in the chat. Oh, that was a bit ago. Yeah, it's been an hour. Sorry, folks. Nicolas Cage. Oh, we saw some of this. Nicolas Cage, cult leader. Danny Trejo. Tony A. RPGs. Severed limbs. Redundancy. Okay. So strawberry. Pepe had made a strawberry and chocolate chip Coke with green cake with green frosting.
Oh, I thought maybe this was a Chad Ferrin reference. He was in the bathroom with Chad. Coast, the man butt violation always gets over with me. That's why I find prison movies hilarious.
Where's that? Are you way down? You got to go from the top and work your way down.
I don't know if he can be yelling at Tony Atlas anymore. Tony Atlas is just getting people walking on his face.
Strawberry
getting all laughing about some butt rape.
Yeah, so Coast mentions how you ate some balls and how on earth Incher has not used that. That's a good call because it's without your head, and he's like without your head. He ran from me. Strong female. John was like, I can't do this.
What was he? He's talking about one of his made up stories this week on the show on Tuesday.
So for those who don't know, and you're still hanging on, Neil has another show in your head that's a wrestling, and it's much. I mean, that's been around for a long fucking time.
In 2005. Yeah.
Damn, man. Almost 20 years. That's
It really, if actually it is 20 years. This is the 20th year.
Wow.
But yeah, it's crazy. Think about it. So I was in my 20s when we started that show.
Look how you've come along.
So and actually the first episode of Without Your Head was also 2005 because it's the Halloween special of the first year of In Your Head.
Interesting.
So and then it became a show in 2006. So but yeah, so it was at a horror convention. It was at Scary Con or Creepy Fest, something in Kentucky.
Yes. Oh, is this about bears?
No.
I just want to quickly tell the world why I made that weird face. Is because I saw Pepe Petit wrote, "Ever try smoked cow eyes?" So that's what that face was for. Sorry to be distracted from
That's all right.
Embarrassing.
So yeah, this was the last time I met Jittery John in person. So we were at a convention in Kentucky, and anyway, I won't give the whole background. So we're at the convention, and we were playing air hockey, and you know, we had fun, whatever. Then after we get back, like weeks later on the show, he conjured up this story that never happened, and it was that we were playing air hockey, and I was like yelling "fuck" all this stuff, which is I'm not trying to be Mr. Prim and Proper, but I really don't swear a lot, to be honest. I just don't.
That's true.
And then so I was swearing. He said I was dropping all these F-bombs, and then Incher was like, "Oh, be careful. There's all these kids here," because we were in like the entertainment center of the hotel, and then I yelled, "Fuck the kids!" And so I just started laughing because I think that's hilarious. And I'm like, that didn't happen though. I mean, and so for years now, he just doubles down.
Stands by his story.
Yeah, and everyone there says it didn't happen, and I was like,
were you shit faced?
I was drinking, but not like shit faced. But and I only one time have I ever drank that I didn't remember what I was doing. And that's what led me to quit drinking.
You weren't shit faced.
No, but dude, if this happened, I would remember it. People there would have remembered it. And I would actually think it's hilarious, to be honest. I wouldn't be funny. And also I would think that one of the parents would have yelled at me or punched me or called like the not the authority, but they would have called like security or something if I'm like yelling "fuck the kids" in front of a bunch of little kids. So no one did anything because it didn't happen. So anyway, he'll bring it up all the time. It's very funny.
Oh, John. Ah, John. Well,
yeah. If it happened, I would not deny it because I think it's a hilarious story. I kind of wish it happened, but it did not happen.
Well, you've got your whole life to continue.
Right.
And you can toss that out into the world whenever you choose.
Fuck the kids.
We're in Boston. Can we be like at a playground and you just yell it?
Yeah, I'm gonna get like now. I'm gonna like get on like a list or something if I'm yelling at a playground.
Yeah, probably not a good idea, huh?
No.
No smoked cow eyes. I don't know what that is. Pepe has got some like history with that, I guess.
So I want to give a big shout out to some folks here. Troy Mikowski.
I think I know that name.
Yeah, he made that movie we were talking about earlier. Vic Schiavone.
Vic.
Faith Ivy.
Oh, Faith. Lovely. I'm glad to know Faith.
Shannon.
Faith. Faye. Not Faith. Faye. Or Faith.
Oh, I'm
Faye. Right?
Yeah, Faye, but
yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, I don't want to give people. But
Shannon.
Shannon.
Like once, I already know. Come on, man.
Shannon Ford Chamley.
Shannon.
Yes. These are the fine folks who pre-ordered an Arbor Day 8-bit shirt. And so they get thanks in the credits of Arbor Day. So very cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys, because I don't have money. I'll be doing what I can, but we can use it and appreciate it very much.
Yes. All right. Coast to Coast. Was it possible you said I don't give a fuck about those kids? No, I did not yell fuck kids in any form in front of a bunch of kids' parents
about those kids.
But I do also remember I won horse in basketball. We had played horse.
Like legit outside?
It was in the they had a basketball court in the hotel in the basement. The basement was pretty well, not basement, but they had air hockey, they had like pinball, they had a basketball court, they had a pool, they had a hot tub.
Nice.
And they had a like a sauna, which I'm not big on that. Maybe I would think about it differently now, but then I was very big and sitting in the sauna was not a good time. But yeah, that was the same weekend we tried to get John in the hot tub, and he was totally against it.
Well, because you and Jason must have been there creeping, right?
No,
you know,
he was just we were up in the hotel room and tried to get him to go down. He was just he would only do if we paid him like hundreds of dollars. I'm not paying you hundreds of dollars to have fun. I don't know. Then he was weirded out because he's like, well, I don't have a bathing suit. And Jason's like, I brought an extra one for you. And that weirded John out.
Jason's got a great dry sense of humor.
And then the last day we went out for breakfast, me, John, and Jason, and we're all sitting there. And John just starts talking about me to Jason. And I'm sitting right there. And he's just like, now, Jason, the things you got to know about Jack. Because he still called me Jack. And I was like, I'm sitting right here.
What are some of the things we should know?
He was like, well, Jack, he ain't got no family. He ain't got no one to. I'm like, I don't have a family?
Compared to him, he doesn't have children or
none of us were married or with kids or anything. But he was like telling Jason not to take like silly photos and because his family will see it and his workplace will see it. It's like, I didn't freaking make Jason do this.
What kind of photos is he taking?
It was just in the hot tub.
Oh.
We even both had shirts on.
Oh, is he afraid people are going to think he's in the hot tub with men and that he's gay?
I guess so.
That, to me, in my mind, is clearly his issue, because whatever. Blah.
So Scooter McRae will be coming on soon. The director of Black Eyed Susan. We showed the trailer last week.
Really good. Yeah.
I talked to Damien about it, and he said the trailer didn't do it justice. He said it feels like a 1970s movie. The stuff he said sounded like the stuff that interested us, because he said the trailer made it look a little funnier, which it's not at all. Which I didn't really get that from the trailer anyway.
No.
But I'm not in it or anything, so maybe being so involved in it.
Yeah, I'm so curious.
He said it was the best script he ever read.
Wow. It looks awesome. For people out there, it's about future times when all these, AI bots are out there. And there's a design of one that is, maybe they make males too, is a female that you can get and you can physically abuse it and it wants you to. So then it gets to this point of like, okay, at what point is this? Where are the ethics here? Where does this lead? And how does that develop a person? I'm assuming, I don't know how far it gets into this. So if you've got one of these robots, effectively, and you can be this way with it, then how does that change your perspective on other humans? So is that like?
Yeah, because they
make it harder?
desensitize you to do this
Yeah.
stuff.
'Cause it's not like watching a movie; you're actually doing it.
There's a really good short film that I saw that dealt with a similar theme, and it was about making sex dolls for pedophiles, and the idea was it would keep them from committing crimes. But it was a really great short film because it, it's asking this question, and it was really well done. No, you would like it if you saw it. You'd have to watch it to understand it. It was not like in favor
I
of
can
this.
imagine.
Yeah.
It's not like take that much.
It's not like the short was in favor of this because it was, but it was really
I can't
well
see
done.
it. I just can't, even if I felt like, oh, that would be helpful, it wouldn't work because that's not what it's about. It's not just about here's a body. It's about all of the other things that come with it. So, but at any rate, I'm against removing hit points as well, Coast. Who the hell wants to do that? That's lame. I'll remove encumbrance in an instant because I want to carry a bag full of all kinds of shit. I want ropes. I want caltrops. I want all the things. All of that. But hit points, come on, man. Who proposes that?
Yeah, I don't really get it. I guess that maybe would depend on the game, but like just removing them from all role-playing games, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Even one game, like I don't understand it. So
yeah, I mean, I'd have to know the game. Maybe the game doesn't deal in that or something, but
yeah.
But then it probably wouldn't have it to begin with.
Yeah, it would have to be something that would represent being alive or not alive.
Right.
Because if you're getting damaged, you could maybe not be alive anymore.
Yeah, I don't really get it. Because then you also take away any, what are the stakes? Like, if you can't get hurt or in the game, then what's stopping you from just doing it, whatever? Like, just take any chance, you know what I mean?
I mean, that's kind of like thinking about, do people need the Bible to be good?
No, it's not. Because if I do something that I could die, then I'm not going to do it. But if you're playing a role-playing game, that's a game. That's not the same as
no, I mean
reality.
This that you're doing looks like you've got giant elf ears.
I have a very uncomfortable seat. I should probably get a much more comfortable seat. I just have a folding chair.
My seat is old. Do you remember once upon a time?
This is just a metal folding chair. Yeah.
All right, that's worse than mine. Remember when I had the van and we went to this kind of flea market thing in, I don't know if you even know it's Revere, but it was outside of Boston. Yeah. They got these two way old chairs. Yes, they are haunted. Yeah. And I
don't remember anything. I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm just reminding. It's part of the story. So I had this wonderful old chair, but it got too old. And then I got this gaming chair thing. I'm in my chair up for work. I'm in my chair for the show. I'm in my chair a lot. So let me get a comfy chair. And it sucks. And it was I injured my shoulder. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try one of the haunted chairs. And it's fantastic. It's from the 70s at youngest. And it's just an old chair. And it's like, so yeah, you need a better chair. Folding chair. What the fuck, man? Do you want this chair?
No.
I can bring it when we do Arbor Day.
We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, how much? I mean, it was not cheap.
Yeah. I used to have a big. I can't have too big of a chair. I don't have the room. But if it's not real big, it would work.
I mean, it's a gaming chair.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Imagine a gaming chair.
So, I wanted to. Ross Paul joined the group who played the dad in Skinamarink. So he's friends with Jamie Hill, and Jamie Hill told him we're all good people. And so I was like, hey, you want to? So anyway, yeah, he's up for coming on the show and talking about.
Cool, nice.
And he's also making a new movie coming up. So, have you ever seen what is it called? The Microwave Massacre?
No.
It's an 80s horror film by Craig Muckler produced it.
No.
Well, it's a movie, but the arguably, I guess. But no, it's a movie. But Craig Muckler is wanting to do the sequel.
Oh, that's
the Frigidaire
sweet.
Massacre.
Oh my God, Frigidaire. Is Frigidaire still a company?
I don't know.
Can they sue? How dare you use Frigidaire in your
that's true.
low budget horror film?
There's a term for that. I forget what it was. I remember learning it in English class where like you use like an actual like brand name, like so you say like Kleenex, even though the actual term would be tissue. Yeah, I forget the term. What term that is though.
Coast let us know that back when he was a kid, he tried to clone himself using bathwater and a loaf of bread, and all he got was a moldy loaf.
Oh wow! How are we supposed to know that, Coast?
Because it's written directly above it.
Oh, I see.
That's why you start at the oldest stuff and you work your way.
I like just taking stuff out of context to make Coast look insane. Microwave Massacre.
Pepe Petit chokeslammed someone.
I used to do
chokeslammed this dude for disrespecting my homegirl. I don't remember doing it, but everyone told me I did. As compared to you saying "fuck the kids," Pepe. Pepe is like kicking ass out there.
Damn! Don't get on Pepe's wrong side.
Coast, that's awesome about being 26 years sober.
Yes, congratulations, Coast.
Yeah, that's great. Jonathan Jackson said, "Don't pile on Jittery John. His parents might be watching."
And now Coast can watch. He used to hide in his car to listen to the show. Now he can watch. He can watch and.
Well, thanks for your commitment.
Yeah. I
didn't have internet for a while, so I used to hide in my car in the Dunkin' Donuts or McDonald's parking lot. Back when we didn't have video.
Yeah.
I was a very, very broke person. Did not have any money. I did the best I could.
Yeah, we made it work. We had a good time.
I made it work. Broke.
Here's a still from the Great Microwave Massacre.
Nice. The film quality looks excellent.
Yeah, so the killer in that is the voice of Frosty the Snowman.
In what?
In the famous Frosty the Snowman
like the 60s?
claymation, yeah.
Shit.
He's a stand-up comedian. They actually were trying to get who was it? They were actually trying to get a really big stand. Well, I mean, he was big for the era too, but they were trying to get I forget who it was now, but it was another big stand-up comedian they were trying to get for the movie. And it didn't work out.
I'm sending you some pictures.
Oh, he's out in the car now. Microwave.
I don't want to. I'm not meaning to cut you off. That's not my intent.
What? Oh, Adam Newman just sent me a friend request on the Facebook. We like the Adam Newman.
Because if he didn't send me one, I'll feel bad.
Well, send him the link. Maybe he didn't find you.
I'm pretty easy to find. Oh, he did. Yay, Adam.
Now you owe him an apology.
No, you owe me an apology.
Why I don't know shit.
Because you were taunting me with your.
I wasn't taunting. I was just telling you. All right, The Well.
Yes, The Well. It says exclusive trailer, but we do not have the exclusive. It's another John Squires hater.
We might be able to play it. You want me to try to play it? The worst thing that will happen is that we won't be able to monetize the show.
Let me send you the link to the article, and we can make that happen, or you can make that happen. All right. While you're finding your way to that, the Well exclusive trailer, Terrifier 2 Final Girl, Lauren Lavera stars in bloody Italian horror movie. It's creepy as fuck creature. Evil has new depths in Federico Zampiglione's upcoming horror movie, The Well, which puts Terrifier 2 and Terrifier 3 star Lauren Rivera into another bloody battle for survival. The Well is arriving in select theaters on August 9th, so it's right around the corner, and on digital and on-demand September 3rd, 2024 via Uncorked Entertainment. Exclusively watch the official trailer. Well, exclusively, so I don't know. The Well stars Lauren Rivera and as Lisa Gray, a budding art restorer who travels to a small Italian village to bring a medieval painting back to its former glory, unaware of the danger from an evil curse and a monster born of myth and brutal pain. So, did we see this?
Yeah, because Joe gave it a glowing review.
Yeah, I feel like we saw this a long time ago, but that's fine. Other people are going to see it.
I think what happened was it played at a festival, and now it's just now getting actual release.
Got it. Here's the full official synopsis. On behalf of her father, a young American art restorer travels to a remote Italian village to bring a medieval painting back to its former glory. There, she meets a beautiful but aging duchess and her troubled young daughter, who warns her the painting is cursed and that she must leave before she falls prey to an evil witch who drinks the blood of tourists to achieve eternal life. And then it talks about the other people that are in it.
Yeah, I actually the director was up to coming on the show and stuff too. So
very
you can
cool.
get back to him if you want. I had the Diablo Joe review.
She was on, wasn't she?
What?
Wasn't the woman in it on the show?
Yeah, the main woman, but we never had the other woman. She was going to do the show. We'll have to set that up too. Yeah, I've got so I won't play the trailer because it's been out for a while. But it said exclusive, so maybe they'd get mad or something if it's exclusive.
So you will or you will not?
Well, not if they say it's exclusive.
Okay, they did.
Yeah. Oh, it played Sitges. That's what it was. It played Sitges.
Got it. Got it.
So, but we do have we have the Diablo Joe review I could play if you want that.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's 4 minutes.
Great. Yeah, very reasonable.
Here we go.
Diablo Joe reviews The Well. Imagine if iconic horror filmmaker Jean Rollin were alive and well today and still making films. Now imagine that he had swapped his love of lesbian vampire eroticism for an equally intense love of brutal torture and mayhem. The film he may have produced could likely resemble Federico Zampaglione's The Well, a moody, at times dreamlike picture that alternates phantasmagorical milieu with savage violence. Lisa, played by Terrifier 2's Lauren Lavera, is a restorer of antique art, summoned to the historic estate of Emma, a suitably aloof, mysterious, and beautiful Claudia Girini, to strip the soot obscuring the canvas of a large painting blackened by fire damage. As Lisa's work progresses, revealing horrifyingly nightmarish figures and beings beneath the grime, she begins to uncover the secrets behind the painting's history, but also those of Emma and her young daughter Julia, and the well that lies deep in the heart of the centuries-old building that houses them all. As the film opens, gentle acoustic guitar and eerie choral vocals immediately create a sense of otherworldly mystery that takes the mind back to the European horror of the 1970s. And if one were to think that Zampaglione was about to deliver us an homage and a bit of pastiche of the ethereal dreaminess that filled many of the movies of that era, then you wouldn't be wholly wrong. There are so many facets to his style and story that, in lesser hands, might seem simply cribbed, but Zampaglione manages to give them fresh life by expertly blending the poetic with more ferocious and visceral horror. The result shouldn't work as well as it does, but it does. As far as the story goes, The Well is a tale oft-told vis-a-vis numerous horror tropes and subgenres. There is little story-wise, including its ending, that will surprise any but the most naive viewers. Still, the originality of Zampaglione's script, or any lack thereof, is not the point here. The director aims to unnerve and horrify, and he does it with great style and effectiveness. Both Lecter and Girini are excellently cast in their roles. Lecter expands on the wide-eyed charm she displayed in Terrifier 2, playing the ingenue to Girini's urbane, enigmatic Emma. The pair's early scenes hint at the potential for chemistry had Zampaglione gone the more obvious erotica horror route. Adding the mix is Zampaglione's daughter, Linda, whose Julia is moody and brooding, but wise to so much more than she initially lets on. On the horror end of the spectrum, the eerily striking model Melanie Gaidos lends her unique and strange beauty as one of the demonic figures tied to the painting's secret. But it is the terrifying performance of Lorenzo Renzi that ups the Well's ante across the board. Massive, brutish, and bestial, his only dialogue consisting of deep goat-like grunts and guttural coughs, Renzi is petrifying every second he is on screen. And it is this latter character responsible for the violent scenes of eye gouging, limb hacking, and worse that befall a trio of young people Lisa befriends at the film's opening. The cocktail of Renzi's character, the horrifying screams of his victims, and the impressive gore effects of Carlo Diamantini dominate the film, making it so much more than just an homage to a bygone era of Euro horror cinema. The Well may bear its influences boldly, but Zampaglione uses them in even bolder brushstrokes, revealing a portrait of horror and accursed mystery that enthralls, entertains, and unsettles. This devil of a reviewer gives The Well 4 out of 5 imps.
Boom! Yeah, he loved it.
Yeah,
so that's cool. That's the thing about festivals. I love going to festivals, and sometimes, they come out right away, and sometimes it's like a year later, and there are times that they never come out. So it's cool to get to see them. That's why I recommend the festivals for many reasons.
Absolutely. Sorry, I was running back. I was eating mango. So
no worries. I want some.
There's some good mango out there. Just give it a little time. I have something that I just saw, thankfully not written by the man who hates me. I will send you I will send you a picture, because I don't think you know this artist very well. I recognize it immediately because it's amazing. So I'll let you put it up before. This article is written by Megan Navarro. Oh, a lot of interesting things going on here. Fangoria.
Yeah, the artwork is awesome. I don't know who it's from, but it's great.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's not letting me save it as JPEGs anymore. It's saving as some weird file.
Oh, yeah. It's like a web thing.
Yeah, so I it won't let me upload those as pictures is the thing.
Hang on a second.
I can just do share screen. It's fine. Oh, here we go. I just rewrote it as a JPEG and let me do it.
Oh, nice.
I didn't think that would work, but apparently it did.
That's excellent. Yes! Fangoria Studios teams with Junji Ito on 3 live-action feature film adaptations. Holy shit! I hope it's amazing. That's awesome. So fucking awesome. Last year brought news that Fangoria Studios was teaming with legendary horror mangaka Junji Ito on a live-action adaptation of Blood-Sucking Darkness, along with 2 additional live-action feature films. A new report from Scream Daily reveals what those mysterious projects are. It was previously teased that Blood-Sucking Darkness was set to be the first of 3 projects that Fangoria plans to adapt from Ito's hit vampire series Smashed, Junji Ito Story Collection. Now, Pan-Asian studio Through the Lens Entertainment has teamed with Fangoria Studios to produce Blood-Sucking Darkness, The Mystery of the Haunted House Part 1, and The Mystery of the Haunted House Part 2. In the Junji Ito stories, Blood-Sucking Darkness follows a girl with an eating disorder who vomits blood and is stalked by vampire bats, while The Mystery of the Haunted House revolves around 2 friends who must escape a ghostly home and its demented proprietor. The tales originate from the Smashed Junji Ito Story Collection. What's intriguing about this news is that The Mystery of the Haunted House features a recurring antagonist in Junji Ito's works, Soichi Tuzi. I'm not sure. Soichi Tuji. Could this be the start of a Junji Ito live-action cinematic universe? Holy shit, that would be so great. All 3 adaptations are set to go into development this summer, with production targeting 2025 and 2026. Ito will serve as producer alongside Armin Agian, Tara Ansley, and Api Gol of Fangoria Studios, Yasu Kutami and Tsuba Yagamuchi of Amuse Group USA, and Atiya Shand and Jay Van Hoy of the same company. Indie producer Carlos Aguirre, who brokered the deal, will serve as executive producer. Forgive me for any unpronounced or poorly pronounced names. While these adaptations are still years away from release, we have Adult Swim's miniseries Uzumaki, based on the supernatural horror manga, on the way very soon. Written and illustrated by Ito, this original manga series told the story of the citizens of Kurotsu-cho, a fictional city that is plagued by a supernatural curse involving spirals. Ooh, so great. Look for that to arrive in September.
Nope, that's right around the corner.
Ooh, Uzumaki is great. I liked the film. It's not the same, but what film? It's just like talking about Stephen King earlier. What film is the same as the source material? It's just, you can't expect that. You just can't.
Yeah, it's very, very almost never happens. I would say like The Exorcist or something, but it's very, very rare.
Just sent you another one. Also for Junji Ito that was just referenced. Written by the man who hates me and wants me to die. Jones.
Damn.
It's like, stop talking about me. like he's actually paying attention to me. But here we are. Whew, so cool. Uzumaki. Adult Swim announces voice cast for Junji Ito adaptation from John Squires. The English voice cast for Adult Swim's upcoming adaptation. When was this written? Oh, July 8th? All right. Adaptation of Junji Ito's horror manga Uzumaki was announced at Anime Expo over the weekend. This was earlier July. Created in partnership with Production IG USA, the animated TV series is currently in production. The Japanese and English voice actors, respectively, for the series include, and I will pronounce these poorly, Kiri Goshima as Ukisutake and Abby Trott, Shushi Saito as Shin Ishiro Miki / Robbie Damon. I'm assuming these are the Japanese versions and then the English versions. Oh, no, wait. The English and Japanese and English voice actors. My bad. So the first name is the character. The second names are the actors. Azami Kurotani, acted by Maria Ise, and then Christina V. Kitty's dad, Toshio Furukawa / Doug Stone. Shushi's dad, Takashi Matsuyama and Aaron LaPlante. Shushi's mom, Mika Doi. Mona Marshall. Katayama by Katsudoshi Matsukari and Max Middleman. Written and illustrated by Ito, the original manga series told the story of the citizens of Kurotsucho, a fictional city that is plagued by a supernatural curse involving spirals. It's great. I love the story's great and the movie's cool too. I don't care what you all say. The movie's great. Let's leave this town together, asks Shushi Saito, a former classmate of Kiri Goshima, a high school girl who was born and grew up in Kurotsucho. Everything from a strange whirlwind billowing smoke from the crematorium and the residence is turning into spirals. People's eyes spin in whirls, tongue spirals, and the bodies twist unnaturally. In an attempt to escape the curse of the spirals, Kiri decides to flee from Kurotsucho, but can she get away from this turmoil? The Uzumaki manga is made up of 3 volumes that were first published in 1998. The manga received a live-action feature adaptation in 2000, which I enjoyed. Most recently, Ito's work received another anime adaptation, Netflix's Junji Ito Maniac, Japanese Tales of Macabre anthology, which I thought was okay too. And yeah, it's all over the place. There's another spiral picture. I won't read the whole thing out again if you want to share it. I am so into this. I don't really care about manga. Junji Ito is so, that's why all this stuff is being made. It's so original, so creative as a horror artist, storyteller. Clearly being Japanese brings something into us, like non-Asian people living in the States and other parts of the world. And it's just beautiful and terrifying and wonderful. Get out there.
I like that. It looks like a those things you would blow and they would come out like
Woo! Yeah. Yes. Exciting for me. I will take any of this. I think originally I might have found Junji Ito. There's adaptations is the best way I can put it on YouTube of his manga, where they would show the panels one by one. They wouldn't narrate them, but they would play music accompaniments for each panel. So fucking creepy. I wonder if you could play that. Because they're made illegally.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're not permissioned for it, but they're so good. Oh my lord. So manga and mango indeed coast. And y'all. Looks like there's a lot of that. Yeah. Copic. Where did you see my Copic markers?
The what?
My Copic markers. I have markers. They're high quality, in my opinion, a high quality artist marker. Yeet. What are we saying? What are we doing? What do we got? We got Uzumaki stuff.
So Trap opens this weekend.
Wow.
The new M. Night Shyamalan movie. Looks interesting, but
it's M. Night Shyamalan.
That every time one comes out, and they're almost always just shit. So I go see everything, so I'll probably see it anyway, but hopefully it's good. I say that every time one comes out. I'm sure one of these days he'll make another one that's good.
Maybe.
His daughter didn't.
Possible. His daughter did what?
Did not.
Oh.
The last one that he produced was directed by his daughter. It was not good.
Well, that was kind of him.
Yeah.
If I had a parent who was like, yeah, right, exactly. So speaking of Japanese, Alien Romulus has new Japanese trailer published 15 hours ago by the man who wants to see me burn on a pyre, John Squires. New Japanese trailer features more footage and more xenomorph. I might as well give you the little
No, I haven't seen the Japanese trailer, but the trailers look great. I'm really excited. I'm just not a fan of the last two. They weren't really like, I know they're in the Alien universe, but not really Alien movies. This looks like back to
It's got aliens. We're now just 2 weeks away from a return of, that's crazy, Alien franchise with Fede Alvarez. Is that pronounced right? Am I saying that right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Evil Dead and Don't Breathe. Alien Romulus, a sequel to the original horror classic that's set between the events of Alien and Aliens. It's being unleashed in theaters on August 16th. While you wait, a brand new Japanese trailer has been updated by 20th Century Studios this week, and it contains a bunch of footage not previously seen in the various US trailers. There are some new killer shots of the film Xenomorph, while we get a gnarly glimpse at just how damaging to human flesh the monster's acidic blood can be. On that note, we get a sneak peek at what looks to be one hell of a set piece featuring the spilled blood of Xenomorph, the green acidic plasma floating in zero gravity as our human survivors free fall towards it. That's awesome. Watch the new Japanese trailer for Alien Romulus below. Doesn't say exclusive. In Alien Romulus, while scavenging the deep ends of a derelict space station, a group of young space colonizers come face to face with the most terrifying life form in the universe. Talks about the cast. I'm too lazy to try to pronounce more names. So
I am scared. Yeah, that's a definite. We have to see that.
So do you want to play the Japanese?
No, that'd probably definitely be flagged.
The Japanese one?
I mean, we can. I don't think that's a good idea.
All right, okay. Evade a haunted ice cream truck and waffle cone Willie?
Okay. Whitman. He sent a trailer for his new movie, Unnatural. So thank you.
Unspeakable. Now we got Unnatural.
Yeah,
but
do you wanna
are
watch
there giant monster cocks?
I don't know what it is.
That's the question.
Unnatural by Little Monster Entertainment. A gunslinger on a mission from God must track down supernatural creatures as penance for his past sins. Kill them all and let God sort them out. Huh. He just said this and he said he's watching the show and says we're awesome.
Oh, hello.
I think we should play it. And he won us over.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
All right. Let's get it ready here. Okay. Boom. All right, here we go.
Chosen by God because that's very quiet.
Good versus the vile. Eat you first. Ask later with a deadly smile.
Shoot. Don't worry, ma'am. I'll pay for that. Okay. And those two. Look, don't be going like all innocent.
No, it's Al Snow.
Okay, I'm on a mission from God.
Oh, that's crazy. Look, lady, my parents were killed by werewolves last night. My grandfather talks to ghosts, and we're in a town full of vampires. Crazy's not even an accurate word here.
We fight for the weak and stand for what's right. We don't take what ain't ours, and we sleep well at night. We've got each other's backs. We stand up for the few. If you need to know why, that's what Remingtons do.
Don't want to die today? I'd suggest you get the hell out. Which way do you want me to throw this one?
Okay, major point.
Well, I gotta throw the thing it's lit.
What do you do?
Whoops.
Clipped in the prime of life. That looks awesome.
Yeah.
The cast looks great. I love how it was a showcase for the cast because they look excellent. And there was enough said by the woman of there's vampires, werewolves, ghosts. All right.
Here's the little clip. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it. We might as well get his little one-liner here. All right. I feel bad. I didn't realize we still had 15 seconds. Here we go.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to make a plan.
And that plan requires whiskey?
Every good plan requires whiskey.
All right. We had to get that in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Whitman, yeah, that looks very fun. He wants to come on talk about it. Do it, Whit. Let's make it happen. I've interviewed Al Snow several times on my wrestling show. Maybe we can get Al Snow on the show as well. He's the main guy there.
Mm-hmm.
And we get some any of the cast you want on too. We could do a cast and the crew if they're up for it. That'd be fun.
Ooh.
Looks like a fun cast, like Annabelle said.
Very. It was great.
Yeah. It looks really well shot. Fun. So yeah, I'm into it. Thank you, Mr. Whitman. I also like the name Whitman.
Neil's gonna change his name. Whitman.
Oh,
it is good. I like it.
So you're telling me this is Skeletor, right?
Yeah, dude. You don't recognize Masters of the Universe Skeletor?
Yeah.
From
So
the 80s.
This man is
part of a story, not by the guy who hates my guts and wants to poop on my corpse. This is by Jeff Capodanno. Masters of the Universe Blu-ray review. Time has been kind to this 1980s gem. Now, I saw this maybe 2 years ago tops. Just thinking, well, I'll revisit this. I did not like it when I was a kid. Maybe I will appreciate it now that I'm grown. It's not very good. But
no,
at any rate,
but now people act like it's this all-time classic film.
It's not good. By the power of Umbrella Entertainment, Australia's indie distribution treasure has given us another banger of a release with 1987's Masters of the Universe. Now we can all watch the live-action production from the defunct yet beloved Canon Films pitting He-Man versus Skeletor Battle for Eternia, remastered via Blu-ray. In this film, Skeletor, an amazing and underrated performance by Frank Langella, and his legion wreak havoc on Eternia that results in imprisoning the sorceress, played by Christina Pickles, and capturing Castle Grayskull. And he accomplishes these great feats by using a stolen portal-hopping musical device, the Cosmic Key. Thanks to the help of Evil Lynn, played by Meg Foster, she looks great too. He uses the key to penetrate the castle's defenses, thus giving him the power of Grayskull. In an attempted rescue effort, He-Man, played by Dolph Lundgren, and his squad featuring Man-at-Arms, played by John Cypher, and Arms' daughter, Tila, played by Chelsea Field, tracked down the inventor of the Cosmic Key, Gwildor, played by Bill Barty, and use his prototype of the key to bypass Skeletor's forces and enter Castle Grayskull. Our hero quartet is overwhelmed and are forced to make an impromptu escape using the Cosmic Key prototype to hop through a portal that lands them on Earth. Unfortunately, the prototype is damaged in the process, trapping them on Earth while Skeletor and his company try to locate and finish off our heroes once and for all. Meanwhile, He-Man and his crew meet aspiring musician Kevin, played by Robert Duncan McNeil, and his college-bound girlfriend Julie, played by Courtney Cox, who get caught up in the multi-dimensional battle. The pair's unexpected, out-of-nowhere side love story provides the film with a surprisingly welcome and warm human element. In the summer of 1987, Canon Films double-dipped with two superhero films, including this one and Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, which also received a 4K release as part of the franchise's quadrilogy box set last year. The movies were released mere weeks apart and pulled in equally meager returns at the box office, approximately $17 million each, less than their production budgets. Needless to say, they are both considered flops. Most cinephiles know Canon's history and recognize Superman and Motu as the notable releases that were instrumental to the production company's demise. Speculation to the many reasons why the film was panned upon its initial release are due to it being released on the end of Master's early 80s craze, having little screen time on Eternia, lack of familiar characters from the popular cartoon and toy line, and the peculiarly shot final battle between He-Man and Skeletor because Mattel cut bait during production. And as much as Dolph Lundgren has recently found a place in the hearts of many nowadays, his casting as He-Man was not considered a good move by critics as well as Mattel back then. But once Motu hit VHS and cable, this is long, it became revered enough to eventually morph into a cult classic, since there is a lot here to appreciate. For starters, and as previously mentioned, Langella's performance as Skeletor is considered to be one of the best for live-action cartoon villains. People also stopped hating on missing fan favorite character Orko, who sucks, and embraced the Gwildor character, also sucks. Orko's movement as a practical effect just wasn't feasible for the film. The new baddie characters standing alongside Beastman and Evil Lyn, OG villains but with different likenesses for this universe, Sauron, Blade, and Karg were specifically added to sell new toys for Mattel. From a business perspective, this made a whole lot of sense since Hasbro successfully executed the same strategy 1 year prior to Transformers the movie. Holy shit, this is like another 5 years long. Guess what? The movie's out. There you go.
It's not a good movie. No, it's just bad. But you can get it now. I will say this. I watched a Frank Langella interview years ago on YouTube, and they were going over all his movies. It was like a perspective. And when they got to Skeletor, he said that's actually his favorite role because he took the role because his son loved the He-Man action figures, and that's why he wanted to play the character, because his son, usually didn't care about anything he did. And so I was like, that gives me a totally different look on him taking that. Similarly was what's his name? He's going to be in the new. He played God damn, I can't think of his name now. He was in Shadow of the Vampire. Played the Green Goblin.
That guy?
Yeah, you know him.
The one?
Yeah, he's a real famous actor.
He's really famous. What's his name? He was in the
Shadow of the Vampire.
Lighthouse.
He's in all kinds of stuff.
That crazy Starry Eyes movie. He was in that was Antichrist movie. He was
Willem Dafoe.
There you go.
Willem Dafoe. So when Willem Dafoe, when he talked about Green Goblin, he had to fight to play the Green Goblin. Like they didn't want him to be in Spider-Man. And I was like, good Lord, what the hell are these people thinking? Like, and he wanted to play it because this was before those movies really took off. And he wanted the challenge of like being like bringing like an actor to like this comic book role. And I thought it was really interesting.
It was a waste. The guy, he was just covered up by that fucking mask.
Yeah, and if you see the test video where they have a regular mask on him,
it
looks awesome. But for some reason, they put this giant like helmet thing on.
Fucking stupid. Maybe they thought it was too scary. Do you hear about Terminator Zero?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's an anime series. Terminator Zero brings the franchise back to its horror roots. Send you a picture. Let's see what we get. Oop. No. All right. The Netflix this is also by the man who wants to burn me, poop on me. If I had children, would throw them in the well and poop on them. John Squires. Sorry, Sir John. The Netflix anime series Terminator Zero brings the franchise back to its horror roots on August 29th, and an epic brand new official trailer has arrived this afternoon, that being July 31st of this year. Watch the official trailer. We're not doing that, which is set to the Smashing Pumpkins song Disarm. This is the coolest Terminator trailer we've seen in many years. What an odd combo. Ann Dowd of Hereditary, Andre Holland from Castle Rock. Look at that. And Sonoya Mizuno from Civil War recently joined the show's voice cast, along Timothy Oliphant as the Terminator. Rosario Dawson will voice Kokoro, an advanced AI in Japan's answer to Skynet. Deadline notes, if brought online, Kokoro will be endowed with the same power as Skynet. My goodness. Terminator Zero comes from showrunner, executive producer, writer Mattson Tomlin of Project Power, the Batman 2. Here's the official synopsis for the new series. 2022. A future war.
What? In the year 2022.
Yeah. All right. So we got to think about it. And we're doing the 2022. A future war has raged for decades between the few human survivors and an endless army of machines. 1997, the AI known as Skynet gained self-awareness and began its war against humanity. Caught between the future and this past is a soldier sent back in time to change the fate of humanity. She arrives in 1997 to protect a scientist named Malcolm Lee, who works to launch a new AI system designed to compete with Skynet's impending attack on humanity. As Malcolm navigates the moral complexities of his creation, he is hunted by an unrelenting assassin from the future, which forever alters the fate of his 3 children. Wow. Compelling. If you like anime.
I didn't even know they did a Terminator anime.
They're just doing it now. It's new.
New time.
Has a comment. Terminator still owes us 2 sequels from that Salvation series. Is that the one with the dude who was like?
I liked it.
Is that the one with the guy who was like a Terminator guy, and he's like, humans suck and deserve to die?
He was part human.
And then some guy's like, humans suck and we're awesome. I'm like, fuck you, humans. Everybody dies. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking loser.
Yeah, no, I liked it. I liked that Terminator. I know some people were pissed about it, but I liked it.
Well, if it's the one I'm thinking of,
I think we gave it a pretty good review when we saw it.
Yeah, that's right. That was the one. All right.
Mm-hmm. I think we were at that barbecue place.
Were we?
Yeah, we haven't been there in years.
Cookie.
Yeah, because the Fenway's not there anymore, so we never go over there, I guess.
Yeah.
It's Alamo Draft House now, but there's an Alamo close.
Oh, there you go. Alamo Draft House barbecue at the Q. Sweet Q.
Yeah, that's right. We used to be on the website.
Yes, that was awesome.
Look up. I wonder if anything's playing at Alamo.
I don't know, but I'm glad you reminded me of being on that restaurant's website, because this is a good restaurant. And
yeah,
awesome. They could use any picture in the world.
Exactly.
They chose us.
Exactly. I don't think nothing weird at the moment, but I'm sure stuff will be coming up. Only at the Alamo.
Only at the Alamo.
Only
Greg McDougal.
Doesn't look like any weird horror stuff's coming up. What's this? The Ultimate Willy Wonka Party.
Ooh.
We're looking for horror stuff, people.
Where are you looking?
I have an Alamo Drafthouse app.
Oh.
Audition. They're showing the original Audition coming up.
Do you know Dexter Resurrection? Michael C. Hall returning for Dexter sequel series.
That's old. That was
6 days ago.
Oh, they're doing another one from the last one?
6 days ago.
They set up another one, so that makes sense.
Dexter Original Sin is the one you're talking about.
The last one I actually like. Because the final season of Dexter honestly, after season 5, it was pretty rotten. And then the final season, like the end, no one liked.
How many seasons were there?
Like 9 or so, I don't know. 8
Jesus.
there was quite a few, 8 maybe.
Wow.
And so he like fakes his death and becomes like a lumberjack or something. And no one liked that. It was stupid. And then
well, what happened to Walter White? Didn't he go into the boonies?
yeah, but that fit that character up there. This was not well done. It was pretty much universally disliked. And then so they brought it back years later and did a new season where it was, he was up in Canada somewhere, living in a different life and stuff. And then they introduced his son. Then they bring in his son, which he's in the original series, and it kind of sets up that his son's got the same thing. Like, is he a killer and all this stuff?
Mm.
And it was cool because they have the sister who was killed in the last season too, and now she was.
Spoiler alert.
That's in the season that was like 10 years ago. So
I know. I'm joking.
And so they had her as the ghost character. Well, in his mind, which I thought was really fitting. It was a good way to bring her back in a way that seemed natural to the story, because he always would talk to his dad in his head. So instead, he was talking to his sister. So I thought that worked out well. Instead of like she faked her own death too or something. And so I don't want to give away how the newest season ended. It was a few years ago, but it definitely set up to you can do another season.
Well, they are.
Yeah, I'm into it. I actually really like the last one. So, yeah, that's season 5. No, 4. That's season 4. Yes, anything after season 4 stinks. I say season 1, 3, and 4 are great. Season 2 stinks, and then anything after season 4 is pretty bad. But season 1's great. It's pretty much just like the book.
That's the ice cream killer. Ice cream truck.
Yeah,
killer.
it was his brother. So
That
that one's pretty much just right out of the book. Season 2, I think they completely get the character wrong and do everything.
Isn't that when he's kind of like living with the girlfriend and trying to make it work as a regular person?
Well, no, it's he starts cheating on his girlfriend, and it makes no sense whatsoever because the book establishes he only has that girlfriend as a mask, so people think and then he actually is not interested in sex and stuff. So then to have him cheat on her and be like lusting after this other woman who's also like super weird and stuff and would completely blow his cover is just so wrong for the character. It makes no sense.
It makes sense because they wanted sex in it to try to sex sell, I have to assume.
Season 3, I think, is the most underrated season because season 4 is so great with John Lithgow as the Trinity Killer. And so I think season 3 is overlooked. Season 3 is really good. So, and then after that, they immediately go completely against the character again in season 5. And then it's just, there's some stuff after that that's fine here and there. But I think also a problem with Dexter as a series, unless it's one serial killer for the whole season, like season 1, 3, and 4, is when you start doing like he's after a serial killer every episode. It's like, does Miami have like 800 serial killers? Like he's just killing a serial killer every episode.
We had another murder in the town I work in. Maybe you should be there. Outside the market basket.
Really?
Yeah. It's not a safe place.
Yeah.
It's not safe.
She means the city, not market basket.
Just that market basket. Yeah, the city is not a safe place. I like that market basket.
Yeah, I get to your answer, Quost. Yeah, I like market basket in general. It's good. So, former guest on the show, Russ McKamey of McKamey Manor. They have a law and crime episode about him because he's been alleged to rape and strangle his girlfriend. So this is Looks like some bad news here for Russ McKamey. Rightfully so.
Oh, how sad.
Well, I mean, bad news for him. Rightfully so, though.
Yeah, that was sarcastic.
I'm in a group on Facebook. It's like a private group, and it's a bunch of people like exposing like the real stuff behind McKamey Manor, like some secret videos and stuff. It's pretty bad.
I don't know what kind of dipshit. I don't know. Maybe I just am more open to the awareness that human beings can be real fucking evil. And some people are like, tra la la, no one would ever do that. Look, he collects dog food. Oh, it's disgusting. For people who don't know, this guy, I don't remember when he started it. He had a haunted house. There's like a torture dungeon where the challenge was, can you survive? And there's like all these snuff-like films of people being tortured and like taped up and shaved and hurt.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like they pull people's teeth.
Yeah, it's really bad. And it would be like, oh, they're just doing that for show. They're just trying to, but you have to sign like a waiver above and beyond. It's like cult-like. And then people, it's just so evil and horrible and taking advantage of people.
The one video I watched on that group I was talking about, they have a video of him dragging a guy on the back of they tie him to the back of a car, and they drive him like through a dirt road, and so but he's like got like big giant open wounds on him, like he starts screaming because they're driving over rocks and stuff, and then they from there they dunked him into like dirty water and stuff with these giant open wounds on him.
He's one of those people that needs to leave the planet. That's my nice way to say he needs to fucking die. He needs to leave the planet. That's me trying to be nice. No, that's an evil.
I posted the video in the group. It's you can watch the Law and Crime episode about it.
I can't. I know enough. I don't need to know anymore.
So The Beast Within opened last weekend. It's not playing anymore, though. It only played one weekend, apparently.
Wow.
It was I don't want to spoil the movie, but it's presented as a werewolf movie. So I thought it was a great twist. Very well acted. It's a really smart movie, very clever movie. I think it has a good message to it. At the same time, it's very dull. So I would not say it's a bad movie at all. It's really well made. I really like all its, but it's not it was not entertaining at the same time. So I can't like say this is a great movie to go see. It is probably better to just watch at home, I think, The Beast Within. It's worth checking out. But just be aware that it's not an action-packed movie at all. There's really no werewolf kill scenes or anything like that. But
it doesn't sound good at all. Is it at all good?
No, it's good. It's good. Okay. I like the idea behind it.
Sales pitch that was like in there.
No, it's weird. It's weird because like I think it's a really good idea, and I like everything about like the story, but it's not really an entertaining movie, to be honest.
But I love it.
I think I'd probably like it better the second time, knowing it's not really like this action-y, violent werewolf movie.
I get you. Have you heard about this movie called The Bench?
The Bench.
No. Oh. I can only find so many ways for John Squires to hate me. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre homage, The Bench, finally releases after 16 years.
What the hell?
16 years. Well, this one's 17 years. Well, if you poke around the Bloody Disgusting archives, you'll see that we wrote about an indie horror movie called The Bench way back in 2012, a film that actually began production in 2007. The movie never ended up seeing the light of day until now, that is. 17 years later, The Bench is available now to rent or buy on Prime Video. The official press release explains, in the summer of 2007, a group of emerging filmmakers and actors set out in the Scottish wilderness to make a low-budget horror film and an homage to the low-budget American horror film of the 70s. The grisly slasher titled The Bench has never been completed until now. Inspired by Tobe Hooper's original Texas Chainsaw Massacre of 1974, this team of filmmakers, led by writer-director Sean Wilkie of Matter of Time, used the HD revolution to their advantage, shooting the film on HDV tape that lends a quality that's been absent from a cinema. 16 millimeter celluloid went out of fashion some decades earlier. The film taps into elements established by the grungy guerrilla films, such as the Blair Witch Project. Magic Monkey Films is proud to announce the revival of the long-dormant horror film The Bench, a project that echoes the raw terror and unrelenting suspense of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This reimagined tale brings a modern twist to the nightmarish reality faced by a group of friends who are drawn to a sinister bench and disappear one by one.
A
As
bench?
the friends
Like a bench that you sit on?
bench, I guess, a bench. A sinister bench. As the friends grapple with a malevolent force that beckons them to the bench, viewers will be reminded of the sheer terror that gripped them during the iconic scenes of 1974 masterpiece. The Bench aims to pay homage to that same sense of dread and anticipation as the mystery of the bench unravels and the body count rises. You can see trailers on YouTube for The Bench. The Bench.
Yeah, all of it sounds good except for the premise of a bench. Like, I don't, a horror movie about like a bench. I think it sounds like someone like a parody of like a Stephen King. Like, you know, we got the haunted car movie. Now we've got the bench.
The Bench.
The
I'll send
park
you an image.
bench.
The bench image looks good. Maybe
No, it
we're
sounds
not
fine,
understanding the
besides-
bench the
I
way
don't-
this bench is supposed to be. I don't know how many
Isn't
kinds
a
of
bench like that you park
Yeah, I
bench?
think it was like a park. We saw that one good short that was about a park. Remember the two guys? It was at.
But I'm just saying, if all right, so you have Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and you're like, but you replace the house with a bench. Like that doesn't really. I don't understand it.
I do not either. So I'm investigating. I want to know more.
Over 300,000 people go missing in the UK every year. Most are never found. The bench does the bench mean something else in the UK? Maybe
I don't know.
it's just like this building, because it shows like a little building here.
It does. Bench. There is kind of a bench in the movie of the couch with no cushions and a crazy bone structure all over it, but that's still not a bench.
The bench.
Bench. What is a bench?
Yeah, I looked it up. I just getting stuff about like magistrates.
Huh. Like the courtroom bench.
Yeah,
Huh. The bench.
like a bench press.
The bench is starting to not mean anything to me anymore. It's one of those words you repeat and it just vanishes.
Yeah, it's not a scary word. The bench.
Bench.
That's why it took. I'm sorry, people. Maybe it's great, but that's why it took so long to come out.
You don't understand. I think it's all the. Wait.
Here's bench slang in England. This is when someone you've been dating stops agreeing to meet in person, but continues to contact you over message and social media. These are essentially keeping you on the bench while they play out their other options.
Oh, so maybe the bench keeps people waiting. Maybe people disappear at the bench. Maybe people take a break and all of a sudden they're gone.
I don't know. The bench's family.
The bench. I kind of have fun saying it, but
The UK bench massacre. The Leeds bench massacre. I don't know. It's not working for me.
Well, we shall see. There is a trailer. I don't know if you want to play that trailer. It's just
Sure, we'll play it. Send it to me.
All right, let me find this.
I'm very curious about the bench.
I want to know.
I want to see. I want a movie where it's just a man eating bench.
Oh, the like boards can become like.
Yeah. Someone goes to sit down, like, man, I gotta sit down and
relax.
feed these birds for a few minutes, and they sit on the bench, and it looks like
the morning paper.
Yeah, what are those? That looks like a mimic from D&D.
Oh yeah, it's a mimic. That's it.
Yeah, that would be good. That's what we're gonna do after Arbor Day. The bench.
The bench.
Gonna rip these people off for the
What
name.
you could call it a bench, so it's not like a bench.
Attack of the bench.
You want to take the bench? It's a bench.
Here we go.
Ready.
Are you guys going camping?
Must have had some great summers up here.
Who would know if a group of kids went camping and didn't come back?
I know this cabin.
I'm gonna need some subtitles. Closed captions.
Door wasn't what? Middle of nowhere.
Yeah, because they got some thick accents. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Don't even need locks. It's like the
I think it's a cabin.
Because nothing bad ever happened in the middle of the fucking woods.
Should this just be called the cabin?
When I was little, my grandmother used to tell me stories about a family who lived here. And a boy called Chester Oaks. He wasn't quite right. An amateur butcher, and he used to hunt the deer and the boar and then cut them up in his workshop. And every now and then, campers go missing up here.
He looks pretty
And
cool.
people say that it's Chester. Picking them off to cut up in his workshop.
Chester the molester. I don't get the name. I still don't understand the name.
I don't think we need to. It looks cool.
Those look cool.
Pepe agrees.
I think they're doing
Watch
themselves
that.
a disservice with the name, but I think it looks good.
John, you were funny. John, ready. The bench too. No room to sit.
Damn.
Oh, John, you're funny, man.
Yeah, all right. Let's watch the bench. The bench, if you're playing somewhere.
The bench is playing. It's out there. Let me share if I didn't already cover it. It's on Prime Video.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's check it out.
Very accessible to the world.
Yeah.
The bench. Sorry, I had to like. You don't have any fucking fruit. Give me a second. I do have a fruit out.
Okay.
Can't be having fruits out.
Seeing what's playing at the Coolidge coming up. Midnight movies. Midnight at the Oasis.
Fantasy movies. Gotta go meet Adam. Let me speak.
I agree. There we go. It wasn't coming up. But first, let's see. Now playing tomorrow night is
tomorrow night. I will not be going to anything.
No, I'm just letting people know what it is. Army of Darkness. Saturday is Reign of Fire. Was that what you guys brought up? No, that was Dragonheart.
Reign of Fire is pretty cool.
Yeah. Let's see. Calendar. All right. Next week we have Dragon Slayer on the Friday. And The Church on Saturday. I've not seen The Church.
I can't remember if I've seen The Church.
It looks cool.
I have it. I think that might be a D'Argento movie.
Yeah, I think it's written by him.
Yeah, I always say D'Argento. I don't know why. But whatever.
George Romero's Night Riders is the 16th on a Friday. Saturday the 17th is Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I got to see that with John Cleese. That was really cool.
That sounds pretty cool.
Really
That
cool.
that must be the end for. Oh no, they're showing Highlander the next
Sweet.
Friday, and a Bad Lieutenant. They're showing 2 midnight movies that night, and then Saturday they're showing Dangerous Game
Did they
and
already
Legend.
pass? Legend! Oh my god, Legend!
like Legend.
I want to see that.
So that's the 24th.
Of this month?
Yep.
Hmm.
A Knight's Tale and The Dark Knight.
Well, it's a night.
I guess. It's interesting. So, all right.
It is. It's silly. It's kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they play Excalibur?
I don't know. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's top. It's in the top 20.
Maybe they couldn't get it.
Maybe, but it's a fantastic movie.
Then September, I don't know if it's Alien Month or what. They're showing Mac and Me. Let's see. We'll see if there's a theme here. Mac, maybe there is no theme because it's Showgirls, Mac and Me. I can't see a connection between Showgirls and Mac and Me.
Maybe there's an actor or something.
Glenn or Glenda. Weird.
I never saw that.
It's not really good, honestly. Friday the 13th, Rocky Woods in Space. That's where it's going to be showing Friday the 13th movies with someone from NASA. So people don't know they're going to show Jason X with someone from NASA. I guess
That's
talking
a
about
great sell.
it is pretty sweet.
But that movie's pitiful.
Miami Connection. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. September is some whacked out stuff. Troll 2.
Oh man, did we see that in the theater? I feel like we did.
Yeah, it was a really good time. And The Room.
Yeah,
Not a big fan.
Jonathan Jackson figured it out. You want to share
Maybe
that with
just-
the audience?
They all have vowels. And then we have Samurai Cop. Maybe they're just really bad movies. I think it is, honestly. I think that is the connection. It's really bad movies because then it's Birdemic. Birdemic. That's considered one of the worst movies too. So you got Room, Troll 2.
What's his face? No, it's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Birdman, which I haven't seen.
Yeah, no, this I think it is. I think it's all some of the worst movies ever made. Mac and Me, Birdemic, The Room, Troll 2.
Jonathan Jackson's comment.
Samurai Cop, which I don't know that one. The Connection is Ella Vowels. I think it's going to be the worst films of all time. Considered bad. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Ready? Are you ready? For John ready? Are you ready? For John ready?
I do not have my ukulele. I was tuning it and a string broke.
Oh wow, that stinks.
Yeah, I mean there's a music shop I think still up the street, but I'm lazy and yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's not a priority. But
I understand. Let's see. I'm gonna see. I posted a thing for questions, but I think mostly there's a lot of people. You know what? I can't see your. There's a lot of people commenting on Facebook, but they don't pop up here for some reason. They pop up on my personal Facebook, like Jackson, but the ones in the group are not popping up. So I saw Whitman and talking stuff. Because he was asking, may I ask, why would someone hate your guts?
I don't know, but he clearly does. I tried to friend request him and he doesn't. He ignores me like I'm dirt, like I'm dust.
All we are is dust and
smelly air.
Smelly air.
Smelly air. Went from dirt, and I'm like, that's not bad enough. I go to dust, and then even smaller, smelly air.
Yeah, I do prefer that, Coach. So it's nice that we're out everywhere so people can watch us. But if you would like to really be able to join in on the chat, it's best if you go to the YouTube because we'll see it, and all the fine folks on the YouTube will be able to see it and chat along with you. So that will be the easiest in the future, but we appreciate watching wherever you are. But yeah, come over to YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. You can join the Nation of Decapitation. You can send in super chats if you like to help support the show. And but it doesn't cost anything to like it, subscribe, and to share it out with your friends. And we're live every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And sometimes stuff pops out through the week, and sometimes we do dinner and a movie on Saturdays.
Every
Or
once
some
in a
other
while,
day,
Sunday
but yeah.
day. Yeah, sometimes other days, but
Yeah. But this Sunday is Severed Limbs, and that is on the Twitch because YouTube will say you are pornographers. So it is on the Twitch. So just look up Without Your Head on Twitch. This is also streaming on Twitch. I think that's where we got the bot. Someone like trying to sell us bots or something.
Oh, what about the person that was in here earlier? I wish I could ban people, but I know it's complicated.
Yeah, it really depends where they're chatting from. Some of them it doesn't work. Smelly air, kind of like the air around a garbage dump. Garbage dump, oh, garbage dump. It's a good tune out there by
something about being a lump. Garbage truck, oh, garbage truck. It's so basic. I have to look it up.
Yes, if people don't know, it's a song by Charles Manson.
Who we had the music of the month, Charles.
Yeah,
Manson,
yeah.
Years ago. Paul Kelman was not a fan.
No, he was not.
We were not from that time, so we have different. Maybe take those things not as seriously as we should. But,
right.
But alas, garbage dump lyrics. Oh God! Oh garbage dump! Oh garbage dump! Why are you called a garbage dump? Oh garbage dump! Oh garbage dump! Why are you called a garbage dump? You could feed the world with my garbage dump. You could feed the world with my garbage dump. You could feed the world with my garbage dump. That sums it up in one big lump. There's a market basket in this song? What?
I didn't even know market
basket.
basket.
And an AMP. Damn.
I didn't even know Market Basket was around back in the day.
When you're living on the road and you think sometimes you're starving, get off on that trip, my friend. Just get in them cans and start carving. Oh, garbage dump, my garbage dump. Why are you called my garbage dump? Garbage dump, I garbage dump. Why are you called my garbage dump? There's a market basket and an A&P. I don't care if the box boys are staring at me. I don't even care who wins the war. I'll be in them cans behind my favorite store. Garbage dump, oh garbage dump. Why are you called the garbage dump? Garbage dump, oh garbage dump. That sums it up in one big lump. I claim all these garbage dumps in the name of Garbage Pickers of America. Garbage Pickers of America. Garbage Pickers of America. Oh, but it smells. Oh, pew. Pew.
Garbage dump, oh garbage dump. Why are you called my garbage dump?
How fucking crazy. People murdered people for him.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking insane. What a crazy species we are. This is why whales are killing us. You saw that? Did you see about he didn't die, but did you see about the whale in New Hampshire in Portsmouth Harbor where we went and saw that Grand Guignol? And I'll find a picture.
Yeah, Troy and B have been going to the Friendly Toast up near that Grand Guignol.
Oh yeah.
because they take their dog up there for some type of races.
Up to New Hampshire?
Yeah.
Yeah, the animals are killing us. I had this theory as I was thinking what it's like when a whale jumps on your boat. Oh, God. It's great. Oh, geez. This is awesome. Sending you the picture. So, as you may know, whales are coming closer to the New England coast.
This is a very, very small picture.
Well, I will find another. I'll find the picture of the whale launching in towards the boat. It's terrifying.
I mean, I'll put it up, but it's like half.
I've got another one. Just wait. God, man. Hopefully
garbage dump. Oh, garbage dump.
It's a good point, John Reddy. If only the Beach Boys covered garbage dump. It'd be a different world. Be a different.
It's a different world.
Did you see that? Oh my God, it's so great. So I think this happened last week. A whale purposely jumped up and slammed this boat, which went whoop, and the people went in the water.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
They're taking us out. I ain't going in the ocean. There's sharks getting closer, whales getting closer. You heard about the killer whales that were like taking out yachts and shit. I was thinking earlier, like I'm thinking about this whale thing and I'm imagining in my mind killer whales. And I'm thinking about, oh, there's a pod of killer whales that now has like a narwhal with it or beluga or something. And I thought, oh, they're training it to go to their species and teach them how to fuck with humans. This is the ambassador. This is the one.
Man, that's bigger than the boat.
It is way bigger than the boat.
Get the hell out of here, bitch.
Bigger than the boat.
I like it.
Humpback whale. Yeah. And it wasn't like it just bumped it. It slammed it. Kaboosh! Take that, fuckers! Get out of my ocean, bitches!
Get out of my car. Get out of my dream. Get into my car. Yeah.
I was talking with someone else about this. They're very smart. And I said, if you were a whale and you were aware of how humans are fucking up everything, would you stop at anything to try to kill us and make us stop?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, man, the world's a crazy place.
It's a weird world, yeah. So I'm thinking I'm going to put the kill interview up by itself instead of putting it away at the end of the show here.
I think that's a good idea.
So guys can check that. I'll put it up tomorrow or Friday. Today, technically. So
I mean, you can do both.
I could if people want. It's a really good interview with Nikhil Bhat, who director of Kill, new Indian action movie. It's fantastic. It's nothing like a traditional Indian film, which I love. It's much shorter runtime. He even says it's the first like straight genre movie, straight action movie made in India.
No like song and dance?
There's no song and dance. No.
Wow.
It's very violent. It's got a really great twist to the movie, which I talked about in the interview. You've got who's like the good guy throughout the actions of the film. You start to even question yourself, is it right to be rooting for this? Gosh, there's some friggin', terrible things going on. And then you've got the villain. Then by the end of the movie, he's starting to be humanized. So it's a great movie. I loved it. You get to not only know the villains. So it's set up. It's on a train. There's a guy who he proposes to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend's parents are on the train, and then there's a family of they're criminals, and they're on board the train, and they're trying to rob the train. And things go bad, and you not only know the two main villains, but you know all the family. So it's not like a typical movie, because it's very action heavy, where it's just like faceless people, and they just keep coming, the henchmen, and they just keep getting beat up, and who really cares, because you don't really know them, but you actually know all these family members as characters. It's a great movie. I've never really seen it. The action itself is awesome if you're into that stuff, but it's a really smart, well-made movie, and it kind of questions you while you're watching it. Are you supposed to be cheering for all this violence in a movie?
I like this. That's excellent that he's made this.
Yeah, I loved it. I was the only white guy in the theater when I saw it. I brought up and it was wild to watch with people, because as the kills get more and more vicious, people are really cheering, and then by the end it's like, oh, am I supposed to be cheering this? But it was a really wild movie to watch.
Really interesting.
And it played a bunch of festivals, played Beyond Fest.
Oh, nice.
And so it's now on VOD.
Did he expect it to be this successful?
I don't think so, no.
Good for him.
Cool guy. It was his first action movie, too. He never made an action movie before. Now he's going to be the action guy, I think. But yeah, no song and dance, which I do like song and dances too. So don't get me wrong, I like my traditional Indian movies, but this is completely different. Which I do think it's a movie that could play for bigger audience. I could see a traditional Indian film is maybe not going to be for everyone. It's very big, over the top, like old Hollywood kind of movie, and they have the big song and dance and all of them, and I could see that not working for everybody. It really works for me. But this is a movie I think that I think that's why it's been successful, because it's any culture could watch it. Yeah, I dig it. Very violent, very, very violent. One of the most violent movies I've seen in the theater. And it's mean, but it's not like cartoony violence. It's not like a slasher movie or something. So anyway, I recommend it. Not necessarily horror, definitely not horror, but
where can people find that?
It's on video on demand currently. Kill. It was Alok Mirsha's favorite movie of the year. So.
Oh, nice. I trust Alok.
He's a good man.
Alok is a good man.
Yeah,
I think. He's very cute with his daughter.
Yes. I love seeing the pictures. So you look like you're starting to one.
I am.
But it was very fun to do a really long show here.
Yes. I hope people weren't terribly bored. Some of you have hung on for the whole night.
No, I think it seemed like, people are having a good time.
Yeah. So I'm very excited about that. I appreciate you very much.
I think Faye fell asleep earlier. She was in here earlier. I think she fell asleep.
Tapped out.
Not because we were bored. Not because she's bored. She takes naps.
Oh. What's your question, Coast?
Kill.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Kill. Oh, Bollywood. I don't know. Do the whales let the dolphins finish with us first? Interesting. I thought this was a recording. What if it is Jonathan Jackson and you are actually part of the recording?
It's frightening.
Yes, if you're recording and you're self-aware that you're being recorded.
I'm self-aware I'm being recorded right now.
I guess you're self-aware that you were recorded is more appropriate.
If I saw this tomorrow, I'd be self-aware that.
What if you saw what was live?
And
you're on it live, and then you find out that it's being recorded. It was just the recording.
That's exactly what's happening in front of my face.
No, but what if this was recorded, weeks ago?
We recorded them weeks ago.
All right. So when I play this, the only issue is I did not edit this, so it probably has me talking to him, just saying, "Hey, we're about to record" or something. So,
all right.
So I'll try to fast forward over that. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but it's probably only a few seconds.
So you'll clean it up, the final edit, and put it out.
Right, but right now,
final edit.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Cool.
right.
But good night, everybody. It's been a pleasure, man. It's exciting to not have to work Friday, and yes, see everyone next week. Have a great week.
Yeah, it's been a great time.
Yeah.
Too bad Troy couldn't stay there the whole show. Our new music of the month, Beach Creeper. I thought it was fitting for the summer.
Yeah, it's a great name.
But right now we're gonna go with Nikhil Bhat.
Who do we have? We had Adam, Joe,
Chad,
and
Nikhil.
Yeah,
it's a good show.
A good show indeed.
Yeah. So this is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this was Without
Your Head.
Well. How do I get to the station of decapitation without your head? I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by Nikhil Nagesh Bhat, the writer and director of Kill, which is available right now on video on demand. It's very cool to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Now, I've seen the movie, and not just because you're here. It's one of my favorite movies of the year. But for people who are not aware yet, can you give them an idea of what the movie is about?
It's called Kill, and as the name suggests, it's the entire film is set on a train where there's a commando called Amrit who is trying to who's trying to meet his girlfriend on the train itself, and they are planning to elope from the moment they touch New Delhi. The train is taking them to New Delhi, and they don't know that there are around some 42, 44 dacoits who have got into the train. And these dacoits also don't know that there is a commando amongst them. And things start going south, and they don't know what happens in the next 2.5 hours. It's just a mayhem. It's just a kill ride. Yeah, that's what I can call it. It's a relentless kill ride.
Yeah, so I saw it in Boston, and so I actually go to see a lot of Indian movies in Boston. I'm usually the only white guy in the audience, and so the audience was so loud, and people started to cheer as the kills get progressively crazier. A friend of mine also saw it in Beyond Fest and said there was a similar reaction. So do you see a different reaction, or is it similar reaction to no matter what crowd you're watching it with?
Oh no, that's the strangest, and that's the nicest thing actually. I've gone to different festivals. I've gone to Toronto, Beyond, Fantastic, Sitges, Red Sea. So it's traveled all across, and then it got released in India. And the such a nice thing is that it's almost at the same place as the crowd reacts, and the crowd starts cheering, and crowd starts clapping and whistling. So it's almost a similar response all across the audience. Like it's all across the world, the same kind of response I've gotten.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that, after I see the movie and I think about it, there's a certain part of the movie where there's kind of a flip where one of the characters even asked the main good guy, what are you? Are you a monster? So, and I think it kind of asked the audience, am I supposed to be cheering for this? And I think that's a really interesting part of the movie.
Yeah, what I was when I was writing it and when I was making it, I wanted the audience to feel that they're part of the passengers. And that could only happen when the entire setting, everything is very real. Which also made me think that when these normally what we see in the films, that the goons and the bad guys, when they die, nobody feels for them. And you feel that there are the bad guys in hundreds, and they can kill them off, and nobody feels for them. So the moment you start seeing that when their loved ones are crying for them, when their loved ones are really feeling bad for their own people, then you start feeling that, oh, this is very real. This is not something which is it's just a story. And that's what I was wanting to achieve. And thankfully, a lot of people, a lot of everywhere, they start feeling like, especially some characters like Siddhi, the burly guy, the tall burly guy. When he starts, when somebody's killing him, then people start feeling for this person because he's crying and he's actually, he's trying to throw Amrit out of the train, but at the same time he's crying and he's like breaking down while he's doing that and asking him, "Why did you kill my father?" So it almost feels like it feels very real and it feels very emotional from both the sides, and that's what I want to achieve. And thankfully, it's I guess somewhere some part of it has been achieved.
Yeah, it's not like in Star Wars, there's just stormtroopers and they're never ending and they're faceless and they're just fodder really. But these are not only like the main like villains, there's like two, kind of main villains, but you hardly ever in a movie actually get to know the as you call them, the goons.
Yes, the sidekicks. Yeah, even I got fantastic actors to play those parts. So actually my work was very easy, because they were able to like bring in that emotion, and that's the best part. If I'm able to bring out certain emotion even from the goon side, that was an effort, and it paid off.
So when I was looking at your previous work, I don't think you've done action movies before. So what interested you? Was that what interested you about doing an action movie? Like that idea, like showing the other side, or?
So I've always been wanting to do an action film, and I wrote this the story way back in 2016. And when I wrote it, I thought that nobody's going to do it because it's so visceral and so brutal and so raw and gritty, and like I'm splitting off chests and killing. Like actually, I'm rending a person without his head. I'm doing all that. So I thought that nobody's going to make it, and I did not think of making it because I thought that at that time India was not ready. But post-COVID, like suddenly there was a huge change in the way audiences started consuming the content, and I thought at that time this is the time when I can make this kind of thing, because the story itself is very brutal and emotional at the same time. And I thought that it's high time somebody from India, because in India films like these are not made. This is the first time ever a film which this kind of action and goriness has been made. So if I wouldn't have made it this year, maybe somebody would have made it like the next year or next to next year. So I think I'm the early bird.
Yeah. Did you get any was there anyone against that idea? Because it is, like I said, I actually go every week to see any movies that come out, and it is much different. The runtime's much different. It's a much faster paced movie. It doesn't have the big song and dance number. It's just a different kind of movie.
Oh yeah, but you'll be surprised. Both my producers, Dharma and Sikha, they, so I know Guneet Monga. She's the producer. She's an Academy Award winner. Last year, she's won an Academy Awards, and she and we know each other for quite some time. And when I met her, she was actually looking for an action film. And when I met her, I told her this is the action film, but this is not the kind of action film which you see normally in India. So I don't know if you'll be able to do this. Like, I don't think we'll be able to do this kind of fun film. And she said, if it's a difficult film, might as well do it. And it was that easy. And when we met the producers of Dharma, Karan Johar and Apurva Mehta. So Dharma is one of the biggest studios coming out of India. And I was narrating the story to Karan. And when the title card happens, he stopped me and he said, I'm doing the film. And I was actually taken aback by his response, because normally Karan and Apurva, Dharma Productions, they do a lot of romantic films, like larger than life, very heartfelt romantic films. And it's a huge leap of faith for Karan and Apurva when they said like they want to do this film. And it was that easy. It was not like I didn't have to go to a lot of producers to pitch. it just happened. So that's why I feel like, I guess it was waiting to happen, a film like this. And kudos to my producers who had this foresight and this vision that, this is the kind of film which they can take it out in India as well as at the global level.
Mm-hmm. And this might be a weird question, but when you actually are writing the action scenes, do you like write them out like exactly how you're going to film them? Like, how are they written into the script?
Like what you pointed out earlier, like I've never done an action film before.
Mm-hmm.
And when I set it out to do it, I started calling up certain action choreographers in India. And I said, like, I wanted to figure out if this is the kind of action, how would you want to, like, I would want to write it. So can we collaborate and can we write down? And this was during the first wave of COVID. So meeting people was just out of question. So when I spoke to a couple of choreographers, they said, like, why don't you write just the situation and we'll figure it out? And I started thinking that 70% of the film is action. So it's not possible for me to, just write, okay, this is action piece, then this is action piece, then this action piece. And also, it's just not another action piece. It's an emotional action set altogether. So I thought that there is no other way but to write it down. And I decided to write down the action sequences. And, way back in childhood, I don't know if it happens over there, but a lot of youngsters, like when I was a kid, I used to play a game which is like almost like a shadow fighting. Like I would be one of the, I would pretend to be one of the inspectors catching certain dacoits, and it would be almost like shadow fighting with all my cousins who come together. And I used that in writing. So I would sometimes I would pretend that I'm a goon and I'm fighting Amrit, and I would figure out my steps and I would keep writing it down. So many times I would I would just do shadow fighting. Sometimes I'm playing Amrit, sometimes I'm playing funny, sometimes I'm playing Siddhi or Beni. Like I'm just writing out the moves, and I would write down all the moves on the paper, and that's how I wrote the action. So which actually paid off. Like it really paid off because it was almost like my homework before getting into doing a previs.
Yeah, because I assume then you're not just leaving it up to the choreographer would be putting together, but you're not just like leaving it up to them to just do a fight scene. It's like I have specifically how I want to see it.
Yeah. Also, I had to, when I was writing, I was very cognizant of the fact that each kill needs to be different from the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And that needed to be written out and detailed out so that because this is a very common thing which I would find that in Southeast Asian films, a lot of kills would feel similar. And I wanted, because the challenge was I'm just in one location. I'm not going out of the location. I'm just there in the location. So if the kill starts becoming monotonous, I myself will lose interest.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about the audience. So I wanted each and every kill to be very different.
Yeah, and watching with an audience, they were, and like I said, everyone kept getting ramped up as the movie went on, which was really one of the most fun times I had watching a movie in the theater.
Thank you.
So, had you ever done festivals before? Like, has your previous movies ever done festivals?
Yes. My first film, which was called Saloon, as in the salon. Which was way back in 2008. It had gone to Cairo Film Festival, it had gone to Houston Film Festival, Las Vegas Film Festival, Chicago, and stuff like that. It went to different festivals. So I'd done around, I didn't go to too many festivals, but I'd been to Cairo Film Festival. This was in, I think, 2011 or something.
Mm-hmm. So, was when you did Kill, was like the idea like I'm going to go to festivals, like what was the thought process? I'm going to submit this to these festivals.
No, actually, when I was writing and we were making the film, I had no idea what the film is, where the film is going. Really did not have any idea. And in fact, when I was watching Kill in Toronto in Midnight Madness, it started, the screening started at 12:05 in the night. And I sat there and the film started and I started feeling that, each and every shot was wrong. Each and every dialogue was seeming wrong. The action was feeling wrong. Everything, whatever I'm seeing on the scene on the screen was feeling just wrong. Like I started questioning why have I come here? I shouldn't have brought the film here. It's going to be a huge embarrassment. People are going to boo us. And I started sinking in my seat. Like I started feeling, oh my goodness, I started feeling that, the earth should like part ways and I should just go in. And like 15, 20 minutes when the action started, and then I started hearing the responses of the audience. And I could hear the sighs and oohs and ahs, oh my God. And the response started coming in. And that was like, oh my goodness, oh yes, people are actually liking it. It's not that bad. And by the end of the screening, they were like, they gave us a standing ovation, and it felt really nice. It felt a huge validation that what I was thinking, that I'm bringing a film to the festival and I'm going to get booed and thrown out of the hall. It's not that. It's not that. It's the insecurity of every director. I think. I don't think I'm an isolated case.
Definitely, yeah. So how about casting the movie for your main villain, Fani, and then your hero, Amrit? Like, what made those guys both right for the movie? And had you ever worked with either one before?
No, actually not. With Laksh, what had happened was I was supposed to meet Laksh, and I was also supposed to meet in the casting process. I was supposed to meet some 4 or 5 more, contenders. Like they were good actors, and I was supposed to meet them. And Laksh happened to be my first interaction, and I met Laksh, and he was extremely eager. And when I started telling him the story, he was like, I could see all the expressions happening, like everything was happening on his face. And I was looking at him, and it was very intriguing. And there's a certain instinct which I go with. As a director, I'm sure a lot of directors do that. And I was watching him. I felt that there are 2 portions of Amrit's character which are most important. One is the vulnerable lover boy side, where he would do anything for his girlfriend. He's like truly, deeply, madly in love with Tulika. And the other side is when things starts going wrong. He from the protector, it becomes a killing machine. So these 2 are like diametrically opposite. And when I was talking to Laksh is like, when I got to know him better, that's a different thing. But he's a person with a golden heart. So he's almost like Amrit. Like as in the character, he loves, like he stands by with people, he stands for people, he's that person. And I was meeting him, I could see that vulnerability in his eyes, I could see that how vulnerable he looks, and also of course the fact that he's got good physique, he could play the other part. So by the time I finished meeting, I got out and I messaged my producers. Like I said, I don't want to meet anybody else. Like I think I've found Amrit. And they kept telling me, you should meet the other people. You should meet the rest of you should take a informed decision. I said, no, he's in my head. Now I don't want to take him out. Like I think he's the guy. And thankfully, when I worked with him, he was so committed, and he's an extremely committed actor. And with Raghav is, he's a reality television host. He's not an actor per se. Like he's done a couple of films before, but people know him as a dancer and a host of a reality show. So that's what they know of. And I was doing almost like, I must have done around 120 auditions, and I was not able to get anyone. And then my associate director Rishabh, he mentioned that there's this guy and he's very good. He's a very good actor. And why don't we test him? And Raghav was at that time shooting in Banaras. He was shooting in another city. So he did a self audition and sent it to me. And there was this scene where he was flirting. He was in a clinic. He was in a doctor's clinic, and he was flirting with the receptionist, and he was looking for an opportunity to rob them. And as he was flirting with this girl, there was a huge charm, and suddenly he turns around, takes off his revolver, and starts looting them. And that switch happened with that flirtatious eyes, that charming face, and suddenly this vicious, cold criminal he transforms into in a moment's time. And that is what Ferrin is like. Ferrin's unpredictability is his weapon. And he became that. And he said, "Oh my goodness, this is the guy. This is the guy. Like let's call him." And then he came in, and then I auditioned him myself, and he was there. He's the best. Like I couldn't have shot with better Amrit and Funny actually.
Yeah, no, they're great in it. Kind of what you're saying there kind of is the movie really. It's the one character goes from like a human character, the situation makes him into a monster in a way, and the reverse. So the other character, you see him as a monster to begin with, and the situation makes him more human by the end.
Yes. Yeah.
So I really love Kill, not just because you're here though. It's not only is it just a fun action movie, but it makes you think, and you're into the characters. So you see the cool action means more when you're invested in the people that it's happening to.
Yes. Yeah. No, I my entire endeavor was to make an emotional film.
Mm-hmm.
I feel action is it's a product of the emotion. It's the fact that what the situation you are in an emotional state, like action just becomes an extension of the response to that emotion. So I wanted Kill to be an extremely emotional film, and thankfully I've been able to do that, and thanks to my actors and my crew and my producers, it's been it's a fantastic ride which we're able to achieve.
Yeah, I loved it, and thank you for doing this. I really appreciate you coming on, and congratulations on the movie. I hope more people check it out now that it's available on more platforms. Yeah. And what's next? Not to get ahead of yourself, but what's next? Are you going to continue in this genre, or?
Yes, I've like I keep saying, I've tasted blood, quite literally. Yeah, so I'm writing another action. It's a revenge action. It's an out and out revenge action, and I'm very excited. I'm I'm trying to write this story, which is based out of India, like set in some period, and it's a very truly Indian story. Let's see if I can take this also across to the world audience.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. I look forward to more of your movies, and it's cool. 20 years ago, or maybe not that long ago, 10 years ago, it would be hard to see movies like this. But now with I saw the theater, and with the rise of the different platforms, you get to see stuff from all different cultures now.
Yes, absolutely. And right now, thanks to the platforms, what has happened is I'm sitting in Mumbai. I can watch a film which is being made in Argentina or Chile or Germany or wherever. Like I can just sit here, and thanks to these platforms, like in India, there's a huge rage of Korean dramas and Korean films. It's the moment a Korean film drops, the viewership just goes through the ceiling. Like it's just amazing to see.
Yeah, I'm a horror guy.
Audience watching.
Yeah, this is a horror show, but I love Korean horror, and that's also the last decades been big on the ride. Like really great stuff. I'm lucky that they show a lot of that stuff too in Boston. It's a very diverse area, so they show a lot of movies from all over the world.
Yes, I know that it's amazing actually.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Nikhil.
Yeah.
Lovely talking to you.
Right. Thank you. All right.
Bye.
All righty. Bye-bye. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
And I told Tina I'll have